One example is down here. Unfortunately, it's not showing that it's been rezoned. I think it was a different layer, but it has been rezoned previously by council to create one additional lot at this corner here. This lot is similar in size to what is being proposed here for 24 McDonald Court. There have also been previous severances here at the corner of Scott Street and McDonald Court. In terms of the lots that are being proposed to be created, these lots, while particularly the lot to be severed, while being being smaller than most of the other lots in the area, is still considered a very large lot by comparison to most other areas of the city. Both the Old Town of Flamborough Official Plan and the New Urban Hamilton Official Plan use the term in terms of definition of compatibility as being mutually tolerant and capable of existing together in harmony. Compatibility should not be narrowly defined to be the same as or identical to, or even being similar to. This is the definition that pops up in the New Urban Hamilton Official Plan and was also in the policy of the Old Hamilton Official Plan. The proposed one additional lot will be 18 meters wide and it'll be comprised of a large lot, single detached dwelling zoning. So in terms of the zoning, it's still maintaining single detached dwellings. It's not going to some other type of development like townhouses or semis or semis or other forms of development. It's still single detached dwellings. And the proposed amendments proposed by staff will be for maintaining as many of the setback requirements and other requirements as possible. This is the original concept plan that was submitted with the application when it was originally submitted. And in this particular example, or this particular concept, sorry, the setback requirements that were being proposed were much smaller than the requirements of the R1 and 6 zoning. They wanted to go for 1.2 meter side yards and a 6 meter front yard. Now, it was the opinion of staff that these setback requirements did not reflect the character of the area, which is comprised of very large open lots. And so staff did not support these particular modifications to the bylaw. This is the revised concept plan that was submitted by the applicant very recently, after we had some discussions with the applicant on this particular matter. In this particular concept, they have increased the side yard setback requirements to the current standard of 3 meters, which is the R16 zoning requirements, and have increased the minimum front yard standard to the current minimum standard, which is 7.5 meters. That's the current standard. However, there are a lot of lots that are much greater than that standard, but they could in theory go to that standard today, basically, if they wanted to build their house. In terms of this is a building envelope. This does not necessarily reflect where their house is not going to take up all that area. That's just where they could potentially build in those requirements. The bylaw that we are proposing towards bringing forward to council establishes a 22% maximum lot coverage, whereas this lot coverage would be much higher than that. It's about 38 to 40% basically would be that coverage if they filled that entire box. And it is the opinion of staff that maintaining these setbacks is important to maintain the character of that area, and this would better reflect that character. In addition to the lot coverage, they're also maintaining the maximum floor area limits. That we're bringing that forward into the new bylaw for the R165 zone, which would also cap the a one-story building at 186 square meters. Now, my understanding with the proposal that they are going to be less than that for this dwelling. This is an aerial photo of the area. The subdivisions to the north, as well as the east and the west, have much smaller lot fabrics than the McDonald Court neighborhood. There's about 12-meter wide lots to the north, 16.5 meter wide lots to the east and 13 meter wide lots to the west. This aerial photo also shows the large open concept of these lots, and this proposed 18 meter wide lot, in the opinion of staff, would be compatible and consistent with that area, assuming it maintains the current R16 standards for setbacks. This is a photo of the existing dwelling on 24 McDonald Court. This dwelling will be retained as part of this severance. This will be sitting on a retained lot. And this photo is taken from McDonald Court looking south. This is a photo of the lands to be severed, and basically where the proposed new dwelling would be behind kind of that hedgerow. I mean, and so yeah, that's where the new dwelling would be located. And this photo is taken from McDonald Court looking west. This is a photo of the property at 27 McDonald Court. This property is located to the north of McDonald Court across the street, and it's looking at the property from McDonald Court looking north. This is a photo of 23 McDonald Court. It's located to the east of the subject property on the other side of McDonald Court, and it's looking east from McDonald Court. This is a photo of the property at 20 McDonald Court. This is directly to the south of the property, and it's again looking from McDonald Court looking west. Now this is a photo of the properties at 10 and 8 McDonald Court. This was a property that was previously severed and rezoned. The rezoning was approved by this committee back in 2007, and the severance was approved by the Committee of Adjustment the year before that in 2006. In this case, in order to avoid severing the property in two and going right through the existing house, they offsetted the severance, and they created a lot very similar in size to what is being now proposed for 24 McDonald Court. And in fact, in this case, they actually they went even smaller in terms of the side yards than what we're recommending for approval for 24 McDonald Court. In conclusion, it is a recommendation of staff that the approval be given to this application as it facilitates form infill intensification in this area to create one additional lot, so accepting 2 lots for single detached dwellings. And the amended zoning, in the opinion of staff, is conformity to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. The Old Town of Flamborough Official Plan is consistent with the provincial policies. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Daniel, I have Councillor Partridge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Daniel. Good presentation. And that's exactly the slide that I wanted up there, so I appreciate that. Now, if I understand correctly, this is the lot to be severed. There's an existing home, which you did show the picture of.
Yep.
And when I look at the proposed home that's there, it looks considerably bigger.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is actually just the building envelope. As I mentioned in my presentation, this is where, if they got approval of their rezoning, this is in theory where they could potentially locate a house. This does not necessarily mean that their house is going to take up that entire block. As I said in my presentation, this would be about a 38% lot coverage. What we're granting approval for, or sorry, recommending approval for, I should say, is for a 22% lot coverage. So it would probably be about half of that block would be filled with a house, basically, if rezoning got approved, if it got rezoning approval. So.
Okay, and I appreciate that clarification, because that was a little bit
yeah, it is misleading.
That had me concerned when I saw that. So my next question, through you, Madam Chair, have we seen a design of the proposed home to be built on that lot?
No, we have not seen a specific design about exactly what the home would look like.
And will there be restrictions in terms of the height,
Yep.
making sure that it meets what is currently there?
Through you, Madam Chair, They would be required to maintain the maximum lot coverage, 22% that we are recommending. The maximum floor area that requirements that are currently in place would be kept. So that would basically mean 186 square meter first single story addition, or single story house, I should say. If they went to 2 stories, they could go to 372 square meters. In terms of height, we're maintaining the existing 8.2 meter height restriction, so that isn't changing as well, and that's maintained as the existing standard. All the setback requirements are based on the current standards for the R16 zone. The current R16 standards call for a 7.5 meter front yard, 7.5 meter rear yard, and 3 meter side yards. Now, as I mentioned, in terms of the current form of the houses, most of them are set back a bit further than 7.5 meters, but in theory, if anyone wanted to take down a house and move it to 7.5 meters from the front lot line, they wouldn't need a variance, they wouldn't need any approvals, there would be no public process, and they could build as of right.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for that. And so there's no requirement then that they need to build a similar size home. And I heard you say the 22%, that's the requirement, and there are other restrictions, but they could build a 2-story home. And I'm just, through you, Madam Chair, I'm just thinking about other streets in the area, particularly Carl and Howard Boulevard, where they have put up these massive 2-story homes that really do not go with the rest of the community. And I think, you know, there's a concern with the residents there.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, all the properties that are currently in McDonald Court, there is no restriction that says they have to be bungalows. Any of the homes currently existing could be taken down and someone could put a 2-story house as long as they maintain those floor area requirements and the maximum height. So in terms of that's kind of something that's out of hands today, even basically, in terms of being able to put a built form that is 2 stories in an area that's mostly 1 story. That's currently permitted as of right in the bylaws.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, were there any challenges to the other severances? Because within this survey, I'll call it a survey, and it is very unique, especially on that particular court. Were there any challenges to the other severances?
I believe there were some challenges to this one for 8 McDonald Court. Ultimately, it got approved by the board to allow them to go forward with their severance and the rezoning. I'm not familiar with whether there was any challenges for that for
Number 17. I think there was.
No, it's 25.
Okay.
And this one happened many years ago. The one at I think it's 23 there. But that's right. 13 and 15. Sorry, my mistake. 13 and 15. McDonald Court. So 13 happened, I think it was pre-amalgamation, basically, when that one was approved. And then the one at 15 basically happened a few years ago. And I'm sorry, I do not know whether there was any appeals to that particular application. But I know there was appeals to the one at 8 McDonald Court.
Okay.
Councillor?
And through you, Madam Chair, when I look at the petition, and by the way, I want to recognize the residents that are here. I appreciate they did this petition, and I understand and hear their concerns. But, you know, on the petition it says that there weren't the challenges. They didn't have any issues with the other severances. But this one, because it is in that, and it's the very back of the court. I've driven back there many times, and it's a lovely area. And as you showed with your slides, Madam Chair, the homes are all single floor, small bungalows. There's a couple of side splits, and it is, you know, a very unique area. I just want to ask a couple of questions, though, about the OMB challenge. Now, this was previously denied, I believe, back in 2010 at the Committee of Adjustment. I'm just wondering if you can talk a bit about the history of the property in terms of that, because it appears there's been a few challenges.
Well, in terms of the original severance application, it was brought before the Committee of Adjustment and it was denied by the Committee of Adjustment, and the applicant appealed that decision, and that was back in 2010. Right. And the rezoning application did not come into the city until kind of the end of the year 2012. And then there was some discussions about the format, and we had those discussions kind of the beginning of this year in terms of lot configuration, not so much lot configuration, but the side yard setback, front yard setbacks. We had the discussions with the applicant, and we brought forward the proposed amended approval as opposed to the original 1.2 meter side yard that was being asked for by the applicant. And they also provided this revised concept plan, so they are in agreement with those proposed modifications to maintain the existing standards.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, Madam Chair, is that there have been a few challenges, and certainly there still is some resistance to this land severance. So those are my questions. Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. Madam Chair, I would like to hear from the residents, and then
Okay, I need a motion, please, to receive the presentation. Please, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour. Thank you, Daniel. And I'm going to ask for the applicant first, please. Do we have the applicant in the audience? Do you agree with the staff presentation, sir?
Yes, we do. We have,
Okay, you can come on down if you'd like to say a few words.
hello.
Can you introduce yourself, sir? When you're finished speaking, if you can sign the book, that would be great.
Okay, my name is John Sterling, and I'm the applicant to 24 McDonald Court. We do agree with...
the name?
Pardon?
We didn't hear the name, sorry.
John Sterling.
John Sterling. Thank you, Mr. Sterling. Go ahead.
We do agree with the recommendations put forward by Daniel's department. We want to keep the neighborhood looking the way it is. The owner does own the property, and he plans to live there. We are proposing to keep the recommendations of 22% lot coverage, the minimum setbacks as required, the height restrictions. They're all fine with us. We have no problem with any of that. Actually, the building we are proposing there is a side split, or a back split actually, which this neighborhood does have back splits and side splits in it already, so there would be really no change to the look.
Thank you. Any questions for the presenter? Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, John, for coming down and speaking on behalf of this file.
Thank you.
And I guess my question is, I do have a question for you, John, so if you could just get back to the microphone for me, I appreciate that. I won't keep you very long. Through you, Madam Chair. Has the owner of the property and yourself, have you met with the residents in the area that are opposing this?
No, I haven't, no.
Okay.
We had no idea there was a petition. I don't think they let us know. They could have.
Okay.
Feel free to talk right into the microphone, sir. You're saying something important we want to mention.
Okay, maybe they were trying to keep it secret. I don't know. That's up to them. They didn't come forward to us either, so.
So generally speaking, and through you, Madam Chair, generally speaking, when there is this type of an application, the owner or the agents would do the outreach to the neighbors just to make sure that, you know, if there were any concerns, they could address them up front. I just wanted to clarify that, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. And those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Sterling. Can I receive Mr. Sterling's presentation, please? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favour. Okay, so now we go to the public. I saw one hand up. So are there anyone else that would like to speak to this, please? Okay, I'm seeing 3 so far. I know you.
Thank you for my welcome back. I appreciate that.
Just for the people at home, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes.
And then sign the book when you're finished, please, Jane.
Yes, will do. I'm Jane Lee, and I am here on behalf today of my husband and myself. We live at 20 McDonald Court, which is and our immediate neighbours of the proposed lot to be severed, and the resulting request for zoning amendment to permit the severance application, which was denied. Our comments on the pre-circulation of the application were dated February 18, 2013, and are attached in Appendix G to the staff report. There was no additional information provided with the notice of the public meeting, so the comparisons we made in that submission were based on the building envelope as provided at the time of the severance only. We were not aware until I read the staff report that there were some possible changes. Despite the comments made by the planning staff and the changes proposed and agreed to by the applicant, our comments and concerns with the development continue today. The severance application related to the request was denied by the Committee of Adjustment in June 2010 for several reasons, primarily that both the parcels to be created are undersized in lot frontage and area and are not in interest of proper planning and not in keeping with the existing character of this neighbourhood. It is a very different neighbourhood from the surrounding neighbourhoods. We concur with the decision of the Committee of Adjustment and would ask that you deny the application for zoning for the same reasons. The 2010 application was the second severance application on this property. There was one approximately 13 years earlier, which was also turned down due to being extremely undersized in terms of the existing character of the neighbourhood. The planning staff report tries to address several concerns that we raised in our submission, which I appreciate, but they also provide some areas where we still differ in our opinions. There are several references in the report to the neighbourhood being fully serviced. We do not believe it can be considered fully serviced. We have sanitary sewers and municipal water, but no storm sewers, no sidewalks, no street lights, or other amenities such as bike lanes or bus stops that you might find in a normal urban cross-section. Our road is what I would consider a rural cross-section with open ditches, culverts, and streetlights only on the corners. I see in the report that one of the conditions to be requested for the severance in Appendix D notes that the applicant will be required to make a payment for future urbanization of the cost of the road. So I must assume that staff also do not see this neighbourhood as fully serviced. Secondly, there are several references in the staff report to the basis of the creation of the R16 zone. It being created to protect the lot sizes because of the septic systems in the neighbourhood and the non-service nature of the neighbourhood. I don't believe this is entirely correct. In fact, water service had already been installed by the time of the approval of the Flamborough bylaw, and which created the R16 zone to protect this area. And sanitary sewers were already planned for installation within a few years with the reconstruction of McDonald Court. It is my recollection from attending the debates on the Flamborough zoning bylaw that created the R16 zone that this specific zone was created by Council in response to community concerns both on McDonald Court and in Rockless Survey across Dundas Street to the south about the possible results of development in these neighbourhoods, such as infilling, such as the proposal before you today. And Council was concerned about the possibility of degrading the distinct nature and character of the existing neighbourhoods, so the special zone was created to protect the character of the neighbourhood and not as a requirement to maintain sufficient lot sizes for the septic systems, which were soon to be replaced with sanitary sewers. I'm glad that Daniel left Appendix A on the board. There are several references in the staff report to the lesser standard being put in place to facilitate the three earlier severances. Two of them you can see highlighted in dark black, referencing R145 and R115 zones. Those two severances do not create the same negative impact on this neighbourhood. They were created, the severances were created in the outside of the lot, so they actually are not on the court. They're adjacent to the next subdivision over and form a lot size very similar to the next subdivision over, and one is by an institutional property. The lot on, which is number 10, and I think you can see it better probably in your agenda on Appendix A, is the tiny lot in the corner exactly down the street from this to the south of this one. And I would consider that you have to consider the 10 McDonald Court severance a mistake, not to be repeated. And this proposal today is actually going to repeat that. The lot on number 10 was for sale for many years without being saleable. Anyone coming into the neighborhood to look at a vacant lot would look at the rest of the properties and would think, why am I buying this little corner? So in fact, it was not saleable for many years. It was clear it did not fit in with the neighborhood. It has finally sold, and an adjacent small home moved onto it, still not sold. It has resulted in a dwelling at number 10 with no usable backyard. You can see in the photograph there's about 10 feet. That's the backyard. Because the zone is resituated to consider the frontage on the opposite line, it actually creates the backyard, which is currently the side yard. And that's where the driveway is. That's what's going to happen here again on 24 McDonald Court. So the frontage becomes to this northeast-west stuff, this is hard. The front actually comes on the east side, and the rear yard becomes the west lot line adjacent to lot 28. And that is actually the rear yard that's supposed to be usable space for the people in the existing dwelling. That's where their driveway and their parking lot area is. So they have no usable space in their backyard. That I don't believe was in the report. One of the lots proposed even fails to meet the requirements of the R1 zone and not that much higher restrictions of the R6 zone. Our concerns about the location of the driveway and lot grading and drainage have been noted in our written submission in February last year. The location of the driveway culvert is a concern to ensure continued drainage of our stormwater through the ditch in front of the new property. We would also question the advisability of creating more lots and more runoff into the Boris Creek drainage channel. That's where this area drains, which we understand is already over capacity. With changing climate and increased rainfall events, we are concerned about potential negative impacts such as flooding. In addition to believing that this proposal is not in keeping with the neighbourhood, we did note several concerns with specific provisions of the R16 zone that are far from being met by this proposal with both retained and severed parcels. While we recognize that the proposed bylaw with the changes recommended by the Planning Department address some of those specific provisions, we believe that the requested amendment is not in the best interest of the neighbourhood. 20 years have passed since Bylaw 9145Z proposed a zoning category to protect this neighbourhood. Council has not taken steps to change the zoning throughout the neighbourhood to permit the significant change being proposed today. I note there have been several references to 22% coverage. The R16 zone only allows 15% coverage, including garden sheds and garages. So 22% is actually much larger coverage on a much smaller lot, which is, you can see if you sever number 24 in half compared to our lot at number 20 beside it, the size differential, and you'll end up with a little pocket like number 10 on the other end of the street. The official plan designation of A2 urban residential at the time of application notes the desire to have a range of dwelling unit types and densities. It does not propose that density is permitted anywhere, at any density. It also lists as one objective that urban residential redevelopment must ensure that it is compatible with existing development. This is not a neighbourhood where there is mixed use and mixed density and mixed sizes. It's quite homogeneous, and these little pockets being created really change and alter the nature of the neighbourhood in a negative way. 50%, it doesn't even approach 50% of many of the provisions of the underlying bylaw. I believe that each one of you as councillors will have within your own wards a neighbourhood or two that are different in character, that deserve to be protected and retained in character despite the push for intensification and infilling. If you're not familiar with the neighbourhood of McDonald Court, I would ask that you think of those neighbourhoods in your ward that are different, that for whatever reason, large lots, small homes, rural car sections, no sidewalks, that would need to be that deserve to be maintained, and not allow the kinds of negative impacts of infilling through severances that require large changes from the existing zoning requirements. This is what the passing of the R16 zone was intended to do for McDonald Court. So I would ask that you turn down this application for zoning, as the proposal is far from meeting the requirements of the R16 zone, particularly in lot area and coverage. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Jane. And oh, sorry.
I do have a copy of my submission for the clerk.
If you can give it to Vanessa, that would be wonderful. Thank you for supplying that. Councillor Partridge has some questions for you.
Yes, thank you, Jane. And it's nice to see you back here again and still championing for the cause for your own neighbourhood. I really appreciate, through you, Madam Chair, I very much appreciate you raising the difference between the zonings, and especially the difference between the 22% and the 15%. The 15% is what is allowed, and the 22% would actually be much more coverage. And if you look up on the map behind you, when you're looking at where the proposed severance lot is, it is smaller than where the other severance took place further south down on McDonald. And as you clearly pointed out, Madam Chair, it did result in a smaller piece of property that, it definitely did take longer to sell. So I hear your concerns on that. I just wanted to clarify something. When you were referring to the servicing and that staff consider it to be a serviced area, and you said it wasn't fully serviced, you didn't feel it was serviced. There's no storm sewers. Is everybody on septic there?
No, sanitary sewers were actually brought into the survey. I'm not sure exactly what year, but shortly after the zoning bylaw was passed in 1990. I think early 1990s. We moved in about 1992 and installed our, connected to the sewer shortly thereafter. So I think it has to be in the early 90s. I'm not sure whether everyone is connected, but I would be doubtful that most people would survive with pumping their laundry water from the basement into a septic system and one bathroom and all of the things that were those restrictions.
Right, and I would think through you, Madam Chair, that if they're going to service and put the piping in, they would have done the whole survey. So I certainly appreciate that. And thank you again for raising. I thought there had been one OMB challenge, but it sounds like there were 3 challenges to this severance, not necessarily at the OMB, but the Committee of Adjustment, and all of them were denied. Is that correct?
There have been, to my knowledge, 2 applications for severance on this lot, and they've both been denied.
And they've both been denied. Okay. And so this would be the 3rd one?
No, this is the second. This is as a result of the second severance application, which was denied by the Committee of Adjustment in 2010, I believe.
Okay, and that's why
it's taken this long for the zoning amendment so that the board can hear both at the same time.
Okay, and thank you very much, Jane. I appreciate that. But I'm not sure, were there any other speakers on this? Okay, thank you.
I believe there are more. So Jane, if you don't mind signing in and the next speaker come down, please. You can come down together if you like. It's whatever's comfortable for you. And I need a motion, please, to receive Jane's presentation. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Tracy, and I live at 23 McDonald Court, directly opposite the proposed zoning change.
You can move the microphone right to your mouth. You've got important stuff to say, and I don't want anyone to miss it. And if I could have order, please. We need to be quiet. Thank you.
Okay, I do reject the zoning bylaw change. I live at 23 McDonald Court, opposite the zoning, opposite the house that is in the zoning change bylaw. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. That's good. You can sign in. That would be wonderful. Is there any questions for Mr. Tracy? Oh, wait. Okay. So do you want to move the microphone down so we can hear you loud and clear?
Sorry.
No worries. You can bend it any way you want.
My name is Wanda Potter, and I live at 21 McDonald Court. We are living directly across the road from this subject property. My husband and I are one of the original owners of this property, and we have lived on McDonald Court for over 40 years. We are definitely opposed to this zone change. This is the 3rd time this land has been contested, and it causes great stress on all the surrounding property owners. We do not see this lot as a vacant parcel of land, but see it as the backyard of 24 McDonald Court. It is because the yard is adjacent to the road that some think it is a vacant lot. All previous owners who lived there treated it as their backyard. We are aware of the province's ruling in filing of existing land, but we feel it should not apply to well-designed and uniformly divided subdivision as ours is here in McDonald Court. We had no objections to a zone change on Scott Street, for the people applied with a building proposal showing what was to be built, and they were going to live there. The proposed house was outside what we consider the court, a court that a judge in a previous OMB ruling said that the court was unique and should not be touched. We did not object to a zone change at 17 McDonald Court because the application came with a wonderful drawing with the proposed dwelling. They did not sever a lot. The size of the lot was maintained. They just replaced one house for another. It would be more be more benefit to the court to change the zoning to facilitate tearing down the small 40-year-old house at 24 McDonald Court and build a more suitable single dwelling to blend with the court. This small lot would not have adequate space for parking vehicles, as we do not have on-street parking overnight in the court. The values of all our properties is in our lot sizes, and chopping this lot off, well, what is the value of what is left? Some people go around looking for properties to sever and infill. They do not think of the neighbors, they just think of their bank balances. This house was purchased and rented out from the start, and it has been vacant for some time now. Also, the property has never been fully maintained. This court is and always will be our home, and if this rezoning is approved for single, we will strongly appeal that decision to the OMB. Please do not make a decision without personally seeing the land and the surrounding homes. We are a subdivision that does not have sidewalks, and the fronts of the properties are graded to take the surface of waters away. We enjoy a more country look than most of the surrounding new subdivisions, making us unique. And I've also, this letter was submitted by my husband yesterday, and there were signatures of all the homeowners surrounding the property. Yeah. And
thank you, Wanda. Councillor Partridge would like to ask you a question, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. Wanda, thank you so much for coming down. I very much appreciate you coming in and taking the time to do the petition. I just wanted to clarify something. When the gentleman came down, John, and spoke on behalf of the owner, he said the owner intended to live in that existing house, and yet I'm pretty sure I heard you say that there hasn't been anyone living in the house, that it's been
not
vacant?
Since September. Actually, the renters moved out in September, and there has been nobody in the house since.
Okay, so prior to September, it was renters?
Renters.
Is what I'm hearing.
Always renters.
Always renters. For as far back, through you, Madam Chair, can you give me an estimation?
I forget the gentleman's name, actually, that sold that property to this person now.
Right.
Yeah, it's always been a renter.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. That's more information that I appreciate coming through. Thank you, Wanda.
Thank you. Seeing no other... Oh, Councillor Pearson, did you have your hand up to ask a question? Wanda, can you go back to the microphone for a second?
Wanda did a great presentation. Thank you, Wanda. I appreciate the information. You did excellent, but I just want to be sure, Madam Chair, that we do have in our package of materials the petition that she had mentioned.
I see it. It's actually blended in with the big package you got. You do have it. I want to be sure it was there because I didn't see it until she mentioned it. So. And it's numbered incorrectly. So just to be clear, it was numbered 7.1 VI 6. Yes. It should be 6.1 Roman numeral 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's what I wanted to be sure that for the public record that's been noted. Thank you. Thank you, Wanda.
And thanks again for coming. If you can sign in, that would be wonderful. Can I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour. So I'm going to do this one more time. Are there any speakers for the 6.1 24 Robert Court or McDonald Court? Are there any other speakers to this? It's twice. Are there any other speakers? That's 3 times. I need a motion now to close the public meeting. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favour. Councillor Partridge, I'm going to go to you because I understand that you have a motion to table the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I'm going to move the motion to deny the application. I agree with the residents, and having been to McDonald Court, as I said several times, the lot is smaller than the other lots that have been severed. Hearing that this is the 3rd time that this has come forward for this lot to be severed, it's a rental property and it's been vacant since September, and I can't support it as it is here. And so I am going to move to deny it, please, if I can get a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Collins. Any comments? Councillor Pearson.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I just, for the record, could I ask if Daniel Burnett can just clarify the position. It went to Committee of Adjustments twice, and I think my understanding is this process came here today because they want this to all go together, if needed, to the Ontario Municipal Board. That's what I think I heard a resident saying. So
okay,
could I get clarification?
Daniel, are you still here?
Just needs to find a chair.
Through Madam Chair, the board wants to hear both, both together, or they don't want to have two separate hearings, one for the severance, one for the rezoning. They want to hear it all together. So yeah, they need to bring this rezoning either forward.
Daniel, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you just speak up? Thank you.
They want to bring both applications together because the board wants to hear them together rather than having two separate hearings, one for the severance, one for the rezoning. So one way or the other, the application has to go forward either as approval and then a neighbor appeals it, or it just comes into effect and then they just go for the severance hearing on its own, or it gets denied, the applicant appeals it, it goes to the board together with the severance, and they have one hearing for both applications. I should actually add that if this application does get denied, there may be need a motion from committee basically to direct legal staff to hire an outside planner because they can't use internal staff because we recommended approval for it. So that may be something that the committee needs to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Daniel, for putting that information forward. I appreciate that because that would be the process we'd have to follow now, and I think that's exactly how a resident had put it. So I wanted to be sure, and I'll wait for the councillor to add that to her motion with regards to independent planning and legal advice.
Okay, I'm coming back to you, Councillor Partridge, for the response.
Yes, and I would agree with that, and I'd like to include that all in one motion, please. So thank you so much to my colleagues for raising that, but also for supporting my residents. This is an important file that needs to be denied, and we need to have the motion to hire the outside planner for the board. So thank you very much.
So I'm going to go back to Councillor Partridge, but first, Vanessa, back to Councillor Partridge. Thank you, Vanessa.
So sorry, that's a little bit louder. For the denial, we first have to look at the staff recommendations and we have to vote those down, which is what we've done the last few planning meetings. And then we can move to deny the application once we've turned down the motion to approve it that's already on the
So we have two motions we need to make. One is to deny the approval that's in the staff recommendation and then deny what? Sorry, you didn't hear that.
So the staff recommendations, we have to put those on the floor, vote on them, so I assume that people would be voting against, and then we could move to deny.
Okay, I've got a point of order here. I just want to clarify. Councillor Clark?
It's really simple. We can move denial outright and add exactly why you're denying it and move to hire a lawyer and a planner. If no one around this table wants to have their name attached to moving it and seconding it, we'll be sitting here a long time just to put it on the floor. So just move the denial and put in your conditions.
Okay, so I'm coming back to you, Councillor Partridge. The motion before us, you are asking that we deny the staff recommendations and deny the report 6.1 and hire an outside planner lawyer to hire a planner to go to the OMB.
Yeah, that would be a planner, not a lawyer. And yeah, I agree with Councillor Clark. Let's just keep it simple, move it straight forward, and that would be seconded by Councillor Collins.
Thank you. So the motion's before you right now. All those in favor of denial? All those opposed? Thank you. So it's denied. 6.2. Thank you, everyone. This is the application for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 1125 and 1143 and 1185 Wilson Street West. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the OPA and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal a decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the OMB, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OMB unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. I'm going to look up in the audience and judge how many people are here to speak on the Wilson Street. We have the applicant. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to go to Councillor Ferguson. Please, this is your ward.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, this is 6.2 and 6.3 makes April 15th feel like Groundhog Day. They're all coming back to us. I don't need to see the staff presentation on this, and I'd be prepared to move. We waive that, then we can hear from the applicant.
So we got a mover and a seconder to waive the staff presentation. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, back to you. You still have the floor.
Thank you. If the applicant wants to speak, I do have an amendment. I've been negotiating with staff through to the applicant and to Callaway. Now, this is the one where Callaway is the owner, Smart Centers is their business unit, and Walmart is their tenant. And we approved all this a year and a half ago. Went to the OMB. We lost because we didn't amend the official plan. The new official plan, to this day, I don't think any of us understand how you amend a plan that's not in effect. But anyhow, they denied it, so we're now amending the official plan today just to tidy this thing up. And it's going to result in about $1.5 million in new taxes annual taxes once it's developed, and about $3 million in new DCs. So we're in the negotiations. I've got an amendment that's satisfactory now to staff, and Steve can speak to it, satisfactory to Trinity, and satisfactory to Callaway, I understand. So I guess we can hear from Mr. Mancha now, then I prepare to move this amendment in the main motion.
Okay, thank you. And the main motion? All right. So that's this one that was on the white paper that I've got right now, correct?
That's the amendment.
Okay.
The main motion is a staff recommendation.
6.2, and you're moving that we recommend the staff. Thank you. I was going to call you down, but you're here.
I want to save you some time. Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Sergio Manchi, IBI Group. With me today is also Matt Johnson from IBI Group, Mr. Mike Foley from Trinity, and Mr. Joel Farber from Folger-Rubinoff. Madam Chairman, we concur with the staff report. We're happy and pleased. We concur with the recommendation and the motion that's being brought forward. But prior to that, I just want to give a really big thank you very much for all the hard work on this one. As the councillors indicated, a bit of history here, and hopefully we can have the dust settle and move forward with this development. It's been a few years. I thank Edward John and Steve Robichaud and Greg McDonald for all their hard work on this, and of course, Councillor Ferguson, thank you very much. I think this is going to be an exciting project on the west end of Ancaster, and a well-needed development. Having said that, if there are any questions with respect to the application, with respect to the motion, I'm here. Otherwise, we're moving on. We don't need to do our presentation. We're content, and thank you again.
Thank you. I was just going to ask, are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, move to receive. Councillor Farr, Councillor Ferguson, all those in favour. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ferguson, back to you.
I'm going to move on to all the motions. I guess we have to move the public meeting be closed.
I need to call it out. Thank you. So let me do that first. Are there anyone here to speak to the Wilson Street 6.2 item? We have one right here. Thank you. Come on down, sir. Is there anyone else? Just taking a straw vote here. Okay. Councillor Ferguson, can you close off your mic?
I need a bunch of seconders.
Good morning. My name is Ben Smoskwitz. I'm president of Gasbend Developments Limited. We own the property at 1172 Wilson Street West, which is directly across from the proposed development. We have written a letter in support of the development. I think it's well located as a regional center next to the 403, and I think it'll serve the public well. Our only concern is, and as we have not seen the development proposal vis-a-vis the transportation, the entrances, the exits, is any potential impact on our property, which has a full service left in, left out, right in, right out entrance. And that's our only concern, is to ensure that that segment does not change.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson has a question for you, sir.
Just so I'm clear on where your property is. Are you the Canadian Tire store?
No, we are the one with the ECS Coffee, Great Canadian Gift, right next to Tim Hortons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not affected. There will be a roundabout installed at the corner of McClure and Wilson. And
there will not be any entrances on Wilson Street itself?
Be at McClure.
I see. Okay.
And then, of course, once Porsche Drive is done, it'll be down at Dust Corners also where the lights are.
That's fine. Thank you.
Sir, you've got any other questions to the presenter? Seeing none, can I accept the presenter's presentation? If you could please just sign the book, that would be wonderful. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor. Oh, sorry. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the Wilson Street application? Are there anyone from the public that would like to speak to the presentation, ma'am? I feel like I'm in an auction house. Sold.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Vincey Wilson from Callaway. I'm actually an agent for Callaway from Smart Centers. I just wanted to put it out there that we have read the motion that Steve brought to me this morning. And though we agree in principle with what this is proposing, there are conditions that we would like to further discuss, which I've brought up to Mr. Robichaud. So though this is okay, I did indicate to him that we would like to further specify further restrictions, whether they be minimum and maximum uses, whatever they may be, there are amendments to be considered.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think the clarification that I need is what conditions specifically, if you can just summarize them. And
they were summarized in the memo from Woodbull. There were 3 items that we were concerned with. This addresses one of them. The other 2 have not been addressed.
Okay, I've got, sorry?
Ask a question, Madam Chairman, to the presenter.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Okay, as I understand it, your issues from Callaway that are left at no department store, and I've got that in my motion.
Yes.
And the other one was maximum 50,000 square feet for the grocery store. That's in the motion. What is left? I understood those are your issues.
So part of it, and it'll probably go through the zoning bylaw issues because they're more specific, was that there are, this motion as it reads is very inclusive. It does not restrict certain types of uses, and in Smart Centers experience, our centers have been they have been subject to quite a number of use restrictions, size and type, and we feel that similar restrictions should be placed on this particular project.
Councillor Ferguson.
I have a question for staff once we finish with this delegation.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion, please, to accept the presentation. Thank you. So, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, thank you very much. Can you please sign in before you have a seat? And all those in favour of receiving the presentation. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, back to you.
Yeah, to you too, Mr. Robichaud. Do you know what this is all about? I mean, there's restrictions on zoning already, and we dealt with the ones dealing with Callaway. So can you just inform me what's...
Through you, Madam Chairman. Many of the commercial studies that were done around 2000 included restrictions on the number of smaller unit size stores in that under 5,000 square foot range. Those restrictions were built into the zoning, not on this site, but on some other sites. The Flamborough Power Center has those restrictions. I believe then Upper Centennial and Rymal has those restrictions. And they were put in place based on the market studies that were prepared by the applicants at that time, and they were intended to avoid competition with the BIAs or other established retail areas. What I suggested with Callaway or Smart Centers is it's probably more appropriate to have a discussion with them on their current zoning restrictions based on the market studies that came in at 2000 to see if we still need to carry forward those restrictions in the new commercial zoning, or if they wanted to initiate zoning amendments to provide for a bit more flexibility in their zoning as it relates to their ability to lease their sites, not necessarily as opposed to a restriction that is still required going forward on this site. That's the difference. Their sites, based on their market studies submitted 15 years ago, contain certain zoning provisions that may or may no longer still be applicable within the commercial market hierarchy going forward.
And our market study, their market study done for this indicates this is an acceptable use?
That is correct. Their market study, which we had peer reviewed, that's the basis for how we generated our zoning regulations for this site.
That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You can have a seat. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Ferguson, you have a motion in front of you.
Well, I'm going to do a bunch of them now. I move that the staff report be waived. I think we haven't done that yet, have we? Or did we?
I think we waived the staff presentation.
So
you did that at the beginning.
Meeting be closed then.
Okay, so one more call out. Anyone here from the public wishing to speak to the Wilson Street? Item 6.2. Second time. Anyone here from the public here to speak to Wilson Street 6.2? Third and final time. Anyone here to speak to Wilson Street 6.2? Now I need a motion, please, to approve the closing of the public meeting. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, back to you.
With the main motion of the staff recommendation, and then I'll follow that with an amendment. It's seconded by Councillor Pearson.
Do we need to put the amendment in the staff recommendation?
Well, I'm going to amend.
So do we need to do the
I'm going
amendment?
to amend the staff recommendation with this.
Supports the recommendation and amending it.
I'm moving the motion first.
Okay.
Before it's voted on, I'll place the amendment.
All right, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Clark, all those in favour? Carried.
Yeah. And
now the amendment?
So I have the amendment that's before you, and it's seconded by Councillor Clark.
And has everybody got this amendment in front of you? And you're comfortable? Okay, so moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favour? Thank you very much.
Now the main motion.
Now the main motion, as amended. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Clark, all those in favour?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to presentations, and because this is in my ward, we usually switch over my chair position to Councillor Partridge, who's not here at the moment, so I'm going to have to do this with you. Councillor Collins, please. Your second chair. Sorry, we're up to 6.3, and this is for the Bimbrook Heights edition.
Okay, 6.3 is members of the public in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. Please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the UHOP zoning bylaw amendment along with the draft plan of subdivision, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OMB unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so, and that certainly follows upon the questions that we had earlier this morning when we approved the delegation requests that were in front of us. I will now ask if there are any members of the public who wish to address the committee on 6.3. And 6.3, I'll let you know, is the amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw number 464 and approval of a draft plan of subdivision known as Binbrook Heights Edition on lands located at 139 Fall Fair Way. Yeah, no, I just called that. Anyone here for that? Yes, sir, you want to make your way down to the podium? Sorry. So, no, okay, no, I understand that. Thank you. So we have one person that's here. We'll have staff present this morning on the application that's in front of us. Mr. DiUlio. Morning, Peter.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of committee, staff, and the public, we have before us an application to amend the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, the Glanbrook zoning bylaw number 464, and approval of a draft plan of subdivision known as Binbrook Heights Edition. The subject lands are located in the village of Binbrook on the north side of Fall Fair Way. This is just an air photo showing the surrounding streets and development in Binbrook. The view of the subject lands. This is the lands across the street from the subject lands. This is abutting lands to the west. Again, abutting lands to the west. This is a street just to the west that will be connected into the new subdivision as well, an extension of this street, part of the Fairgrounds subdivision. Again, this is existing dwellings to the west. This is the development to the east of the subject lands being developed by the same developer as this proposed subdivision, Mr. Robinson. And this is just the townhouse. It's adult lifestyle. The proposed subdivision consists of 113 single detached lots. On 2 streets and then approximately 32 lots for street townhouses in this area here. There will be other street townhouses which requires land assembly with the abutting landowner, and street townhouses here on a private condominium road, again, requires land assembly with the abutting landowner. Overall, there'll be about 178 units in this proposed development. The applications were before committee in November 2012, but were deferred pending reports back on the flooding issues in Binbrook. In April of 2013, a report came back, but again, the applications were deferred pending further investigation for flooding issues. That issue was brought to Planning Committee in February of this year, and the stormwater issues were resolved. As a result, these applications came back. The only thing that's changed in terms of this application or these applications is that the new Urban Hamilton official plan is now in place and in force. So the amendment to the former Glanbrook official plan is no longer required, but is now an amendment to the Urban Hamilton official plan, and is essentially to allow, this was a corner retail, so it had to be changed to residential. The new Urban Hamilton official plan allows street townhouses in the low density designation. As part of the original report, it was noted that 5 letters of concern were received. Those were all addressed in the initial report, are addressed in this report as well. But in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, the applications have merit as they're consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform with the Places to Grow plan. The proposed amendments to the Urban Official Plan is in general conformity with the Urban Official Plan, Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and the proposal allows for a range of densities and uses or units of singles and townhouses. That concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Peter. Members of the committee, any questions for Mr. DiUlio? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And Peter, maybe you can enlighten us. The development to the immediate west of this development was approved last month, correct? This was the Lasani development?
To the chair, no, this plan has been registered for some time. The Lasani development is actually further west.
Sorry about that. This was all, and it was all contingent on the flood report coming in, correct?
This application's coming back, yes.
Because of the flooding. And through you, Peter, I have some questions for the flooding folks because we went through this. One of the biggest concerns we had with the Binbrook Village was the amount of flooding that was occurring, and this was the corner where it began, and then it filtered down the south to the east. So my understanding is, and I've asked the engineers right on spot to put their reputations on the line, that they would guarantee us that this would not happen. So this is now coming back again. And because of the official plan being amended or approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, it had to go through different hoops, if you will, to get to this approval, correct?
Through the chair, yes. The only change was that we had to have an amended application for the official plan amendment to now amend the Urban Hamilton official plan rather than the Glanbrook official plan.
Thank you. And I just want to get that clear before we hear from the public. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
I don't have a question, but I do want to thank the staff. This has been, I guess, from my experience here at City Hall, one of the longest secondary plan processes that I've ever seen. And I don't even want to talk about Scooby. But can I finish? Just wanted to thank you for your work on the file. Some of them are very difficult, especially on the drainage issues, and we've been having lots of challenges right across the city. And we have really come a long way with your help, Councillor Collins and Councillor Partridge and Councillor Johnson, in terms of trying to figure out how to handle that, and we've got a number of new bylaws. I think it will help. that we're moving forward with those bylaws and are enforcing it in different manners. So I just want to thank you for your efforts.
Okay, thanks for those words.
Sorry, I'm just pinch hitting for Joe Moodle, so Joe did all the work on this one.
I knew someone else was involved.
Okay, I have no further speakers on the issue. Moved by Johnson, seconded by Pearson to receive the presentation. Thanks again, Peter. Now I'm going to call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative. Applicant here today. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. My name is Stephen Fraser. I'm a planning consultant with AJ Clark & Associates here on behalf of John Bruce Robinson Homes. Certainly we do support staff's recommendation. It has been quite some time since the tabling of this particular file, so we're encouraged to see it advance. Just a few, I guess, technical issues that I just want to bring up with respect to the letter that was received to the attention of Tony Sergi by Lozani Homes. I had a discussion with Justin Mamoni of Lozani Homes, who's in the audience, and I have no issues whatsoever with imposing an additional condition as they've written within this correspondence dated April 10th. I don't know if the committee has this particular correspondence. I would even go so far as to amend it slightly further in that it needs to recognize the right block numbers within the wording. So I can, subsequent to today's planning committee meeting, I can work with Justin Mamoni of Lozani Homes, come up with the right wording and provide it to council for adoption. Other than that, we're happy to see this move forward. We're here for any questions. Mr. Coleman Robinson of John Bruce Homes is here as well, so we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fraser. Members of the committee? Hearing none. Motion to receive the presentation as put by Mr. Fraser, moved by Partridge, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor, that carries. Thank you. Now I'll ask if there are any members of the public who wish to speak to this issue. Sir, are you okay with the statements made by Mr. Fraser? Okay. Going once? Going twice? 3 times on this issue? Okay. Motion to close the open session. The public session. Moved by Johnson, seconded by Partridge. All in favor? Carries. Thank you. And I'll go to you, Councillor Johnson, on the main motion.
Yeah, I would like to move that we recommend approval of this development. This is something that the former township of Glanbrook had mapped out. They've actually gone down in numbers as far as, I think you can see it better on the Google map, where it's just south of the development is high density. We've got a lot of block townhouses there, and Robinson are proposing to do townhouses on the other side, but they are lower density. So again, it comes back to compatibility. It comes back to gradual till you get to the singles that are in behind. So I want to thank the staff for sticking this out with me and being prepared to put this aside until we finally got the flooding issues sorted out. The applicant has also been patient. So I really want to thank everyone. I've received no complaints about this development since we've corrected all the flooding issues. So I think we resolved all the issues for the area. And thank you very much, and I move that we approve.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, I believe you wanted to say something. Is it on this issue from... No, you're okay with it? Councillor Pearson? Seconded. All those in favor on the main motion?
Carries.
Carries. Thank you. On item 7.1, it's the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and the official plan amendment that's in front of us. This is going to be a long issue. I'm going to ask staff to make their way down to the podium now. And I'm going to also ask Councillor Partridge to take the chair, knowing that this is in Councillor Johnson's area. She will not be chairing this portion of the meeting. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman, and I know I spoke to Councillor Partridge yesterday. I wish to put some information forward before this meeting begins. Okay. I did not declare a conflict at the beginning of this meeting, but there has been an issue with regards to a potential conflict of interest. It's been raised by a citizen, and I wanted to, I will read off as I prepared this. Madam Chair, I wish you the opportunity this morning to clarify to my colleagues on this committee and the public the conflict of interest query that has been posed to me and I have responded to. Unfortunately, the citizen has not accepted my independent lawyer's opinion and has continued to request further information from me to the point of sending all of you an email on Monday, April 13th regarding this matter. He continues to ask the same questions in the public interest. For the record, this morning, I wish to confirm to you here that I do not have a conflict of interest to declare with regards to this secondary planning process, nor have I ever had in the past. On March 22nd, I received the initial request and with regards to a conflict of interest respecting the Scooby planning process, or with respect, and the request was also with respect to any other aspect of Fruitland-Winona Secondary Planning. I have in the past received verbal confirmation that I did not have any interest in any conflict of interest with regards to this, and in the interest of transparency and having documentation in my possession providing this confirmation, I have pursued the services of an independent lawyer with many years of municipal law experience outside of the City of Hamilton to provide me with his opinion. I have provided my solicitors with all the facts in which to base his review and opinion. I received his opinion, provided it to the resident with the pertinent information from the opinion letter, and I will read off just part of it. My lawyers advised, in my opinion, your son's interest cannot be described as distinct from the interest in common with electors. Generally, and subsection J applies. In addition, I will advise that your son's interest is also exempted as being so remote or insignificant in its nature that subsection K of the section 4 also applies. Accordingly, it is my clear and confident legal opinion that you may participate in the debate and vote on the Scooby Secondary Plan whenever it is considered by Council or any of its committees. Unfortunately, Madam Acting Chair, Deputy Chair, this was not satisfactory, and I continue to receive requests for clarification and information. I have again provided a follow-up response to the residents' query as of April the 8th. Again, this information is not being accepted to the point where your letter, the email was received by all of my committee members yesterday regarding this issue. I have, as of yesterday, April the 14th, communicated with Mr. Earl Bassey, our Integrity Commissioner, and provided him with the details of the issue, the material I provided to my solicitor, along with my solicitor's advice. On our initial conversation, Mr. Bassey indicated he saw no conflict of interest in this matter, and after reviewing all of the documentation I provided him, he again provided me with a verbal confirmation that I have no conflict of interest as of yesterday evening, and in my possession this morning, I have his email confirmation in writing to me, and I will read this off, Madam Deputy Chair. Councillor Pearson, this is in response to your inquiry regarding a potential conflict of interest that you may have in relation to the Stony Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Secondary Plan.
Order, please.
I've reviewed both the information you have provided as well as the legal opinion provided by your solicitor. I am very familiar with your solicitor's knowledge of municipal law. From the information you have provided as well as the opinion provided from your solicitor, I agree with the opinion, and in my view, you are not in a conflict of interest position regarding the Scooby Secondary Plan. Madam Deputy Chair, I needed to put this forward this morning so we can put closure to this. This is in relation to my son, who is employed in this Scooby area. That's all it is. So I needed to put this forward. This is an interest of transparency, not only protecting the residents here, but also protecting my own personal interests. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pearson. And members of the public, I will consider as chair that subject to be closed, and anyone who's coming forward for public delegations this morning, please be respectful and not raise that issue. Alyssa, welcome to the podium.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of committee, and members of the public. My name is Alyssa Mahood. I'm here today to report back on the public consultation session that was held and the recommended changes to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. On November 19th, 2013, a formal public meeting under the Planning Act was held to present the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan amendment that would adopt it into the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. At that meeting, the plan was tabled, and Council passed a motion to allow the Ward Councillor to work with staff and residents to amend the current plan. In response to that motion, an independent public consultation facilitator was hired to help the Councillor and staff with an engagement strategy to consult with the public and to prepare a feedback report on the findings from the event and issues that were heard. After meetings with the consultant and ward councillor, it was determined that the best way to effectively engage the public was to hold an open house and information session where staff could be present to answer questions about the secondary plan and where attendees could ask questions, provide feedback, and interact with staff effectively. The intent was to allow for a venue where everyone could provide feedback in a comfortable environment. The open house and information session was held on February 6, 2014 at the Winona Vine Estates on Glover Road in Stony Creek. And the purpose of the meeting was to explain what the secondary plan means to residents and their property, to clarify issues about roads, traffic, the amount and types of housing, and parks and schools, to discuss minor changes related to these issues, and to explain where we have been and where we are going and the next steps. So the open house and information session was set up so that residents could drop in anywhere between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., where they had the opportunity to visit various information stations. City staff was available at each station to provide information and respond to questions and comments about key issues that were identified at the public meeting that was held on November 19th for the secondary plan. Participants were able to attend each station of interest to them, discuss their views and provide input, and have questions answered by staff. Handouts were also available at each of these stations on issue topics, and a frequently asked question sheet was available to provide attendees with information about the secondary plan, the purpose of the open house, how attendees could provide input, and information on the next steps and key dates. There were also flip charts at each station available where people could record their comments or have questions recorded for staff to report back. There were over 30 members of staff in attendance at this meeting, and over 239 people from the community were also in attendance. So as previously stated, the format for the open house contained 6 information stations on issue topics that were heard at the November 19th, 2013 public meeting for the secondary plan. The first station was the welcome station, and the purpose of this station was to explain why the open house was being held and to share information about the process and how public comments would be addressed. Station 2, what does this mean for me and my property? The purpose of this station was to help residents understand what the plan means for them by reviewing the land use maps and the secondary plan with staff. Station 3, roads and traffic. The purpose of this station was to explain information and answer questions related to the Fruitland Road environmental assessment, truck traffic, and other transportation studies and options that were being considered in the secondary plan. Station 4, parks and schools. The purpose of this station was to provide information on community and neighborhood parkland and schools proposed for the plan area, as well as options that were being considered to address concerns related to expropriation of land. Station 5, amount and types of housing. The purpose of this station was to provide information on the amounts and types of housing, where they would be located, and as well discuss issues related to air drainage. And Station 6, where have we been and where are we going? The purpose of this station was to provide information on the secondary plan process, the public consultation meetings that have been held in the past, as well as the status of the recommended plan and the next steps and key dates for the project. So a public feedback report was created by the facilitator to document the information that staff received at the open house and information session. This report included all the recorded flip chart points from all the station discussions, and these comments were recorded word for word. Where specific addresses were provided, the street numbers were left out, and report names of individuals were also left out. 70 comment forms were received at the open house and information session, and an additional 40 were submitted to staff either by mail or dropped off or faxed or by email. And the feedback report was available on the website for review on March 3rd and is attached as Appendix A to the staff report. So from the information gathered in the feedback report, staff were able to identify a number of key issues expressed by the community. These have also been summarized in a table attached as Appendix E to the staff report. So next I'm going to talk about these key issues and the recommended changes the staff are proposing to address these issues. So there were a number of recurring issues related to roads and traffic. There were concerns about the urbanization or improvements on Barton Street, 50 Road, and Highway 8 to address speeding, traffic, poor access, lack of turning lanes, sidewalks, bike lanes, and were also identified. Environmental assessments are being proposed for Highway 8, 50 Road, and Barton Street, and these will address the improvements required to these roads for future development. And in order to clarify that these studies will be carried out, staff are proposing a new policy be added to the secondary plan that explicitly states that EAs will be carried out for these 3 roads and will be required for, and the EAs will determine the urbanization requirements for future development. There were also concerns related to the 4-meter road widening required for the Barton Street pedestrian promenade, which is this green east-west corridor. And mainly that the 4-meter widening would impact existing homes on Barton Street on the south side. And just to clarify, widenings are only taken if a development application has been submitted to the city, so through either a severance application, site plan, or subdivision plan. They're not taken at the building permit stage. However, to help clarify, a new policy is being proposed to the secondary plan that states that as through the environmental assessment for Barton Street, if it is determined that less than the 4-meter widening can be taken, that the 4-meter maximum does not have to be taken, that less than that widening could be taken. There are also concerns regarding Fruitland Road and whether it should continue to be a through road or whether it should be a through route or realigned and closed as the 1992 environmental assessment had proposed. Residents living on the road highlighted health and safety issues related to significant traffic, speeding, noise, access to driveways and pedestrian crossings. A significant number of residents also expressed opposition to the closure of the road and want it to remain open. They are concerned that closing the road would cut many off from direct impact or direct access to their homes and businesses. Currently, the secondary plan implements the recommendations of the environmental assessment that was carried out in 2010 for Fruitland Road, which recommended a new north-south collector road between Jones and Fruitland Road, which is known as Collector Road A in our study area, and is to be the new truck route once built. There is an existing policy in the secondary plan that does recommend that if the lands within the Greenbelt, which is in this location here, become urban, that the truck route would be relocated to that location. Some other residents also expressed concerns about the location of Collector Road A and its alignment with Barton Street, as well as its alignment with Highway 8, because there are existing low-density residential homes in these places. Currently, the secondary plan contains a policy that is a part of the block servicing strategy. The final alignment of Collector Road A with both Barton and Highway Street needs to be identified, and this will be determined through the final phases of that environmental assessment, and then will have to occur prior to development proceeding. And this would ultimately look at factors such as the existing homes, and it could be located east or west of those existing properties. So there were also a number of concerns related to parks and schools. Some residents were concerned with the proposed community park or institutional designation on their properties, specifically the properties on the south side of Barton Street here, that they would be expropriated for parkland. To address concerns regarding expropriation, Council had passed a motion that a new policy be added to our secondary plan that Council will not exercise the powers of expropriation to acquire these lands. There is also an existing policy that states that if the lands in the Greenbelt between Jones Road and Fruitland become urban, that staff will investigate relocating the community park to this location. And in addition, more recently, in consultation with Recreation Planning and the school boards, it was determined that a reduction in the area of the community park and the school sites could be supported. Therefore, staff are recommending redesignating the properties that are front onto Barton Street in this area to medium density residential and removing special policy area C off those lands. So the decision to redesignate these lands in particular was based on the fact that the lands have a highly fragmented land ownership, making it quite difficult to assemble these lands, as well as their existing homes on these properties. It was also determined that the best designation for these lands would be medium density 2, because it would be consistent with the other lands that are designated along Barton on the south side for medium density, as well as it would provide higher densities and closer proximity to the school and park sites. There were also concerns heard at the meeting about the timing of the acquisition of lands for the development of the community park. And to address these concerns, staff has added a recommendation to the staff report asking that a strategy for the community park and land acquisition be developed. As well, there were also concerns related to the location of school sites and parkland along a major arterial and collector roads, namely the Collector Road A in this location. And the location of the school and the community park reflects the policies of our Urban Hamilton official plan and location criteria for school sites by the school board, both the public and separate school boards. The community park is intended to accommodate more intense recreational amenities that will service the Lower Stony Creek area. Therefore, it's very important to have access to this park by vehicle, transit, and pedestrians. Community parks are typically located on major transportation routes and next to higher density development. And we did a recent check, and currently there's about 33 community parks within the city that are currently located on either a collector road, or a major arterial. So many of the residents were concerned with the maximum building heights
proposed in the plan. Some felt 4 stories was too high, that there would be impacts on air drainage and the tender fruit farms to the south. And in contrast, a few residents did express concerns about the 4-story height limit and felt it was too low and that taller heights should be considered to curb urban sprawl. The existing plan requires that an air drainage study be carried out as part of the block servicing strategy, so which would be prior to development, to determine the impacts of development heights on air drainage and what mitigation measures should be implemented to mitigate these impacts. Staff are also recommending a new policy be added to the secondary plan that will add an air drainage study to the list of studies that staff can ask if there is an application submitted to amend heights in the secondary plan area. There were also concerns with the form of development permitted, namely apartment and townhouses, and that the density ranges were too high and the location of townhomes were too close to single detached homes. The secondary plan currently contains compatibility policies that require development to be evaluated based on its compatibility with surrounding uses and existing residential. So specifically, new development will have to address shading, grading, overlook traffic, noise, and other nuisance effects, as well as a transition in height and density to existing adjacent residential. The Urban Hamilton Official Plan also contains urban design policies that require new development to enhance the character of the existing community, and these have also been reinforced in the secondary plan's urban design guidelines that were approved back in June when the secondary plan came forward the first time. New development will have to illustrate how they conform to these policies through an urban design brief, and this will also help maintain the existing character of the neighborhood. There are also concerns of loss of property rights where single detached dwellings exist today but have been proposed for medium density residential for the future. The Urban Hamilton Official Plan currently contains policies that allow amendments to the zoning bylaw to recognize existing uses. So this would also permit the expansion of those existing uses or the enlargement of them. Staff are recommending that a policy also be added to the secondary plan that clarifies that for existing residential uses that exist on or before the date that this plan has been approved, that they are recognized in the zoning bylaw. Excuse me, this will remove any loss of property rights for those existing homes that are low density residential today but are proposed for medium density in the future. Some residents voiced concerns regarding the lack of commercial, and they want to see more commercial uses such as a grocery store, personal service uses, or convenience commercial uses in the area. Secondary plan currently implements the recommendations of the commercial study that was carried out, which evaluated how much commercial land we could designate in the secondary plan area. The study recommended 2 local commercial areas, one at the intersection of Jones and Highway 8, and the other at Winona Road and at Winona Road and Bel Air Drive. The study recommended that due to the large format retail at 50 Road and the South Service Road, that there were limits on the amount of commercial that the secondary plan area could support. However, commercial uses, local commercial uses in particular, are also permitted on the ground floor of the medium density designation, which is shown in brown on this slide. So with the proposed new growth as a result of development, residents would like to see infrastructure put in place before or while development occurs. There were concerns that too often infrastructure is put in place after new homes have been built. The secondary plan does contain policies which require a block servicing strategy to be carried out to guide phasing of development in the secondary plan area so that it proceeds in a comprehensive manner. The study will determine the timing and phasing of infrastructure as development proceeds, and the infrastructure will be put in place to accommodate it. Some of the residents were concerned with drainage on their properties as a result of the existing situation today and as we move forward as a result of impacts on new development on drainage. There were sub-watershed studies carried out for the secondary plan that recommended stormwater management, stream works, and management measures to protect areas that contain significant natural heritage. The secondary plan also requires a block servicing strategy be developed and will be based on information from the sub-watershed studies and will include a stormwater management plan, a servicing plan, hydrological investigation that will also look at drainage and flooding issues in the plan area. Some residents were also concerned with the loss of natural areas. The natural areas that were identified by the sub-watershed studies have been designated as natural open space in the secondary plan, and there are coordinating policies to go along with this to help ensure their protection, restoration, and enhancement. And finally, there were comments received from the residents opposing the recommended plan, citing concerns that there's too much housing, there was lack of community support for townhomes, apartments, there were issues with the 4-story height maximum, concerns about density, traffic, and implications of the school and park designation on their property. And in contrast, there are also a number of residents who commented that they were happy with the plan and suggested that the process was taking way too long and it was time to make a decision to move forward. At the open house, it was also brought to our attention by the property owner at 685 Highway number 8 that we did not appropriately recognize the existing local commercial or the Fruitland Motel use, that we'd only captured sort of the front portion of his property. So staff are recommending that we do recognize that motel and extend the local commercial about 80 meters back onto the property. It's just a little tiny bit more than what we already have. Additional information was also received at the information session that were not matters of planning and cannot be addressed through the secondary plan. These include information such as, or comments related to the location of traffic lights, speeding limits, as well as property taxes. All those comments have been summarized in a table and have been attached to the staff report, and we're asking that staff be able to forward those on to the appropriate departments to address. Finally, some residents also referred to Concept C, which is a concept the staff developed back in April 2009 as the plan that they support moving forward. Staff do not recommend Concept C because it does not implement the recommendations of the additional studies that were carried out for the plan, namely the Transportation Master Plan, the Fruitland Road Environmental Assessment, the Subwatershed Studies, or the Commercial Studies. It also does not reflect provincial or municipal requirements such as the Places to Grow Growth Plan or the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. It didn't provide enough parkland for the population. It proposes more commercial than the study area can support. And the majority of the higher density was located along Highway 8, adjacent to the tender fruit farms, which would have greater impacts on air drainage. So now I'd like to summarize the modifications that staff are recommending for the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. To address concerns related to expropriation, and as per the motion that was passed by Council, staff will be adding a new policy to the secondary plan that states that the city will not acquire lands for the community park by means of expropriation. To address concerns related to heights and air drainage, staff are recommending a new policy be added to the plan that will allow staff to ask for an air drainage brief to be required if there are any development applications that propose to increase height. To address concerns related to the loss of property rights for the existing low-density residential uses that are proposed for medium density in the plan, staff are recommending a new policy be added that will allow for the zoning bylaw to recognize these existing low-density residential uses. To address concerns related to roadway upgrades, traffic, lack of turning lanes, bicycle lanes, and sidewalks, staff are recommending a new policy be added that will clarify that environmental assessments will be carried out for 50 Road, Highway 8, and Barton Street. And finally, to address concerns related to the 4-meter road widening for the pedestrian promenade, staff are recommending a policy that states that less than 4 meters can be taken. The maximum 4 meters does not have to be taken if through the environmental assessment for Barton Street it's determined that those features can be accommodated in the existing road right-of-way. So in addition to the policy changes, we're recommending 2 land use mapping changes. The first being to recognize change of properties along Barton Street in this location here from community park and institutional, and recognizing as medium density residential, and removing the special policy area from those lands. And as well, as mentioned previously, 685 Highway number 8, which is the Fruitland Motel, we'll be extending, we're asking that a recommendation to approve the extension of the local commercial about maybe 20 or 30 more meters to the north of that property. That concludes my presentation for today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate the presentation. I have Councillor Johnson and Collins so far, and Councillor Ferguson. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Johnson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Alyssa, for the presentation. If you will recall, I voted against the plan back in May for 4 reasons. One was the park placement. Do you mind putting the plan up on the wall for me, please? One of them was because of this park placement right here. This is a community park, and what you're not showing is on this side of the road, we have another community park right here. So the proximity is too close. And one of the reasons I heard from the Rex program was that we wanted to make sure that the soccer fields were close to each other. That'd be great on tournament days. So for 10 months or 10 weekends of the year, we've moved a community park all the way here when it should be over here more. Just to clarify this, we put a clause in the policy that if these lands ever come out of the Greenbelt, then that can all be moved over there with the schools. So just to clarify, the Greenbelt's not being reviewed until 2015. Do we even have a timeline? If all the ducks were in a row, the landowner gets the wish that he wants, that these all come out of the Greenbelt, when will this all happen at the end of the day?
Through the chair to the councillor. That is why we were asking for the committee to support the recommendation for staff to look at an acquisition strategy for the lands, determine the timing. That would also determine when the monies could be allocated for the land acquisition. It could come in line, I'm not sure what the timing is for that, but it could come in line with when the Greenbelt has been reviewed. So we need to look at a strategy of how to address that, and looking at taking into consideration whether or not the Greenbelt lands will come out will probably be part of that strategy as well.
Okay, thanks, but my question was, 2015, the Greenbelt lands across the province are going to be looked at and reviewed. Do we have a timeline as to when the decision making will be? What lands are staying in, what lands are staying out, if they're just closing the books, or are they opening it up and juggling properties?
Michelle, would you like to answer that?
Through the chair, we don't have specific timing on the any changes to the Greenbelt plan through the provincial review. That being said, we do have an idea in terms of next steps. If that property or that area were to be brought out of the Greenbelt plan, we would need to do a study to bring that into the urban boundary and apply other land uses and consider the community park and the truck route at the same time.
Councillor?
So in other words, Michelle, through you, Chair, it's really a what if.
Michelle?
Through the chair, it would be all contingent on it coming out of the Greenbelt plan.
What if? The other reason I opposed this was because of this portion right here. If we're so certain that the road will be coming out through somewhere in this area, how come we're not certain where it's going to come out at this area?
Alyssa?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would like to defer that question to Margaret Fazio, who carried out the EA for that road.
You know what? I have a feeling we're going to be doing this a lot with staff, so can we have a transitional chair, please? I think this will make things go a lot smoother.
Can we please have one empty chair there that we can bring staff down to? And I think that's probably a good strategy going forward.
Thank you.
If staff could just allow one empty chair and then we can move people. Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi. So there is, it's a kind of a long answer, so please bear with me. I'm trying to explain the Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair. The Fruitland Road EA addressed only up to phase 2 of a 4-phase process. So the details that will be normally revealed for phase 3 were outside of the scope of our project. And those are there were so many pros and cons for each of the location that was shown on this map that we did not feel that we had enough information to make an informed decision on it.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you, Margaret, and here lies the problem. You're going to propose most of your residential density here, and yet we don't even know if the road's going to do this, do this, do this. We have no clue, so how can we plan for something we have no idea where the road's coming out?
Margaret?
Sorry, could you please explain the question again?
Okay, so why didn't we do phase 3 and 4?
The phases 3 and 4 will be up to the developers who own the lands. So that's why the city only carried out up to phases 1 and 2, because then they can also apply with their land application processes together with the land, and they will be the ones building the road. As far as east-west, I'm not sure if that was part of your question, but that's a definite yes, that will be in place. And the corridor that's proposed is an approximate corridor of what will be taking place.
Councillor? Then, Margaret, why did we even start with the phase 1 and 2? Why did we only do half the road? You're saying that developers have to take care of the rest of the road. Why did we even begin the front end of the road?
The Scooby, through you, Madam Chair, the original Scooby Transportation Master Plan that planned the rest of the roadways for this area showed Fruitland Road as a unique problem that could not be handled within the body of the master plan. So we had to undertake it so that we could propose something for the land use that the secondary plan needed to address.
So in your words, through the chair, you're saying is we had to figure out something to do with Fruitland Road, so we moved the road over, but we didn't finish the complete study to go from north to south. We only went halfway to the new collector road.
Margaret?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes and no. Yes, we could only carry it out to a certain process, but part of it is that we wanted to leave some flexibility for the developers to find out the detailed design of it. So that is sort of a standard practice in the city, is my understanding. And I was asked to only carry up to phase 2.
And through you, Chair, to Margaret, who asked you to do this? Was this council that asked you to do this? Was this? I'm really confused in the point that if the city is taking on the responsibility of figuring out where this road lies, and yet we're saying, okay, we're only stopping it here, so it's up to everyone else to figure out where it comes out. It really doesn't give the community any sense of comfort what's happening.
Margaret, are you comfortable answering that, or is Tony Sergi's not here today, right? Okay. Margaret?
I'm not sure if I'm in the position to answer that question, Madam Chair. My marching orders were given to me by my manager at the time. I do understand that there's precedent in the city for similar circumstances in other development areas and other roads, and it's on that basis that we proceeded with this process.
Councillor? Yeah, Vanessa, could you close the blinds, please? Thank you, Councillor Clark. Very difficult to see.
So through you, Chair, to Margaret, you're basically saying I'm only doing what I was told, and yet we don't have anybody that told you to do this that's here to answer these questions, correct?
Yeah, and in all fairness, I think that's what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm hearing too.
Yeah. So we need to either defer to one of the other senior staff members, or perhaps they could get back to you with the answer.
Well, I think the community needs the answer too. It's not just me.
Granted, they do.
Okay. So Margaret, if you don't mind. Thank you. And Margaret,
Counselor?
if you don't mind, I don't know who you can ask that
Councillor,
question.
hang on. I think Michelle would like to add to the conversation, if that's all right with you.
How about we put Margaret in the transitional chair? That way we can...
Through the chair, the direction for carrying out the EA for that area in the secondary plan was through the transportation master plan that was carried out. That was brought forward in 2008, and that's where staff got their direction to do that class EA.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Michelle. So what you're saying, Michelle, in 2008, staff was directed to carry out what exactly? Why was it only half the road, Michelle? Do you know?
Michelle?
Through the chair, they were directed to carry out the Class EA for Fruitland Road. Coming out of the master plan, essentially what had happened was the master plan didn't deal with anything to the west of Jones Road. And so at more of a higher level, they were asked to figure out the collector road system as well as address the Fruitland Road EA question through that process. So it was done at a higher level. Okay, thank you, Michelle. And through you to Michelle, the EA process was started. If I'm hearing this correctly, it was to really figure out what to do with Fruitland Road. Bottom line, correct?
Michelle?
Through the chair, it was yes to deal with Fruitland Road. It was also, I believe there was part of the problem statement included something about truck traffic, as well as we knew that there was a need for another north-south collector in that area to deal with development as it came forward. Okay, and through you to Alyssa, this collector road A, which is to take the truck traffic off of Fruitland Road, may be used and moved again into the Greenbelt space that we don't know whether or not it's going to be a go or a no,
correct?
Alyssa?
Chair, there's a policy that allows us to move the truck route to a road into the Greenbelt. It's my understanding that a collector road is still needed in this area between Fruitland Road and Jones Road. So there will be some road in that area as a collector road. Also keeping in mind that the alignment with Highway 8 and Barton Street does have to be carried out prior to development. It's part of the block servicing strategy, so that will be addressed before development can proceed. And phases 3 and 4 are a public process as well, so they take into consideration the existing homes. And as we heard at the last planning committee meeting, there are opportunities to adjust that road in the best location to avoid having to go through people's living rooms and such.
Okay, thank
Councillor?
you. So we've done the EA on Fruitland, which is what the list is Barton, 50, and number 8, correct? Is that because that's the realigned, that's the truck route right now? That's the main arterial roads? Is that why we're only doing those 3 roads?
Alyssa?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not sure why only those 3 roads. I think they are major arterials or collectors for the area, and in anticipation of development, it is understood that they need to be upgraded, that there's lack of sidewalks and that. But I think, that typically when there are development plans for greenfield areas, we look at the major arterials and collectors and determine which ones would warrant an environmental assessment based on traffic and other issues that are coming out.
Okay, so
Councillor?
we've got, thank you, through you, Chair, to Alyssa, we've got Barton, we've got 50, and number 8 Highway. And this is really to take a look at what improvements, upgrades need to accommodate the development, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And through you to Alyssa, this EA, and maybe it's not your question I should be directing this to, but this EA, if they decide that there needs to be X amount of improvements done, when are they going to be done? Prior or well after the development's already been installed?
Through the chair to the councillor, typically they're done prior or along with development. If their infrastructure is required to service a new development, it would make sense to obviously do those EAs and the upgrades, at the same time.
Alyssa, Diane Morreale is going to contribute to the conversation. Thank you. Diana?
Unfortunately, at this time, we don't have a timing of construction for the road improvements on Barton Street, 50 Road, and Highway 8. Typically, the process is we do the environmental assessment for detailed design, then we go into detailed design, then we do if there's any property acquisition, and then we have a construction season. So it's anywhere from a 2 to 5 year process once we do phases 3 and 4, detailed design, construction, property acquisition.
So first, through you, Chair, first we have to do the assessment, then we do the design, and then we implement. With construction and housing, is it just as quick, or is it alongside with what you're proposing?
Through the chair, when we can, we try to do those improvements through development applications. For instance, if we take a block along 50 Road and we have a major landowner and we know what those design improvements for 50 Road are, we can do it through the plan of subdivision. In a situation where it is fragmented, if we want to know what the complete road design is going to be, then we would want to go ahead of development and do that the EA first. And so we know what that implementation process is going to be.
So through you, Chair, to Diane, we don't want to be in the same situation we are in some parts of the ward where we have existing homes meeting up with new homes and the sidewalk stops right there. And everybody who lives in Winona will know, if you look at the Winona Elementary School, that's a perfect example. We have sidewalks that lead nowhere.
Diana?
Through you, Chair, in our capital budget submission for 2014, we do have the Barton Street EA. We are starting the terms of reference for that, and we are looking to retain a consultant to do that work. It's probably going to be about an 18-month process. We're hoping to get that done at the same time that the school board application comes through.
Thank you, and through you to Chair to Diana. What about 50 Road and number 8? When are they getting done?
Diana?
Highway 8 is going to be proposed to start work in 2015. 50 Road, we don't have a timing for that, but we do know it's urgent given what's happening in the commercial development that's happening in that area. So we may have to push off Highway 8 and perhaps introduce 50 Road sooner than later.
So through our next capital budget submission process. So
Councillor?
Thank you. So given Costco, Walmart are coming into that big red section there, we need to take a look at 50 Road yesterday, not today or tomorrow, correct? We would be bringing that forward through our 2015 capital budget submission. Thank you, because I think this is what this committee had asked you to do probably probably over 2 years ago. Thank you. And through you, Chair, to Alyssa. When I look at your staff report, it comments, as we all know, in November, this committee asked the staff, myself, and the public to go back and amend the plan. And the biggest, so what we did was we came up with an open house. I'm going to ask Joanne Prowl, who was the driving force behind this, to comment on that open house and some of the comments that we received from the residents, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Joanne, please, on the open house.
Through you, Madam Chair, appreciate the opportunity to speak to that particular event. What it did provide was, one, for an outside facilitator to participate in and to make sure that all the comments were heard and reported back, so that there was no misunderstanding or accusations that we hadn't been transparent. So that was why we brought in an external facilitator. Second, there was staff from right across the department, from very senior people to frontline staff that were there to answer as many questions as we could, and to also demonstrate clearly to the community that we understood their concerns, we were hearing them, and that we took them very seriously. I personally understand how important this is to that community, and wanted to make sure that we were there to listen and to engage as much as possible. There's also an opportunity for people who are not comfortable to speak out at a large community forum to have the opportunity to speak one-on-one to staff in a sort of more private and sensitive way, so that they could ask questions that they might not be comfortable asking out loud, and to hear from the staff. It was also an attempt to make sure that we were there in a collaborative and discussion format rather than opposing sides of the fence, so that it was a way for staff to be seen as real people, and for the community to be seen as real people, so that we could start to have that conversation with each other. So as a result of that, I think that staff did what they could in terms of making changes and recommendations to the plan, and that's what you have before you today. I don't know whether I answered the second part of your question, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne. I was just trying to get a recap and bringing you into the conversation. Alyssa, through you to Chair to Alyssa, what was the number one? Three. What's the main points that we heard loud and clear from the open house?
Through the chair, through the chair to the councillor. There were a lot of concerns regarding Fruitland Road, whether or not to keep it open or to close it. There were concerns related to heights, the 4-story maximum. There were concerns related to the density being either too dense, and I think the other one I heard a lot of was the concerns about the townhomes and apartments.
Okay, so you'll agree that 2 out of the 3 is density and heights,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Thank you. Where did we amend that in this plan today?
Through the chair to the councillor, staff are recommending to move forward with the plan as presented in November 2013. We are respectful and implementing the Urban Hamilton Official Plan density ranges. We are also proposing through this plan a decrease in height than we originally had proposed at the 6 stories for the medium density. So that has been reduced to 4 stories.
Councillor?
So in other words, through you, Chair to Alyssa, we haven't changed a darn thing about any of the density or the height, considering it was probably one of the most #1 comments made from the community.
Through the chair to the councillor, there are no changes proposed from staff to reduce heights or density.
So the answer is no.
No.
Councillor?
The answer is no, right? Okay, so if we can go through the staff report just for a second, please.
Go ahead.
On page 1 and 2, you talk about parks, and you talk about properties, and you've named them all. They're all on Barton Street. They start at 718 and finish at 760. And that's Jones Road starting at 287 and ending at 297 on the west side, that they will now be determined as medium density 2.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Then in the next motion, you say, but if they come up for sale, we can use them as park and not worry about the official plan.
Through the chair to the councillor, we added that policy to give staff and recreation planning the indication that if these properties were to come up for sale, that the intent was that, that they could be purchased for parkland, but I mean, we can do that anyways. There doesn't have to be a policy in there. The city could purchase those lands.
So we don't need to add the policy about the parkland. Because I think that, and I'm going to wait to hear from some of the residents, but I believe their concern was that we would expropriate them for a park. We've already handled the motion. We're not expropriating for a park. But then we add into another piece, but if they come available, we'll make it a park. So to me, it doesn't add any comfort to the residents, but I will listen to the residents before we put the motion forward about the parkland.
Through the chair, can I just clarify?
Absolutely,
if we're
Alyssa.
planning, we see this as a long-term plan, and a lot of times when we are looking at land use plans, we don't understand, we look back and the people who did those plans aren't here anymore, and it's hard to understand, well, should we purchase these lands for a park? Shouldn't we? What is the trigger to initiate that? And that was just sort of as a safety net that in 30 years when I'm not here anymore, if these properties all came up for sale, that the city could purchase them sort of to give them a trigger, but it doesn't have to be in there. So.
Okay, thank you. And the other one where I've got number 4, and this is about community park not going first, but the neighborhood park would. My understanding is, let me do it with my little toy. My understanding is that right here is going to be the neighborhood park, correct? While all this density is to be built according to your plan?
Through the chair to the councillor, the intent is that a 2-hectare size parcel, if the community park was not to be developed, that there would be a neighborhood park in that location, and that it would be acquired through the development approvals process or applications.
Okay, thank you. And going to number 5 now for the air drainage, I just want to give my colleagues a bit of background. I talked to the local farmer I think you're all familiar with because we gave him a tourism award last year, Murray Puttycombe. Murray Puttycombe explained the air drainage a lot better than I've ever heard. Then he referred me to talk to Vineland Growers Co-op, which actually one of the distributors was right here on the corner of 50 and number 8 highway. So the Vineland Co-op actually encompasses all of Winona farmers, and it goes on and beyond, and I don't want to make any mistakes as to how far south and east it goes. When I talked to Sarah Marshall from the Vineland Growers, her comment was after the 2012 frost that killed millions, and we're talking millions of dollars of tender fruit, the co-op actually hired a consulting firm to take a look at frost pockets, frost lines, air drainage, bud hardiness, and there's a few others. So I talked to the consultant directly, and that's where I got the wording from for the motions that are coming forward today. I wanted to be sure that we did it properly. So before you is another amendment, and it's for the air drainage that a qualified environmental engineer with additional input from a climatologist and an agrologist. My understanding, talking to the consultants and Vineland Growers, is that there's quite a few experts out there with this background. Brock University, Guelph University is spitting them out by the year. So this was not a hardship to put on. This is something that's very common, and the expertise is there. And the expertise for the qualified environmental engineer has to have with background in tender fruit. So that's coming forward. I just wanted to give my colleagues a bit of a heads up on that. So now we've got page 3. We've got to the number 7, the following policy for the transportation network policies. We touched on it a little bit, but it needs to go in the 2015 capital budget, correct? Diana?
So, Councillor, are you going to have any more questions for Alyssa?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, Diana, can you answer that, please?
Sorry, through you, Chair, can you please repeat the question?
So number 7 is we're going to be putting all these the results of the EAs, we're going to have some recommendations, some upgrading, that's all coming into the 2015 capital budget, for sure?
Is that correct, Diana?
Yes, we just double checked on 50 Road, and that is being planned for the 2015 capital budget submission.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. And I do have another motion coming forward. That's to clean up that language that, in fact, that the upgrades will be brought forward as soon as possible. So that's in front of you as well. And then the other question I have through you, Chair, to Alyssa, and number 8, it talks about the promenade, the pedestrian promenade policies. 4 meters from where?
Alyssa?
A lot of people, this could go right past their front room, their kitchen, and into their backyard.
Any comment on the 4 meters, please?
Through the chair to the councillor, the 4 meter would be added to the existing road right-of-way width. So I'm not sure if they have been taken. If a property had been recently developed, then city would have already have taken that widening, so they'd have to look at their survey to see where their property line is. However, in speaking to Diana Morielli and about the process of environmental assessments, typically this promenade could replace the sidewalk, so all these amenities can be accommodated possibly in the existing right-of-way, and that is what the EA will determine, is if they can be, then that road widening does not need to be taken. However, we have added it just as a provision in the event that it is needed. The likelihood is that it won't be needed, but we still have to protect for the extra 4 meters. I think right now the right-of-way width for Barton is 36, so it would add an extra 4 to the south side. And that depends, and I wouldn't know if that would impact existing homes unless I could see their property, where their property lines are, their frontages are.
Okay,
and Councillor Diana wants to comment on that as well.
Through you, Chair. When we start the environmental assessment for Barton Street, what we would look at is how we would incorporate the promenade into that design. And one of the first options we would look at is mitigating any impacts to the property. So if we can take that 4-meter promenade and incorporate it into the road right-of-way, that's what we would try to do. There may be some situations where we would not be able to do that and we have to acquire property. So we won't know that information until we complete the environmental assessment.
Okay, so through you, Chair, to Diana, because just we're going on that train of thought. When we put the pedestrian promenade, or the plans for the pedestrian promenade comes out, are we taking anyone's homes away to put this in place, or are we going to run this right through their front porch?
Diana?
No, that's not the intent. The intent is to look at the road improvements, and if we can combine the sidewalk with the promenade, we would. And at certain times, it may separate. Like, we haven't looked at the design. It's not, the intent is not to expropriate homes for a promenade.
Councillor?
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Diana. Do we have that in policy that we will not expropriate from people their front yards, their living rooms, their kitchens, their bathrooms, their houses?
Diana?
I'd have to, through you, Chair, I'd have to ask Alyssa about the policy in place in the secondary plan.
Okay, Alyssa, can you comment on the
through
policy?
Through the Chair, as I stated previously, road widenings are only taken when properties redevelop, not at the building permit stage. So we have opportunities to meander that promenade back to the sidewalk if it was a separate promenade. All that would be taken into consideration until a property owner was to submit an application either for a subdivision plan or a severance. That's the only time that those widenings would be taken, and the intent is not to run it through existing properties or expropriate land for the promenade. We would wait until those properties are redeveloped.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through you to Alyssa. So what you're saying is that the plan may be there, but it may not be followed through because someone's not changing the use of their property. So if I own a property on Barton Street, and I want to stay there, and I'm going to live there whether you like it or not, you're not going to come by and put a promenade on my lawn, correct?
Alyssa?
Through the Chair to the councillor, yes. No, we're not going to put it on your lawn. We would meander it back to the sidewalk, or this is a long-term plan, so you never know what's going to happen in the next 30 years, but no, we wouldn't put it on your front lawn.
Okay,
Councillor?
Thank you, and I think that's, thank you. So now we're going to number 8 on page 3. This is for the hotel, correct? This is the one that's identified at 685 Highway 8.
Yes, correct.
The owner came to you, said, we like the hotel being commercial at the front, but we'd like to split the property and put residential in the back?
Through the Chair, no, that's not correct. We have been in consultation with the owner in the past. Through the process, they wanted to maintain the motel as a local commercial designation on the frontage of the property and have the remainder as residential. We always recognize that. What we didn't do is recognize the right portion of the local commercial. We had a little bit less than it was already. So it was still split residential.
Just
commercial.
To push the line back a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so what about 725 Ridge Road, or sorry, 725 number 8 Highway? I understand that the church is asking for the same provisions, correct?
Alyssa?
I was supposed to ask you about this.
Through the chair to the councillor, they are a designated institutional. They were wondering if they could redevelop for residential, and there are currently plans in the Urban Hamilton official plan that permit low-density residential as a permitted use if the institutional no longer exists. So they don't need any special provisions for this.
Okay, so that's for the record. I just wanted to get that out there because I had the pastor from that church asking me those questions. And through you, Chair, to Alyssa, the staff will be directed to report back to General Issues Committee on a strategy for the community park land acquisition. What's the time frame on that?
Alyssa, time frame?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not aware of a time frame. We were asking that staff be able to work with Parks Planning on developing a strategy, but we didn't.
Is there anyone up there that can comment on that? Any staff? On the timing, Joanne, please.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I was just talking to Brian Osorio. We don't have timing on that. Once this is approved, then staff will get together and we'll bring forward a timing on that. And whether there's time in the to put it forward something in the 2015 budget, I'm not sure yet.
Okay, thank you.
But we recognize the urgency, Councillor. So we do that as we bring forward the strategy as soon.
Councillor, thank you. And now I want to finish up with density, if you don't mind, please, Alyssa. That was the number one issue I had. That was the number one issue that the residents had, and it was all about density. And there's nothing in your recommendations that reflect the consultant's report. It's written on page 5, page 8, page 14 of 19, Appendix A, page 11, page 16, and over 30 comments. When this committee asked us to go back to the community and amend the plan, why wasn't density ever considered part of that, considering it was such a driving force against the opposition for this?
Through the chair to the councillor, density has not been addressed. We haven't changed densities. We have reduced the heights from the first plan that was brought forward in June 2013 from 6 to 4 stories. We are not changing the densities. Staff feel that we are putting forward a good plan with good density ranges that are implementing the Urban Hamilton official plan, which also conform to the Places to Grow growth plan as well. We feel that we are providing the opportunity for density ranges. So we don't have any high density in the secondary plan. The medium density is limited to 75 units per hectare and now at 4 stories, and staff can support that plan moving forward. We are not making any recommendations to the November plan.
Thank you. And there are 2 motions in front of you for my colleagues' sake. One is to get it down to 50 persons per hectare, and the other one is to get a 3-story max height on this, because I heard loud and clear from my community that is what they wanted. They wanted the average. They don't want the high average. They felt that they were getting, well, literally getting the shaft. But anyway, I'm going to hold my questions now in reserve for later, Councillor Partridge, and if you could remind everybody that if we go into the anteroom, we can still hear.
Yep, I will do that. Thank you. And so next I have on the list Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and through you to Alyssa. Alyssa, good presentation. The air drainage issues that were brought up, and that's new to me as part of this, not as part of this file, but in terms of applications in general. I don't think it's an issue that we've dealt with for planning applications in any area of the city, whether it's Winona, Flamborough, Glanbrook. We have obviously a lot of interface between where the urban, the new urban sections end and our farm and rural community starts. And so the question I would have is that is this the new norm then in terms of asking for these air drainage studies as part of an application process for those people who are trying to meet the development targets that we have in any area of the city? And most likely those would only apply, they certainly wouldn't apply in Councillor Farr's area downtown in terms of asking for those. But if we're adopting it here, are we now, through you, Madam Chairman, adopting these kinds of studies with all applications that are flowing through the urban-rural interface areas?
So, Alyssa, would this apply to all upcoming developments?
Through the chair to the councillor, no. That policy is in place for just the secondary plan for Fruitland-Winona. That we're amending to add that as part of a complete application to this plan. It wouldn't be added to the Urban Hamilton official plan to apply to all areas. I think Fruitland-Winona is unique in that we've never had this. I mean, I've never heard of this issue until now. It came up during our secondary plan process. I haven't heard of it before anywhere. And Michelle would like to comment.
Is that something that's normal around the Niagara Escarpment area in terms of what other municipalities who are going through these same growth issues are experiencing? Are they requiring these types of studies as well?
Alyssa?
Through the chair, I think Michelle actually has the answer to that.
Michelle, can you contribute, please?
Through the chair, Fruitland-Winona is the only area in the city of Hamilton where we have this urban interface with the Tenderfruit area, and so this is likely the only place where we'll be including this air drainage requirement. In terms of our research coming forward with the secondary plan, none of the other municipalities in the Niagara area have actually had to include this policy. This is sort of new information that was coming to light as we were developing the secondary plan, so we will be the first municipality to include this requirement.
Councillor?
So to be clear, this will be applied when an applicant comes forward to develop as part of whatever plan is adopted by council. Is there a line within the study area here that says anything north of this area or south of this line, or does it apply to the entire area if someone is proposing something that's above a certain level? Is that
Alyssa?
Through the chair to the councillor. Already included in the block servicing strategies, we're requiring an air drainage analysis to be done for the entire area to determine what the appropriate heights would be. This would be applied, could be applied if an applicant came in for an official plan amendment to increase the heights above what is already permitted. So that could be asked. It depends on the situation, and anything could come into account as if a development already proceeded in front of the application that's coming forward for taller heights and was approved. We may not have to ask for that air drainage brief because it's behind that building, but it would just depend on staff reviewing the application and seeing whether or not it is required.
Councillor?
Okay, thanks for that. In terms of the density as part of the plan, I had a lot of questions at our June meeting in this council chambers to many of the citizens who came forward, specifically around that Plan C. And the questions that I had at the time, I was having trouble understanding, as was noted from several individuals, that density and height are problematic in terms of implementing change in this area. And what we heard from Plan C was there was, in fact, a higher density was being proposed and more people per hectare than what we were entertaining at the time in June, and I would think now subsequently today. I'm still having trouble understanding, Alyssa, through you, Madam Chairman, how we would entertain the concept C that has higher density levels than what we're proposing here, when what we've heard from the community is that too many people in this part of the city, in Winona, is problematic for the various reasons that were noted in their delegations that lasted almost a day.
Alyssa?
Can you help me with that issue there?
Through the chair to the councillor. So staff are not supportive of Concept C for various reasons, density aside, the subwatershed studies and things that have not been implemented. And just to point out, to explain where this density has come from, so if you look at this yellow, it's hard to see, which is along this road here and this road, that was proposing a medium density 2 or 3 residential, which would look at sea heights from 4 to 6 stories. In addition, there's a medium density 4 residential, which has also been proposed, which is the red. So here in this area and over here, you're looking at 8 stories as well. There's a mixed use medium density that was proposed, so it's also permitting 3 stories, and that's this other pink, and that could give you a standalone commercial building or standalone residential. It doesn't have to be mixed. So the majority of the density was from those properties here along Highway 8. We heard concerns with air drainage as well, and this plan would not support that, the issues and concerns on how to protect air drainage when you're be able to have 8 stories of height on Highway 8. So
the number of people we could expect then to move into this area, the new net gain in terms of population growth under Concept C would be what in terms of its maximum?
Well, it was about 20,000 residents, new residents, and then 91.38 people and jobs per hectare.
And then to reiterate what we're proposing here today, outside of the amendments that are being proposed, what we approved then, well, I would say what Council's current position is. We have another one.
Yeah, but it's about 15,000 residents and 70 people in jobs per hectare. 15,000, yeah.
So in terms of the height issues, I think in response to the original concerns, because this has been a multi-year process for this entire study, the concerns were raised that we didn't want to see the community was concerned about higher buildings on Highway number 8, and so that those buildings and density numbers were reduced and then subsequently moved to Barton Street.
That is correct.
That original proposal was for 6 stories. We amended that to 4 stories. I want to be clear now, the 4-story maximum that Council has adopted as its current position, those properties now extend to Barton Street, and where else would they be included on the other map?
Here, I'll show you. So anything that you see in brown here would be permitted a maximum of 4 stories. And that's it. The rest would be, all the yellow is 3 stories maximum.
Alyssa, could you repeat that, please?
The rest is 3-story maximum.
Yeah, so the brown is a medium density, which is 4 stories, and then the yellow in this area is 3. It's all 3.
3-story. Okay, thank you, Councillor.
And so when it says a maximum of 4 stories, if someone was to come in and propose something that is, let's say, townhomes along Barton Street, they may still meet the 60 units per hectare, which would fall into the medium density range, into the medium density 2, which is what you have here proposed. So we still may, even with the current proposal that we have, we still may end up with no buildings, no apartment buildings. I mean, maybe that's the concern.
Yeah,
no 4-story apartment buildings.
Yeah, no, there's block townhouses are permitted on the south side of Barton.
Right. Which leads me to the question about commercial. I heard quite clearly from all of the delegations that we've been through, including our meeting at City Hall, there was a real desire for commercial, to keep small-scale commercial on that Barton Street corridor and in some other areas. And I heard when there was a proposal to take the plan to a maximum 3-story height, which would reduce it now to low-density residential 3. There was a discussion that we had in June about proposing to take it to that level. I heard from both Mr. Mallard and Mr. McCabe that, in fact, if it's lowered to the range of 40 to 60 people per hectare, that we lose the commercial designation. And in essence, the problem we'd have with that plan is that we wouldn't be able to live up to the expectation from community ground floor commercial on specifically the Barton Street corridor.
Through the chair to the councillor, redesignating those lands to low density 3 would not permit local commercial. So local commercial is not permitted in that designation. Reducing the stories to 3 heights could pose a problem for that local commercial because it is removing a floor. I mean, it's not to say that it wouldn't happen, but...
Yeah, and I think that's the message we heard that day. In terms of commercial, what's the importance of providing commercial in this plan?
Yeah,
what if the council said we just wanted it all residential, low density, lower density? Commercial is not an interest for us. We'll allow the developers to come in with their applications and provide really nothing on Barton Street. What's the downside of going ahead with a proposal?
Alyssa?
Through the chair to the councillor, you really start to lose that complete community feel and the opportunity for people to access commercial, local commercial within walking distance for people to walk to the corner store. You also remove that opportunity for people to work close to where they live, and just to provide that environment of, an active environment where it's animated, throughout the day, not just with residential. You lose that opportunity of, promoting that.
Councillor?
Okay. In regards to the urban official plan that we've adopted, the new one, it has density targets across the city. Some of those targets were adopted prior to the, if I'm looking at density targets in Waterdown, which might be, most people would consider similar to what we see here in terms of it's a growth area. We're seeing new homes built, a range of uses. even Glanbrook and Binbrook may be a good example of what we're to see here next. How does this area compare to those areas, most of which would fall into the category of new growth areas, in terms of form of development and densities?
Alyssa, do you have that?
Yep, through the chair to the councillor. With regards to the form of densities, it would be comparable, the form of housing. Just to give you an idea, Waterdown South was coming in at 73 people and jobs per hectare. Waterdown North is 60.9, but that was prior to the Urban Hamilton official plan. Trinity West, the maximum proposed densities was 84. And Binbrook, which was before, was 34. So it's we are in line with our Urban Hamilton official plan, which requires us to provide the opportunity for 70 people and jobs. Not necessarily that we will meet that, but we have provided a range of housing types, densities, and heights that could allow that to happen.
Do those areas have commercial as well? Would they provide some commercial to provide that walkable community that we talked about with
Through the chair to the councillor, Trinity West, yes, along Rama Road, there's a local commercial or mixed use density or mixed use designation permitted. Waterdown South as well. I think there is. And
along Dundas Street, yes.
Yeah, so there is. I mean, it's important for, I think that local commercial does provide that opportunity for people to have an animated community and things to do in the community other than just a sea of housing.
Okay. And I thought I heard at the end of our June meeting, I don't think these weren't your words, Alyssa, but you're making the presentation. I thought that if we were converting to something lower than the medium density 2 or the 4-story maximum, we had made the motion that day to go from 6 to 4 stories, which I think was a good step forward. If we were going to adopt something lower than that, we were advised that we would have to hire an external planner and consultants to defend the policy because staff couldn't support it. Those were the words from Mr. McCabe that day at the end of the meeting, if you listen to the transcript. And what would happen now if we adopt a low density 3 residential? Are staff still of the opinion, as we were in June of last year, that we wouldn't have a positive recommendation and we would have to hire external planners?
Alyssa? The chair to the councillor, I'd like to defer that to the director of planning.
All right, so perhaps, Steve Robichaud, perhaps you could comment on that, please.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chairman. You're suggesting to replace all of the medium density residential 2 with a low density residential 3 designation?
I think, my question would be surrounding the minimum or the range. I think it's called a range is better to use. The range is 60 to 75 units per hectare is the medium residential 2. If we were to adopt anything lower than the 60, you immediately fall into the low density residential 3, which, as Alyssa has pointed out, then we would lose the commercial designation because commercial is not permitted in low density residential 3. So the question that I would have is that if council then adopts low density residential 3 with something lower than 60 units per hectare, would we be in a position where we would need, if it's challenged, our plan is challenged, would we need to hire outside consultants and planners then to defend the decision of council in that type of scenario?
Steve?
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. I think the answer is yes. In terms of looking at it, as I understand the nature of the change that you were proposing, there is a fundamental general principle in the Urban Hamilton official plans that in looking at all new greenfield communities, they will be planned to achieve a minimum of 70 persons and jobs per hectare overall. So if we start to deviate away from that fundamental principle that's in the Urban Hamilton official plan, then those changes, depending on, if it was 69, that's different. But if we start getting into a 30 or 40 persons and jobs per hectare, then that would be a policy shift that staff would not be in a position to support. I think what Alyssa was saying is it's not only that we're trying to achieve complete communities, but it's also those healthy communities in terms of that arrangement and diversity of land uses. So it's more than just providing for we would end up with a community that would be characterized as single semis and townhouses. That in itself is probably contrary to the provincial policy statement that says that municipalities are to plan for a full range of housing types, single, semis, rows, and apartments. To be developing a secondary plan that would exclude a large segment of the housing achieve those projected housing mixes. In addition, then we would also now be shifting the density objectives to another part of the city, and essentially that you would have a community here that would be at the lower end of the density range, and any other new designated greenfield areas would have to come in at a much higher density, which in a, you could in the scenario where you're saying no singles or semis would be permitted in another area in order that we can achieve that overall average of 50 persons and jobs per hectare as required by the province when we look at all of our designated greenfield areas.
Thanks, Steve.
And one other point. It's often we talk about density and height together. There are, it is possible to achieve density, but not necessarily always achieving it with height. The proposal we had at Millen Road, which was for a 3-story apartment building, that was coming in at 100. That was 100 units per hectare on that one site, but that was a 3-story building. So I think we have to look at what we're trying to achieve either on the height issue versus the density issue, and we shouldn't be afraid of density itself. It's density without good design is what equals disaster. So we always want to ensure that we can achieve the density provided we have the policies and the framework in place to achieve good design and provide for those healthy communities on a go-forward basis.
Thanks for that. And you've sort of alluded to the issue I wanted to raise next, and that is, what is the ripple effect then of changing the densities in an area where council unanimously approves an official plan? We've adopted densities, Chairman, in different parts of the city, so we would fully expect Councillor Farr's densities and height limitations and people and jobs per hectare to be a lot different than Councillor Partridge's area. Those are two completely different communities with different characteristics, different histories attached to them. When you change part of that plan, as was just referenced, we start to change the densities, we lower them. There's the expectation they'll be raised or increased in another area to compensate. How does that unfold from a procedural standpoint? So through you, Madam Chairman, if Council decides that even though we have an adopted policy, we're not supportive of that policy in this one area, how do we make those subsequent changes in other parts of the city then in response to those desired changes by Council? And that's a political decision, obviously, but there are ramifications that come with that.
Alyssa?
Through the chair, first we'd obviously have to amend the secondary plan to contain a policy that states that notwithstanding the Urban Hamilton official plan that Fruitland-Winona would be at a certain density. And then I think just as moving forward and doing our new greenfield developments, we'd have to start looking at trying to meet that 70 and looking across the board at what we're at across the city and what does that mean for, let's say, Elfrida to meet that 50 people and jobs across the city. What do we need to increase that density? So it would be more of a planning exercise. I think Michelle has something to add.
And do we look for volunteers around the table to offer their areas up in that regard, or do you selectively choose through a planning process as to how that happens?
Through the chair, it could be part of the secondary plan process for the next one coming forward, or could be assigned to another section, the policy section that would maybe have to take another look at that.
Michelle, did you want to add to that previous comment?
Sure. I think through the chair, in addition to that, as development applications come forward in some of our newly developing areas, we'd also be taking a much closer look at what density ranges they're proposing in terms of trying to increase that density as well.
Councillor?
So you'd wait for the next one to come up, which may be the Elfrida one. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think, I'm not sure what would be the next steps to deal with it. With Elfrida, that is an opportunity to take a look at it. However, we may have to look across the board throughout the city to look at what those numbers are again. That exercise was done through the Urban Hamilton official plan, so I'm not sure if they have any comments on that, on how that would be addressed.
I think Michelle wants to add to that.
And I think the decision becomes much easier when we know what the ripple effect is. So if there was a conscious decision to say, you know what, for various reasons we want to lower the density in the Winona area, because of the concerns that have been raised. However, to compensate, because we have targets and those targets apply across the city, there'll be a corresponding motion then to increase the density rates in another area, Elfrida or elsewhere. I think that makes the decision much easier and from a planning perspective, because now we're just leaving it wide open. We could find out that, Councillor Farr's 20-story buildings go to 25 stories. We could find out that other areas of Stony Creek that those small apartment buildings that we almost denied on Millen Road the other day now become medium-sized apartment buildings. So I didn't mean to interrupt Michelle, but I'm trying to get at that issue in terms of finding some certainty, because there is a ripple effect when we start to make those unilateral changes.
So if I can just intervene, you are correct, Councillor. I mean, it's very difficult to achieve higher densities within our employment areas, so we would be looking at the residential areas. It would be a sort of faceted approach. Yes, any new secondary plans would have to come in at a much higher density. It would start distorting the housing mix. So like I said, we would have less and less low-density residential development and be seeking more medium and high-density residential development. Any development proposals that are currently looking to downzone or down designate a site, maybe to go from a medium to a low density or at the lower threshold, there would be reluctance on staff in order to do that, because we have to start doing that aggregate tracking to ensure that we're achieving it. So you would see it would be a combination both through the review of current development applications and retaining or promoting higher densities within those development proposals, as opposed to providing for a mix of density within some of those proposals. And then any of the existing secondary plans or new secondary plans going forward, we would be having to, achieve a very high density, so that when we do the overall accounting exercise, we can show that we are planning to achieve that minimum provincial objective.
Okay. Thanks for that. The last question I would have surrounds parkland and parkland purchase. And it, as we see more schools close across the city and we lose more green space attached to those schools, they're not technically parks, but they're used as parks. Look at the map here, and I know you have some institutional designations there, and we would expect to see parkland attached to whatever school is built at some point in time. We've seen a real desire, though, from neighborhoods in other parts of the city where subdivisions are constructed, and one of the last amenities that's added to the area is the neighborhood park. And most people who are new homeowners or are moving into that area, their desire is to see those amenities at the start. How can we deal with that issue as part of the Winona process here, in terms of providing much needed park space and the amenities that come with it at the front end of this process, rather than waiting for the entire area to be built out and then to find out that we need to start budgeting for the playground, the splash pad, the whatever else comes with those amenities. And I know that's been a real topic of discussion with some of the neighbors. So I'm interested to know how we adopt a different policy for Winona to get us in a better position to provide those services sooner rather than later.
Alyssa?
Yeah, through the chair. I think back at the November or June meeting that we held, that was an issue that was brought up, and Council had passed a motion, and we've added a policy. It's policy 7472C that state that the city will negotiate with developers to so that developers construct the neighborhood parks on behalf of the city during the construction of the subdivision. So that policy is in place, proposed as per a motion that was brought forward back in June.
Does that give us any certainty, though, Alyssa, in terms of front-ending the parks rather than, and I'm not suggesting the park goes in and then we start servicing the lots kind of thing, but it traditionally, at least the experiences that I've been through.
Through the chair.
One of the last parts to be implemented, and then it's the sodding, and you got to wait a year or two for that to take.
And through the chair, I don't think it gives you certainty, but it is a step towards making that connection with the developer as to constructing that park. I know that there is a real issue with our parkland dedication and the funds that we have available now to start constructing those parks in advance of the subdivisions, but it is a step closer than the norm where we would acquire the amount and then the park goes in later.
Thank you for that. What are our options and alternatives if we wanted to take a more aggressive approach?
Through the chair to the councillor.
No, there are constraints, but if we wanted to be more aggressive.
I mean, there would have to be direction to add a policy that would state that the city would construct, or that the city would allocate funds for the secondary plan to construct those parks sooner than later.
Staff, through you, Madam Chairman, can staff, I know it's going to be a long meeting today, I don't mean to jinx this, but can staff give it some thought in terms of possibly incorporating some better wording into the policies that we've adopted, or we adopted earlier in June, to incorporating that into today's decision? Knowing that, I mean, I understand that we've tried, or we're trying with the wording that you've suggested, but I'm not certain that that really changes anything in the grand scheme of things if we find reluctant partners, if I can use that term.
Michelle would like to comment, please.
Just to the chair, just sort of some information on the topic. We have been successful in certain areas of the city. I know in Ancaster and I believe in 50 Point as well. We have been working with the developers successfully to get these constructed, and generally they are very supportive. It assists actually them in their sales to have the park there sooner rather than later. So cooperation on that level has been actually very good on the uptake, but we'll certainly put our mind to some additional wording. Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Those are my only questions right now, but I will have some comments later.
All right, I'll come back to the whole list for comments. Councillor Ferguson, please, then Councillor Pearson.
Yes, I'm looking forward to getting on to all the list of delegations we have here today. So just one brief comment or question. I'll probably direct it to our Director of Planning. There was a lot of conjecture at the last meeting we had all day in Stoney Creek about we're going to be pulling people out of their homes and taking over their property to engage them. Can you just please reconfirm again that we will not expropriate for development?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct, and there is a policy based on the council resolution that was passed at the November public meeting that the city will not expropriate properties for the purposes of implementing the community park within the secondary plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and I appreciate the previous speaker's question on expropriation. Also, we do know that that policy and resolution was passed, and certainly that landowners obviously are aware that they control their land until such time that it's sold. So whatever they wish, they control what they have out there right now. My only question, and several were answered when Councillor Collins raised his questions, and I just want clarification. I know Ms. Sergi confirmed, or Diane, I'm not sure. With respect to the 4-foot promenade, this process, as far as moving forward, is going to be addressed no different than we do road widening dedications through you, Madam Deputy Chair. Is that correct? So currently, when we do road widening dedications, I've had them on Grays Road, whenever a person decides to come forward with an amendment to a building a new building, or infilling where they've taken down one large property and created three lots, they are required to provide the road widening dedication. Documentation is signed, it is registered, the city now has control over that. It's been going on for years on Grays Road on the Stoney Creek side. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen as far as road widening dedications, that it's going to happen tomorrow. It's whenever this can all be amassed and whether the city decides going forward in the future. Through you to Diana. Yeah. Is that the exact same process that is followed that will be followed with regards to the promenade?
Steve, can you comment?
Yes, I will. You are correct, Councillor. As a condition of either a severance, a subdivision, or a plan of condominium, the city will require the dedication of a required road widening. Or at a site plan stage. A road widening is not taken at a rezoning stage, although we may identify it. If a homeowner comes in today for a building permit, whether they want to put a pool in or they want to put an addition onto their house, the city does not have the statutory authority to require the dedication of a road widening. It has to be at one of those Planning Act applications, either a severance, plan of subdivision, plan of condominium, or a site plan that the city may request the dedication of a road widening from that property.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification because I think it's very important for the residents to understand. This could be years going out before the whole promenade can be one full connection through all that stretch of Barton Street. No different than the whole development taking probably numerous years before it's completed. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. And I have no other speakers on the list. Councillor Johnson for a second time.
Yep, thank you.
These are questions for staff.
Yep, thank you. And through you to Steve, only because Steve started the thread of questioning. If we have 50 persons per hectare, does that mean we don't have a variety of housing?
Steve?
The 50, through you, Madam Chairman, it would be the form of the housing. You can achieve, we're working on, we're attempting to do the analysis yesterday, so you would still get a mixture of housing. We're just not sure ultimately as to what that mix of housing would be and how the percentage breakdowns would be.
But you'd still get a mixture through you, Chair?
Councillor.
Theoretically, it's possible to still achieve the mixture of housing at 50 persons and jobs per hectare.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, to Steve, what was the original intent for Winona?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the original intent as articulated in the 1992 or 1986 Stoney Creek official plan was that Winona, the community, would be a low-density residential community, predominantly of single detached dwellings.
Thank you. And one last question for Steve. Would you not agree that, and I've got 5 major areas of development in Ward 11, would you not agree that the density increases with every application that comes forward? Very rarely do we get an application that is dead on to that density or lower. It's usually the ones I see coming through are always higher. Would you not agree?
Comment, Steve?
Sorry, I'm just, in some of the communities, I'm thinking the ROPA 9 lands, those densities were probably initially lower than what was originally proposed, but that plan has gone through a series of amendments. So it depends on the form of development that we are seeing. I think what's happened is the traditional line between low density singles and semis and medium density townhouses has blurred, so that we're now starting to see with the small lot singles are overlapping with the lower range of the medium density development.
So just to be clear, because I know that my colleagues are a little worried that if we shift the density levels off of Winona, it now shoves on to elsewhere. Just to be clear, in Ward 11 alone, because that's the only ones I can speak to, the applications that I see usually ask for higher density levels, not to go with exactly what the OP has specified.
Steve?
I can go to my office. I'll get a whole bunch of them for you.
Generally, they're looking to diversify the range of mix of uses, so they're doing smaller lot singles, and they're looking to maximize the number and do street townhouses. So a combination of those two may achieve a higher density than was originally contemplated. We don't generally see a lot of what was traditionally the 50-foot wide single-family homes anymore. Okay. Most of them are usually that 30 to 35-foot wide single-family home, and then they're looking at doing street townhouses at a variety of widths.
Okay, so there is an increase. And through you to Alyssa, we've put a motion through that we're not going to expropriate lands on Barton Street for the community park. I heard another comment that we're going to expropriate people's homes anyways for roads, infrastructure needs. Is that in this policy that we're going to be doing that?
Through the chair to the councillor, there is no policy that we will be expropriating for anything that the city will be expropriating in our secondary plan.
So in other words, Alyssa, through you, Chair, that if the developer wants to put a road through, he's going to have to approach the residents. If they don't want to sell, then he's going to have to problem solve that road, correct?
Yep, that is correct.
Thank you. And the last question I have for you is, you talked about legal nonconforming. For the average bear, that means nothing. So when this plan, if this plan, I'm just going to go in la-la land for a minute. We get a plan together. The council approves it. It goes to the OMB. It gets settled. All the crayons come out and get recolored to whatever it is the OMB decides. I live on Barton Street. I want to put an addition on my home. Am I allowed to do that now that my residence is now zoned for townhouses?
Through the chair to the councillor, the policy that we are including in the plan will allow those properties that existed on or before the date that the secondary plan is approved to become legal existing uses. So they will be recognized. So in the medium density zoning for those properties, it would permit the existing low density residential. So you can do an addition to your home.
Okay, because I got an email yesterday from a very concerned citizen who wants to put a ramp out the front and put a room out the back. Her husband's now has a walker and they want to adjust the home. And she's worried that if she took this to the building department, they'd say, oops, sorry, you're supposed to be townhouses. So what we're saying right now is you live in that home, treat it as your home, it's your castle, can remain your castle for as long as you like. You sell the property to somebody, they can continue to live in that home and treat it as their castle, correct?
Yeah, correct. What exists today in the zoning will remain until the city does the comprehensive rezoning for residential, and when they look at these properties, they will recognize the existing residential as a use, even though it is designated for medium. So today, they still, until the plan's approved, we're not bringing zoning forward with this, so they will still have their existing zoning rights today.
And as my friend Councillor Ferguson says, there are 3 languages in Canada, and there's English, French, and planning. So let's get this very clear. I live on Barton, on number 8, on anywhere within this zone. It goes to the OMB, whatever that decision is at the end of the day. I can continue to be a resident in Winona or Fruitland, and I can do what I want with my property as every other landowner out there can do within building code, whatever. It's not going to be denied because somebody put a crayon mark on my property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear that up.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And I have no other speakers On the list, before I go to the public delegations, may I have a motion to receive several items of correspondence, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor, please? Okay, and so we have a fair list of speakers, but I would first like to call down Cal DeFalco. And is Teresa coming with you, Cal? No? Okay. She's next on the list, though, right? Yeah, okay. And as I understand, I just wanted to confirm this, as I understand, there's several people that you're going to be speaking on behalf of between you and Teresa?
To the chair, that's correct. What I propose to do is do my presentation. I'm going to try to keep it to 5 minutes. Okay. If it happens to go over 5 minutes, I don't think we're opposed to using another time slot. I just want to be as efficient as possible.
No, absolutely. And I wanted to recognize and thank you for bringing that option forward of speaking on behalf of other residents. I will remind everyone there is a 5-limit speaking, but because you are speaking on behalf of others, obviously you'll have some flexibility. I'm quite pleased to do that.
Thanks very much. I do appreciate that.
Okay, if you would introduce yourselves. Everyone, as you come down, please introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Cal DeFalco. And I'd like to begin by first thanking you all for the opportunity to be here to speak to you again about the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. I have to tell you that last November when we got together, I was very hopeful. I left that meeting encouraged because I think Council made a very prudent decision back then. And the decision was to go back and consult with the community. And I think I was very hopeful because the issues in that November meeting were galvanized. And I'm not going to go through them all because I know you've heard it from me and others many times and I don't want to waste your time today. But just from a theme area perspective, the issues that were galvanized in November were themes like density, the Fruitland Road bypass, tender fruit farms and the effect of development on tender fruit farming, expropriation, and the traffic and other impacts of higher density development. And I think the encouraging part of that November meeting is that we all sort of understood that those are issues that need to be dealt with in order for us to try to move forward collegially so we can minimize appeals to the OMB. And I think we can probably all agree, whether you're a community member, a politician, or a developer, that no one wants to have massive OMB hearings. There's a way around that. And I think when you gave direction last time to have meaningful engagements, and I quote, I think the wording was work with residents and staff to have meaningful engagement with the community. And so if you read the report before you, the method that was used apparently, and I want to say, Madam Chair, that anything I say today, I don't mean to be insulting to anybody, but it's difficult to say things that are true and sometimes not be perceived across us. I'm going to do my best not to say it in a way that's mean-spirited. And if I do...
Cal, thank you for that, because I know you to be respectful, and I would ask everyone to please be considerate and respectful. Please go on.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to say in that venue is that the description of how this drop-in center came about, drop-in meeting, was that the ward councillor and a consultant and city staff determined that to be the best way to involve the community. What's missing from that equation is the community, right? If you're trying to figure out the best way to engage a community, speak to the community as part of the engagement, as part of the preparation. And I say this with a very clear conscience because I think if we were to tell the truth, you've received many emails from me, all of you, suggesting ways that we can do that. The problem was that none of them were accepted. And so what we did instead, and another way would have been to re-engage the Community Advisory Committee. And I want to speak to, I know that there's been some things mentioned in the press that the Community Advisory Committee is no longer. And I think most of you who really know me as a reasonable person. I would not be claiming to be the chair of the Community Advisory Committee unless I had a reason for doing so. And I want to explain that reason for you today. So Councillor Ferguson, for example, when I first joined the Community Advisory Committee, I was told that preferably at the end of the process, the community and the city would agree to a plan. And I think I mentioned we did agree to a plan, and I'm not going to go over that again because I think you know the history. But to the extent that we didn't agree to a plan, the ward councillor would present their plan, or sorry, the city's plan to yourselves, and the community chair, being myself in this instance, would present the community's plan to you. We are there right now. We don't agree. There's people who want Plan C, and there's people here today that are pitching another plan. We don't agree. So I don't think my mandate as community chair has been satisfied. I think it's still very much relevant. And I think you'll find from the community members, they probably agree with that. Think about that. How can you expect somebody or a group, it's not just me, there's members of the Community Advisory Committee here today, you can raise your hands. How can you expect people to give up 7 years of their lives and then be told that they're the select few? Or then be told that somehow the process doesn't work the way it was first explained to you? We can't do that, because if you do that, people won't step up anymore. And if people don't step up anymore, what have you really won? Nothing. I want to talk about the drop-in venue. And again, this is another thorny subject, and I want to say this as respectfully as I know how. So I'm going to talk about it from a very disinterested perspective. The drop-in center didn't have a chance of working. In the first instance, as I mentioned, the community wasn't involved in deciding that that would be the best way to go. And had they been involved, I don't think you would be surprised that they would say that that's not going to work. So let's look at it statistically first. 239 people attended the drop-in center. 239. 94% of the Fruitland-Winona residents who are affected the most by this plan were not there. 94%. The report that you have before you reflects 6% or less. The reason why I say 6% or less is that there were constituents outside of the area that attended who certainly have the right to be there. But if we're looking at just the numbers, at least 94%, if not more, were not there that evening. You're looking at a report where 94% of the people that are going to be most affected did not weigh in on. That should give you room for pause, I would hope. Still on the topic of the drop-in center, those of you who had the pleasure of attending a meeting in Fruitland-Winona in which the city manager showed up and gave us a fairly succinct presentation about the State of the Union for Hamilton. And I think a lot of people appreciated hearing from Chris in terms of how Hamilton is doing. But at the end of that meeting, and if we're going to be truthful about this, and Councillor Johnson was there, a lot of questions surfaced about the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. And a lot of comments about the drop-in venue. And the pervasive comment was that they thought it didn't answer the questions to their satisfaction. When attempts were made to answer the questions, they were confusing. And sometimes even between stations, they were confusing. I don't think anybody who was there can't deny that that was a pervasive comment in that room. That's disturbing, because you're faced with a report today that not only doesn't involve 94% of the people who are affected, but also, to the extent people attended, they found it confusing. I want to be careful, because I feel badly for the staff, because I know they put in a lot of effort, so it's nothing against the staff. And I also feel badly for Hamiltonians who paid for that venue, because I know it was expensive, because you guys trotted out a whole bunch of people. And I'm not opposed to that, by no means. I just think the methodology failed. It's important today because that report's before you. It's based on that methodology, and it's based on those outcomes that I just described. The other thing I want to talk about, and I want to be as respectful as I possibly can, is that Councillor Pearson sent out a letter to her constituents surrounding the area, and the letter, which I have with me, talks about Fruitland Road and the bypass. Now, I know the councillor will probably, I imagine, and certainly she can speak for herself, but I imagine she'll say, well, the people surrounding the area need to be advised as to how it's going to impact them, and I agree. The problem is, why did she only mention the Fruitland Road bypass? The density levels that we're talking about today is going to impact them far more than a bypass that, if we had it the way it's planned in Plan C, would simply be moved over and access to the QEW would still happen unimpeded. So why just focus on the bypass? And the other question that came to my mind is, we spent years talking about not only the bypass, but everything else revolving around the secondary plan, and that's why we came up with Plan C. So why would you all of a sudden selectively pick one single aspect of that plan and convey that to people, saying that that will have an impact? Because what that does, unless you're prepared to give the whole story where you say, but there is an alternative and here's what it is, it pits people against each other. It's a tactic. I'm sorry to say it. And I would think that we need our councillors to bring people together rather than divide people. This situation is difficult enough as it is. We don't need to be frustrated with tactics. 836. Do you know what that number is, 836? 836 is the amount of people that signed this petition. There's 836 people, and I'm going to give this to Vanessa or the clerk for the record. But this petition really calls for a number of things. One is bring back Plan C, the community's plan. I'm going to speak to that a little bit more in a minute. Reactivate the Community Advisory Committee, because there's still a role to be played by that committee, and they still serve a useful purpose. And all their years of hard work should be leveraged and not disregarded. And also, this document, 836 people have reserved their right to appeal in writing. Okay? So, I know that I heard someone say something about, we've already had a November public meeting. Just a caution, I think sometimes we make the mistake of looking at legislation according to the letter, not the spirit. This plan before you has changed several times since the November meeting, and yet you're not going to have a public meeting, which allows people to really weigh in. I think that that's a mistake, and I think it's going to come back to haunt us. And I think we'll probably hear about that at the OMB.
Cal, we're at 10 minutes.
I'm just about to get into solutions mode.
Okay. I'll give you a couple more minutes then.
Actually, this is going to be brief. I think we owe it to ourselves to talk about solutions. And one of them came forward by Councillor Collins today. And Councillor Collins said, well, look, can we understand what would happen if we actually went to 50 persons per hectare density? Can you model that so that we understand the clear implications? That's the solution. Why don't we do that? Why don't we model it so you know exactly what you're getting into? Because I think if we're going to stay true to the vision of Fruitland-Winona and respect the community, we ought to go with the 50. The other solution that I'd like to briefly talk about is, and I can't even claim credit for this, because Chris Murray and I, the city manager, had a talk about 3 years ago. And Chris said, you know what, and it was a talk about this very issue. That's how long this thing has been going on. And he said, Cal, you know what, I had a situation in the past, and I can't remember what the situation was, but I don't think it's important for this point. And he said the community and the city were at lockheads. They were butting heads, and they just, we're at an impasse that they couldn't solve. He goes, and you know what I did? Well, I don't know if he did it, but what the city did is they allowed the community a constrained budget to hire their own experts. And I tell you, that can work here. We have a Plan C that people, by the way, this 20,000 person density assigned to Plan C and 8 stories, that's just not a fact. I don't know where that came from, but people who are on that committee will tell you that the density was 14,500 and no more than 3 stories, and I actually have a document. But putting that aside, think about what that would do for us. If you gave the community a budget saying, get your own experts, hire an engineer, hire a city planner, and have them review Plan C against what we're talking about today. Think about what that would do. People would have the confidence that we're making the right decision. It wasn't so long ago in June that people were told that they would not be expropriated. Today we're doing a motion. Well, a motion is only as good as the day it's passed. So all I'm telling you is that there is a trust and confidence thing that could easily be solved by allowing people a budget to hire their own planners. So that, and put a time limit on it. It can't go on forever. Put like 60, 90 days, report back. I think that's one way of solving this. And I want to leave you with a quote from Henry Ford. Henry Ford said, don't find fault, find a remedy. This is all about leadership. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Collins, Councillor Farr, and Councillor Whitehead, I'm asking you to be leaders. I'm asking you to engage with the community in a meaningful way. I'm asking you to allot that budget. I'm also asking you to reactivate the CAC so we can have meaningful discussions, as we should, to avoid a nightmare at the OMB. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cal.
Can I hand this in, Madam Chair?
Yes, and if you could just hand it to Lori, that would be great. Thank you very much. And I'll ask Teresa to come down now, please. And then after Teresa, we'll have Georgina Beattie. And again, just to remind everyone of the 5-minute, very much appreciated. Welcome, Teresa.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
Thank you. I'm going to be covering 4 other delegations.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, before I start, I would just like to clarify the Concept C plan, which I have in front of me here today, and maybe the clerk can bring it back up on screen so that you can see it as well.
I believe it was it towards the end, Teresa?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I think it was towards the end. Up a bit more.
Up there it is. Yep. There you go.
There we go. Up. Concept C, there you go.
No, I'm just trying to read myself. Sorted. But I'd be happy to circulate this copy so that the councillors here today can see that at the bottom, which I've circled for you, mixed use, height restriction, 3 stories. So I'm not sure where this 8 stories came from, where 6 stories came from, and how we got to 4. Plan C did not go anything above 3 stories.
Councillor, I'd like
a copy of that? Like, I don't have a copy.
Yeah, and she did say that, Councillor, so
sorry.
I would like her to, actually that should go through the clerks. Is there just one copy?
Thanks, Teresa.
Yeah, Teresa, I appreciate that. Everybody relax. Let's just let the delegates have their say, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Okay, you've heard several people express their concerns with respect to how this plan has made its way through a significantly flawed and questionable process. You've also heard about secret meetings being held. You heard about the 2009 previously endorsed plan, known as Concept C, and how it suddenly drastically changed in 2010 without any input or knowledge of the community. You've heard how the Community Advisory Committee worked for years with staff and with hired experts to develop the preferred plan, Concept C, and how it was thwarted. You've heard how Fruitland-Winona community was kept in the dark, and not one community meeting was held until mere days before the new plan came before you in June of 2013 to be voted on. You heard of the many stresses that this planning process has caused this community. You have been made aware of the many issues surrounding this new plan and recognize the need for the Ward 11 councillor to go back and work with her community and the residents. Unfortunately, that did not happen, as Cal explained in more detail. The Ward 10 councillor sent out her own invitation, which I note is not in the record before you today, regarding the open house and inviting her constituents to attend. However, she cited, as Cal mentioned, the only issue is the Fruitland Road cul-de-sac, and did not provide any additional information, which caused a lot of confusion and upset amongst the residents in Ward 10. Other tactics were used, which are being addressed independently. The report before you today has been manipulated and influenced by these tactics and others. I thus urge you to please consider this important information before giving any weight to this report. At the February 6 open house, the Director of Planning provided an inaccurate account of the traffic on Fruitland Road to the media, thus minimizing the true issues at hand. After several requests made to the Director, I finally received an email. It appears that the city has a new way of collecting traffic data. Instead of using the standard traffic strips, needless to say, I was very disappointed to learn that an employee was paid to sit in their vehicle one day for an hour here, an hour there, and count trucks on Fruitland Road. I was dumbfounded, to put it politely, that we are being asked to accept this type of reporting. Especially given that this very information was used by the Director to warrant a comment to the media and recommendations to this committee here today to not realign Fruitland Road as per the originally approved realignment. The information provided to the media and to this committee is grossly inaccurate. The Director claims that 80 trucks use residential Fruitland Road each day, when in fact the city's own reports show significantly higher numbers. According to a city's 2010 truck route study and traffic study, which was based on a week-long traffic strip recording during a 24-hour period, an average of 1,289 trucks use Fruitland Road each day. In addition to that, 8,401 vehicles use Fruitland Road, which is between highway, and the study was between Highway 8 and Barton Street, which is 100% residential. Quoted in the Stony Creek News says, Roshaw said the city performed truck counts on Fruitland Road, which showed the collector road was carrying about 80 trucks per day, including school buses, garbage trucks, and other utility vehicles. And looking at the options, staff recommended that a new road be constructed. But Robichaud said staff have determined that there's still no urgent need to close Fruitland Road. So based on the numbers that he provided to the media and the recommendations he's making to this committee today are far off from what the actuals are. So I ask that you take that in consideration today. You've heard concerns about density and exceeding the provincial levels. You've heard about the health and safety concerns that increased traffic volumes will have on residents and the current impacts of noise pollution, vibration, and other stresses and health impacts the current traffic issues are having on residents on Fruitland Road and other roads. You've heard a lawyer who represents some of the developers and who also has an invested interest in the Fruitland-Winona plan tell this committee how staff have found an ingenious way of skirting provincial laws. I found this comment extremely disturbing, extremely alarming, and even much more so when the chair commented on how clever it was. That's not how we should be operating the City of Hamilton. The new plan is on a path to destroy the community instead of building one. The people that live here have been disrespected and disregarded. I would like to talk about the importance of community engagement and respect for community residents and building a community in partnership. I would also like to share with you my own perspectives of the new plan through the lens of an analyst, a strategist, and a communications expert, and someone experienced with government process and law. But most importantly, I would like to share with you a remedy that I believe would address many of the issues here before you today. The indicators are clear that the vast majority of this community is opposed to the new plan. There's also clear indicators that the communication exchange with this community and engagement with respect to the secondary plan has been minimal, at best. And this community feels as though they are being played. I make these statements based on the many doors that several residents have knocked on, only to find that many in this community have no knowledge about the secondary plan or have been significantly misinformed. There is a definite indicator that communication and community engagement is severely lacking in both wards 10 and 11. Pertinent information is not being disclosed, full details are not being shared, which results in community confusion. And just listening today to the staff's presentation, is that every time I come here and I listen to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and staff's theories on and answers to the different questions that council have, they change every single time. They are different every single time. There's no consistency in the reasoning why, for example, why Fruitland Road cannot be where it is or where it was supposed to be designated. There's a different excuse every time, and that's not acceptable. Another indicator is when you see residents and neighborhoods being pitted against each other and other tactics in play to divide and conquer the community and in order to push an agenda through. The residents in wards 10 and 11 have been left to represent themselves and spend their own time and money trying to keep the community informed and engaged. This responsibility shouldn't be left on the shoulders of the residents in these wards. The answer to the problems before you today is simple, and I believe it all boils down to the new location of the Fruitland Road bypass. Because in concepts A, B, and C, the Fruitland Road bypass was as you see it here today. As soon as they moved that and shifted it to the east, that's when all the other problems arose. The change of the location of the parks and the schools changed. The fear of expropriation became present. And the list goes on. The tender fruit farming. In our plan here, and I'm going to share something with you. I heard twice before at these committee meetings that there's no science behind how the airflow and drainage works. I too met with someone from OMAFRA, and there's definitely a very clear science on how all that works. And in fact, one of your staff stood up here and said that there's no science. That exact staff member, in fact, met with the same person that I spoke with 3 years ago. So I'm a little alarmed that they would misrepresent themselves in front of you and give you wrong information.
Teresa, you're just past 10 minutes.
I am speaking for 4 people.
I know you are, and I'm just making you aware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Plan C avoids all the issues.
A point of order? What is your point of order?
Point of order is, I'm not sure, is there 4 people who are on the speakers list that was previously approved that the current delegate is speaking for?
There's actually 7.
And so those 7 will not be speaking?
That's correct. So
Okay,
I'm having some
flex. I
flex.
know our rules permitted you to hand that off.
Yes, we can. So I respectfully ask us to just keep going forward.
So we're going to give this delegate 35 minutes then?
I'm not giving her 35 minutes. She's only had 10.
I understand that.
Just as the previous speaker had a little more than 10.
My only fear, Madam Chairman, is that we got 20 delegates here today, and we're going to give everybody 15 minutes instead of 5. We're going to be here into the
I was very clear it was going to be 5 minutes, but I'm making an exception for Cal and for Teresa because of the 7 people, and Cal was respectful and kept it limited, and I'm sure Teresa will do the same.
Thank you.
So if you could start to wrap up, that would be great.
Great.
Thank you, Teresa. Councillor?
And just for clarity purposes, which 7 is she speaking for? Just so I can check them off the list.
Yes, so if I can.
Thank you.
It's Clarence Walford, Jesse Anderson, Diane Chapman, Amy Chapman, Amber Chapman, Mary and Dodie Walford, Corrina Walford. Those are the 7. I'd like to carry on now, please.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Teresa, carry on, please.
Thank you. Plan C avoids all the issues that I've just cited. The only downside to Plan C would be for the developers, because they would have to give up some of their lands to build the originally approved Fruitland Road bypass, which I've learned coincidentally was the reason why Plan C was changed in the first place. Plan C had the parks and schools centrally located along a collector road, which would make it safe and accessible for the community. And just for the record, Ward 11 Councillor did commit to building the bypass and infrastructure prior to any development going in, so I would like to remind the Ward Councillor of that commitment. The cul-de-sac and realignment was deemed necessary for obvious reasons, one being that Fruitland Road is a direct run to and from the QEW. It is irresponsible to allow residential Fruitland Road to remain an extension of a highway. Committee members, this new plan is more than the issues before you today. It's about changing a lifestyle, altering a heritage, and potentially destroying a community. It's about robbing our lands and future needs that this community and city needs to grow, perhaps our own food one day. And we are a unique area. We have a unique climate. So when we're asked about pushing density elsewhere in the area, it's because we are unique, and that's why we were designated to be a primarily low residential community. I wholeheartedly oppose this plan and its amendments for the reasons stated here today and in previous submissions to you. I'm asking this committee to defer voting on this plan until proper communication and an opportunity to engage with the community is afforded, and by way of community meetings and open discussions. I'm also asking this community to look at Plan C as a reference point, and let's build from there. Let's restore the trust of this community and work together to build this community with integrity and pride. The solution is simple and very doable. You hold the power to either break or make this community, so I ask you to please use those powers wisely and do what is best for the people of Fruitland-Winona.
Thank you, Teresa.
Madam Chair, I can just briefly say something in probably less than 10 seconds for another delegate that was listed on your sheet, Cam Hudson, and then we can take him off the list as well.
Oh, for Cam? Okay, just to remind you, though, you're just over 15, so
yeah, it'll take.
Appreciate if you keep this one tight.
Very
Thank
tight.
you, Teresa. And I'm sorry, what was the name? Cam Hudson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes, but in a few seconds, I'm going to return to my seat. I am doing so that you will understand the feeling that the community has been feeling as being shut out. I'm going to ask respectfully that you do not move to the next speaker until my 5 minutes is up. The fact that I'm not speaking during that time is a lesson that is shameful to shut down the voices of people in the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that. Now, if I could ask Georgina Beatty and Danny Gabriel and Grant Cook to make their way down, please. And I respectfully ask each one of you, please keep to the 5 minutes. I will appreciate it, although, Georgina, I could carry on a conversation with you most of the day. Welcome. Okay, just move it up. There you go.
That was shocking, literally. Thank you, members of the Planning and Economic Development Committee.
Yep,
and that's key. I appreciate that you have voted to allow us to speak today. It shows openness on the part of this committee, and I believe it shows a willingness to listen to this issue once again, because we want it to be the best that it can be. You have already heard ad nauseum about the process to date. I understand your frustration at having to revisit this issue. Yes, we've been working on this issue for a long time, like some of us 15 years or more, and we've waited very long for this report, only to find that the issues that the community brought to this committee and the consultant were not addressed. The big issues were stuffed in the body of the report without the opportunity for action. We all know what some of those are, and they were discussed earlier today. The two top issues, Fruitland Road and density in housing, have seen little, if any, change in this report. There were approximately 49 and 35 email comments, and they were not stated in the recommendations. The top two issues didn't get recommendations. What I like about the opportunity to speak to you is the joy of planning what you're going to say and then getting here and finding out that everybody else is saying the same thing, or you get about 20 papers, some of which I support and I hope will go forward, but you come prepared and you don't want to repeat yourself. One of the other parts that's interesting is we have all these issues that are not specifically addressed as recommendations, but we have other issues that didn't have quite as many responses at the February meeting. And yet, for example, air drainage, and I want to talk about that in a second, but air drainage only got a few comments, and yet it gets recommendation 5 and it gets recommendation 6. The motel at 685 Highway 8, 1. And yet it gets a recommendation. And then my personal favorite is recommendation D, which is Appendix C. That's the list that you had of items that were to be referred to other departments. One of those, it's the first two in that document, talk about the development in Binbrook. If you look at this map, the access to Binbrook from Fruitland Road is 20 Highway or DeWitt going up, not coming down DeWitt, McNeely or 50. It's not a direct route to Binbrook, so why is it even being discussed? I believe, that this report has failed to address with action the comments and the recommendations of the community. The community was expecting more. Over the years, I've heard the city councillors say that they want to make decisions on issues so that the city does not get decided at the OMB. Here's an opportunity in my mind to slow this process down, to work to resolve some of these big ticket issues and reduce the number of decisions that may be made at the OMB. Please appreciate the passion of those who have stayed again today. But it seems, especially when you read the documents from here, we have a real divergence between the residents who are actually living here and those who stand to benefit from it financially by being landowners or developers. They seem to be pushing in your documents for you to go ahead. I think we as residents are asking you to slow down and please do not remove the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and OPA from the outstanding business list at this time. Please do the recommended studies first. You have a list of them. And you have just heard this morning how many variables there actually are. They've been highlighted by a number of you. They need to be looked at, and you have an opportunity. This is a huge area, and with all due respect, I know you have a huge area in Waterdown that you've been going through this. We have people who actually live with open spaces behind it. We're expecting a huge impact, and we would like for you to do what you can to make the decision that we can live with as residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgina. Appreciate your time. Could I ask Danny Gabriel and Grant Cook and Carl Turkstra just to get in the queue? And first we'll hear from Danny. And 5 minutes, please, folks. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee for allowing me a brief opportunity to speak. I will be very short. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the November public meeting, which was at the City of Stony Creek, the former municipality's City of Stony Creek City Hall, and I was not able to attend the open house in February, so I thought I would quickly take this opportunity to once again reaffirm my comments that I made in June of last year at the public meeting. I am president of Mars Homes. I am also a resident in the Winona community. And so I just wanted to let you know that we continue to support the efforts of staff. We are comfortable with the report. I realize there will be issues that come from the report that will not be able to perhaps be resolved unless they're in front of the Ontario Municipal Board. And you know, unfortunately, that's probably going to have to be the way that this gets resolved. So I ask the committee to please accept the report, to please move forward with this. There's been a considerable amount of years dedicated towards consulting and going through this process. And after that, there will be a considerable amount of years and funds spent on acquiring the many consultants' reports and studies that will be required to fulfill the project or the development of this neighborhood. So with that said, I thank you for your time and wish you a great day.
Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. Grant Cook, please. And if I could have Mark DeBenis come down, get in the queue, and Victor Roteris, please. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, thank you very much. What I wanted to talk to today was about the traffic situation. Traffic situation that's continuing to build in Fruitland Road and all of that designated area. As we've gone around and taken petitions from various members, they all talk about how it's already being restricted for their access onto and off of the highways in the mornings at Fruitland Road and Winona Road. And they're so concerned that once we go with 75 people per hectare, how much more that restriction is going to be for them to gain access to both ways of the QEW, the additional vehicles it's going to place on those roads, and what has the city done to try and alleviate that problem? Is there going to be another arterial artery that's going to come off there to help alleviate some of that load? When we look at Fruitland Road, we looked at the last one up on the screen, the Plan C. Plan C was going to make if you were coming from south to north and you were a truck, you had to make a hard left, and then you would have an easy feed into Fruitland Road and right on down to the QEW. With the proposed alignment, you were going to have a hard left for a trucker, another hard left onto Barton, another hard right onto Fruitland Road, creating difficulties for truckers, difficulties for traffic, whereas the original Plan C was going to be a natural progression. The way it's laid out right now, we're going to see more pollution. The trucks are going to be stopping and starting, more noise. And so our original Plan C was going to be much more beneficial for the community in relation to less air pollution, less noise, and a straight flow of traffic. So the densities that we've been talking about for home construction will increase the traffic, increase the congestion. It will heighten the degrees of vehicle pollution and higher instances of crime because of the number of people in such a small area. So please think about the traffic congestion. That is about the biggest concern I heard from all the houses we knocked on and all the signatures we got on our petition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate you coming down. And next I'll call up Carl Turkstra, please. And if I could ask Janet Fair to make her way down as well. And Carl, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. My name is Carl Turkstra, and I am a retired businessman. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in support of the secondary plan for the Fruitland-Winona area. I will not take too much of your time, but I would like to make several comments that you might not hear very often. I am a civil engineer, but I am not a property developer or a home builder. Until recently, I managed a large contractor-oriented lumber company in Hamilton and the Niagara Peninsula, covering the territory from Fort Erie to Oakville and Simcoe. I became involved with Mars Homes in this project about 5 years ago to secure a number of lots for our small and medium-sized contractors in Hamilton who have experienced a dramatic decline in the availability of building lots. I checked with my son Peter, who now runs the lumber company, and he estimated that about 80% of our small and medium-sized builders no longer build houses in Hamilton. They are working in other communities such as Grimsby, Fort Erie, Smithsville, Port Dover, Cambridge, Kitchener, and Guelph, but not here because there are no lots they can buy. The fundamental reason is that the process of property development has become very expensive, very time-consuming, and very drawn out, and not many people can afford the process. The situation also means that home buyers cannot now buy lots and do their own thing. Choices for homeowners have been dramatically decreased. You probably never think about it, but our houses are not imported from China. The wood, bricks, drywall, and windows are all made in Canada. The labor to build them is all local, as are all the tradespeople, engineers, architects, and planners. The developers are mostly local people, and the suppliers like me are all Hamilton people. When this area is developed, Hamilton will receive, free of charge, Many miles of brand new roadway, state-of-the-art water supply and sewage systems, modern hydro and telecommunication facilities. The city will have received large sums of money to build required infrastructure like schools and police stations. Developers will have spent millions to pay the city's planning and engineering costs and other fees. Moreover, the city's assessment and property taxes will have increased substantially as all the new homeowners and businesses pay their annual property taxes. This income will come with relatively limited expense because the infrastructure to be maintained will be brand new. If the city controls its costs properly, and this is probably not a very popular argument, if the city controls its costs properly, a large surplus of tax revenue will be available to help solve the city's problems in other areas. When I became involved, I thought development of the Fruitland-Winona area was a no-brainer. A large block of underutilized land with immediate access to the Queen Elizabeth Highway, a sufficient supply of water and sewage capacity, a strong demand and a strong building community ready to go seemed a perfect project. Now, after about 10 years, we are still only at the secondary plan approval stage. Your planning department has done its job and has presented a good plan. It is not a perfect plan, but there's no such thing as a perfect plan for a piece of property of this size. It cannot be done. The development process is an evolutionary process which evolves over time as needs change and things change. And like, for example, in your case, the provision of parklands and so on for the people. This is not the end. It is the beginning. Next is the draft plan of subdivision process, which will afford many opportunities for improvement. No doubt some land and property owners will find reasons to spend a few dollars and file OMB appeals. But the proposal has been discussed ad nauseum, and you have a very reasonable and supportable recommendation before you. Please let us get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate your time. And next I'll have Mark D. Benedictus, please, and then Victor Roteris, Janet Fair, and I'll ask Mary Walford to start making her way down as well, please. Welcome.
Madam Chair, my name is Mark D. Benedictus of Benamar Construction. We are the owners of 230, 236, and 242 Fruitland Road. We have been developing lands and constructing new homes for 2 generations. We're the 2nd generation. So combined, we have been in this business for over 60 years. Our involvement in the process of Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan began when we purchased the above properties in 2010. During that period, Councillor Brenda Johnson has initiated various consultative meetings with the neighbourhood and staff. We have studied the proposed secondary plan as recommended by staff and support it. No secondary plan is perfect, but it is based on a 2011 environmental assessment and meets provincial policy with respect to density and open space. If one looks at its history, it has been one of the most scrutinized and studied in the history of Ontario. I believe that staff and Councillor Johnson have done an admirable job listening to all the stakeholders, and today it's time to make a decision. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, the approval of this secondary plan is not the end. It's not the beginning of the end, rather it's the end of the beginning. The secondary plan is an essential framework that will be exposed to checks and balances by the Ontario Municipal Board and dozens of plans of subdivisions and site plan approvals, all by divisions of staff and provincial staff. Now, for a moment, I'd like to talk about Concept C. Concept C, and through the chair, if any of the staff disagrees with me, was based on a 1991 environmental assessment. It was based on a plan that did not take into consideration the Red Hill Creek Expressway. It is a road, a $40 million road that leads to nowhere. Let's get our economy moving. Let's broaden our tax base, and most importantly, let's serve the great people of Stoney Creek and Hamilton by approving this plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you coming down. Next, I'll call up Victor Roteris, please. And then there'll be Janet Fair and Mary Walford. And if I could ask Maureen to make her way, please. Cal? I will hold you to the 5 minutes. Are you speaking on behalf of Victor?
Yeah, Mr. Viteras is in the audience. He's asked me to read this on his behalf.
All right, 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Our names are Vic and Giselle Roteras. We are residents in the Fruitland-Winona community. We built our home with our hands and have lived here for the past few decades. We have expressed several concerns and will continue to express our concerns about this process and the plan before you today. Despite expressing our concerns, it appears that we are not being listened to, our questions are being skirted, and we are very concerned that this committee is only hearing what the city and the councillors for Ward 11 and 10 want you to hear. We ask that you see beyond that because the facts speak for themselves. Our home is one of the houses identified to be expropriated for parkland, and for the record, we determined this on our own. It was easy to come to that conclusion when a park is in place on your home. To believe that others told us in an attempt to instill fear in our community is a direct insult to our intelligence. What upsets us even more is being lied to. We were told to our face that our homes would not be expropriated. However, after pressuring the city, the truth was admitted. The facts sit before us today in a new plan that the community does not support. We feel as though the Fruitland-Winona community has been placed under siege and left to fend for ourselves. The trust has been broken. We cannot trust that a motion or promise will protect us from losing our home. Those things can be undone or changed. We cannot trust that moving the park behind our home will protect our homes from expropriation. The fact that this new plan is to build a Barton Street promenade and that other sources can expropriate does not provide any safety net for us or the many other homes still sitting vulnerable. The latest thing we discovered, without being told, by the way, is that our properties will be rezoned from single dwelling to medium density 2. This is not acceptable. We are also not in agreement to the new location for the Fruitland Road bypass, and its new location is now in our backyards, next to the school and park, and the traffic will pour onto Barton Street. The originally approved Fruitland Road bypass makes the most sense for this community as it is the safest and most responsible solution. The city should be doing what makes sense for this community and stop trying to appease to the developers by altering the plan so that they can keep making money. This is not responsible planning, nor is it in keeping with the spirit and intent of the Planning Act. This community and committee was also misled by being told at the June 2013 Planning Committee meeting that there is no science behind the airflow for tender fruit farming. We have learned that there is science behind how air flows in this community. The science does not support the plan before you today for many reasons, in addition to density levels. We strongly urge that you ask city staff to disclose this information to you and to this community. We are also concerned that our community has been refused the proper community meeting with our councillors so that we can try and work out some of the issues with respect to this plan as directed by this committee in November 2013. Instead, the councillor held a drop-in open house which was poorly attended and did not provide any opportunity for residents to express concerns or get answers to the many questions that we have. If the direction was for the councillor to work with residents, this was not permitted to happen. The report prepared as a result of the February 6th open house does not represent this community's concerns, and this community has serious concern with how the comments in the report were gathered. The stress that this has placed on us and our community is nothing less than cruel. I only have a couple more paragraphs.
Yes, if you could wrap it up. Thank you, Cal.
Just this one.
Appreciate it.
The staff report before you today does not properly identify the necessary information that you require to make an informed decision in order to vote on this new plan. We are asking that the committee hold off voting on this plan until a proper community meeting can take place and until the Ward 11 councillor provides this community with an opportunity to be engaged in a meaningful way. Please do the right thing. Listen to this community and recognize the severe flaws with this new plan and how this plan landed in front of you today. This community is not against development. We are simply asking that it be done in a respectful, honest, and proper manner. And I am one of the 826 people who firmly signed the petition and reserve my right to appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cal, and thank you, Victor and Giselle. Appreciate your comments. Janet Fair, then Mary Walford, then Maureen. Janet, welcome. Oh, Mary. Okay, hang on.
Good afternoon.
Janet.
She was here, but she had an appointment.
Oh, she had to leave. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
My name is Janet Fair. I reside and I am a disabled person living in Fruitland-Winona community. Sorry, I have to put my glasses on.
That's okay. That's okay.
I am deaf and I have also felt blind with respect to this community plan. Why has our community been kept in the dark? Why are we being shut down and shut out? Why are we being ignored? The residents have worked so hard at keeping their community safe and provide a better environment for the future and for our families. I feel as though I have been caught in a whirlwind of deception. There are never any clear answers to questions. I feel degraded and patronized by the way I and our community residents are treated. The residents and I in this community are outraged and frustrated. We are tired of doing our councillor's job of keeping the community informed and protecting our rights. We are tired of having to stand alone and represent the many issues in this plan. We are tired, but we are not quitters, and we will see this through. Councillor Johnson and Councillor Pearson, when are you going to do the right thing and stand united with your constituents and do your jobs representing us? This stress is hard on anyone, but you have no idea how it affects someone with a disability. For the seniors, you have lived here for many years, and I have felt safe within their community, and they have felt safe within their community. How can you condone such ill treatment on a community? Our councillors should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen to us. Stop allowing your integrity to be compromised by a group of developers who have no interest in this community once they have developed it and made their money. We are not against development, we just want it done right and responsibly. And we want to be involved through proper consultation, community engagement, and open meetings with our councillors. I don't think I am asking for anything less than what this community has a right to. Let's not let Fruitland-Winona go from green to greed.
Okay, Mary, thank you very much. And next, Maureen McPartland. Maureen, if you could make your way down. And I will also ask Angelo Kutar, Chris Douglas, and Steve Spicer to make their way down to the podium, please.
Excuse me, actually, Chair, I'm Mary Walford. I am also a delegate.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you were presenting for Janet.
Yes.
Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood
That's all right.
that. So no, you go right ahead then, Mary. Go right ahead,
Thank
please.
you.
Yeah.
Again, good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Marion Walford Vizackerley. I reside at 746 Barton Street in Stony Creek. I have been riding the city's roller coaster, and I'm getting sick, and I want it to stop. My questions are never answered fully or honestly. The information I receive is then flip-flopped. I, along with other residents, have been living in turmoil, wondering if their homes will be expropriated or if their residential road will finally be made into a cul-de-sac so they could get some peace. And the list goes on and on. We have been led down a road of deception. We have been purposely pitted against each other and also made to look like a bunch of crazy people. And then we uncovered the layers of lies, and things are becoming very clear. It has become abundantly clear that the city does not care of the average citizen. We have learned that unless you have big bucks and are willing to either fund or provide kickbacks, you are considered a target. You see, we have learned that in our city, unless you are a developer, you have to follow every rule, and what you say means nothing. I would like to know, why is it that developers call the shots? Why are community endorsed plans changed to make developers happy? Why is it that if you are a developer, you can build on protected lands? I can identify 3 properties in the Winona area south of 8. Residents are very interested in knowing how these developers were able to get permits to build their mansions there. I would also like to know who is telling the developers that this plan is being approved today. Someone certainly is, because trailers are popping up all over the community and the land is being leveled. I have seen many trees cleared from large lots, including woodlots, which I understand to be illegal. Why didn't the city or Ward 11 councillors stop them when they were made aware? I have to wonder whose pockets are being lined, because I have to tell you that it isn't mine. The residents in our community have been treated like roadside waste. We are left to fend for ourselves. It drove me crazy to figure out why the Ward 11 and 10 councillors would do this. And to our community, I ask myself over and over again, Why are they so one-sided with the developers and not towards the residents that they were elected to represent? It would take me a lifetime to sift out the truth from all the lies that I and others have been told. This is a clear case of deception. Someone has been bought and Fruitland-Winona has been sold out. One way or another, we will expose the entire truth. We have been able to expose truth with respect to the expropriation, and the truth will also come to surface. What about expropriation for schools? I've heard primary park expropriation in their motion. For me and other residents, developers seem to decide where the roads go. Also, if my house burns down, can I rebuild under the following non-conforming? Fruitland-Winona is made up of hardworking residents who have put their heart and soul in their community. One would expect that we could trust the very people that run our city. Instead, we have been misled, lied to, ignored, disrespected, treated like second-class citizens, and have done our hardest trying to work with this community by working us against each other.
Mary, please, I'm just going to ask everyone to be respectful, okay? Yeah. Thank you.
You know who you are. I say shame on you. Your tricks have failed because our community has only gotten stronger. We are untied, and we will continue to fight to ensure that any development is done responsibly and respectfully. This is our community, and these are our homes and lives that you are playing with. The Fruitland-Winona residents have become victims and feel as though we are under siege. Democracy has been stripped from this community. Please stop patronizing us and do the right thing. Do not vote this plan through for the very obvious reasons before you. The plan is disastrous, and I urge you not to have your names tied to it. We have a chance to do it right, and that time is now.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And Maureen? Maureen, welcome.
I'm speaking in place of Maureen. She isn't here.
All right, so you're speaking on behalf of Maureen, and are you on the list?
I did call, but I don't see my name on the list.
All right, so I'll just ask you if you would please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Lillian Cortula.
Okay, Lillian, go ahead, please.
I have lived in Winona for over 50 years. I would like to speak today about the health and welfare impact this secondary plan is having and will continue to have on us and our community. Although you say we will not be expropriated, we still feel like we are losing our homes because our community is being expropriated. Our community of Fruitland-Winona is being taken away from us. In addition to the many concerns we have with respect to the process, the lack of communication exchange with our community, and the many tactics we have endured, including being misinformed and now being shut down, and all very clearly and ugly indicators just how poorly our city is operating. Our city is a far cry from its vision of being the best place to raise a child. How can we call ourselves the best place to raise a child when we can't even show concern or respect to the very people that live here and pay taxes? Does anyone here realize how stressful this has been on us, our loved ones, and the people who live in Winona? And we, the people in the community, are suffering and no one cares. We are asking for help and no one is listening. We have extended our hand to work with our councillor and she turned her back on us. Do you realize how this makes a person feel? We have been used, treated disrespectfully, misinformed, pitted against each other, and ostracized, and now abandoned. We did very good work coming up with Plan C. Go back to it and stop all the stress on us. We worked on that for 7 years, and it was a good plan, a very good plan. If it weren't for the large group of residents in our community working together and providing support for each other and leadership, we wouldn't have any at all. The stress has caused our residents to fall ill and some even hospitalized. Don't you care? Are you not humans with feelings? We are also very concerned about health impacts of buildings on farmlands and soil that has been contaminated with now banned pesticides for decades. Has soil testing been done? Has the Ministry of Environment been contacted and consulted with? Do people realize that soil contamination can spread through groundwater? The social, mental, and physical health and welfare impacts of what this plan will do to our community will devastate us and will destroy the place my family have called home for over half a century. Fruitland-Winona will be no more. I support the previous endorsed plan because it respects the current residents, the lives that live here, and respect the integrity and the heritage of our community. Don't be fooled that Plan C has a higher density assigned to it. I can attest to you that today that each plan was based on the same range of population growth, and it did not exceed the provincial numbers. It is ridiculous for anyone to believe otherwise. This community is being played, and we will not stand for it. When someone asked me how all this made me feel, my heart was echoed. One word, sad. It may seem like a small and common word, yet it perfectly describes how I and many others feel in this community. Please allow me to share with you the meaning of sadness. Sadness is emotional pain associated with the characteristics by feeling of disadvantage, loss, despair, helplessness, and sorrow. When I was asked how all this made me feel, I believe I picked the perfect adjective that describes the sentiment of Fruitland-Winona community. Our community worked very hard with this city and their hired professionals to come up with Plan C, and the plan that everyone agreed with. Now the new plan is being forced on our community, a plan that the community clearly does not support. It is being forced on us in a deceitful and manipulative way. It is indeed, this whole thing is very, very sad. Thank you.
Hey, Lillian. And next is Angelo Coulaire, and I apologize if I misspell any of these names. I'll ask Chris Douglas and Steve Spicer to make their way down, please. And I'll just remind everyone to please, we've done reasonably well so far, having respectful delegations and speeches, and I just would ask everyone to continue. Okay, Angelo, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council and staff. I'm here. My name is Angelo Coulaire. I'm with AMEC, Environment and Infrastructure. I'm here on behalf of Todoc Construction Limited, a small Hamilton-based builder-developer who owns property on Jones Road. I'm just here to thank staff for their hard work on this whole planning process, specifically within the last 2 years, dealing with the many planning issues that have come up. I'm here to say that we support the report and urge committee to pass this report and move forward so we can commence building a community in this area.
All right, thank you, Angelo. I appreciate your comments. And Chris Douglas, please. Chris, welcome.
Hi, how are you doing today? My name is Chris Douglas. I'm from Fruitland Road, 22 years there. I'll try to keep it a little settled down here today. I got 5 minutes.
I appreciate that, Chris.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just try not to speak over me or I'll get louder. Anyway, beautiful day out today. But anyway, I'm here to express my concerns of the development on Fruitland Road and the existing community, the effect it's going to have on the existing community. There seems to be much important knowledge that is being withheld from the public with regards to the future development, like the Edie Smith property, which comes up for renewal in 2015. And in addition to that, the Salt Fleet Community Center and the arena, which takes up about 11 acres from Sherwood Park to Highway 8, which is owned by the city, or was possibly owned by the city, which has possibly made a property swap with a developer for some land off of Ward 11 in exchange for this 11 acres, which is west of Fruitland Road, the Salt Fleet community. Nothing written in stone yet that I've actually seen, but it's just what I've heard. And I would like to know, is there actually something, was there a deal made between the city on this trade-off? And if so, how are we going to compensate, and what property are they going to use to compensate for that new community center or possibly another arena if we need one? Okay, so what I'm saying here is they're not telling us everything. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to mention is that on all your shows, I've been at these shows for the last 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, whatever it is, these displays way back to the ACON days, and their displays and their reports and their AE Phase 1, Phase 2 study, and what they reported in there, and I think it was very incomplete. But anyway, I'll go on here with, as far as these displays go, or these shows go, whatever you call them, they failed when you went to ask the questions, they failed to answer any of the questions completely. Like, for example, on the 6th, in the middle of the floor, they had the display of the Hamilton's future and the future planner that knows everything about the future. And usually in planning, you would plan for like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years ahead. So I questioned him on this property, which is the Edie Smith property, about when's that coming up for renewal? And he said he didn't know, and he's the planner. So I commented that it will be coming up for renewal in 2015. And he said, "You're wrong." And I looked at him, I says, "What do you mean I'm wrong?" And then a fellow behind me stood up and said, "I'm right. It is coming up for renewal in 2015, and I believe you all know that." Why that information wasn't there when the city was there and the city representatives were there, they told me I was wrong. Was I wrong? Okay, so anyway, we'll go on from that. I could mention other things on displays about how the bypass that we're implementing, it wasn't described that way to the people. They were told, many people were told, if you're living up on the upper level there, the plateau in Stony Creek, the WIT, that you're going to be late for work every day if they go through with this, because it's going to take you forever to get to work with this new plan. And what was being referred to was what you've offered in your plan, not this actual Plan C. So instead of saying what was in the Plan C, they were talking about the one going halfway through, the north and south direction there is what they were referring to as being a long way and it'll take you forever to get to work. They were hiding this Plan C. In fact, this Plan C was kept as soon as you walk into the door, right over in the corner. When I went there to talk to them, they says, "Oh, we don't want to look at that. Come on over here. Let's look at this other one," which was the plan they're presenting. So they were there just for one purpose, and that is to drown us out. So anyway, we'll get back to what they are telling us and what they ain't telling us. In their AE study, they did a major study on Fruitland Road and got it passed to go on to Phase 3 and 4 of the AE study. And in such, they put information in there, and what that information doesn't include is any development of that 11 acres at Saltfleet, the community center. If that was turned over, there's going to go housing going to go in there. I'm getting all excited now. Please bear with me. So that's gonna that population, when they're going to work, they're going to be going out to Sherwood Park and Fruitland Road, which is going to be an intersection. It's a three-way intersection. Your plan put a four-way intersection. What you don't tell us in that plan is actually what's going to happen at that intersection. On your report from ACON, they state that intersection will never change in traffic, which is for the environmental assessment study, I think is a very, that's wrong. That environment, or that intersection is going to change. That intersection is going to require light. You're going to have to widen Fruitland Road. So everything you're putting in your plans to handle the traffic is totally, they're misleading. Anyway. So again, they're hiding everything from us. They're hiding exactly what they were supposed to put forth is both the assessment of Fruitland Road and what our environment's going to be like. And if they're not honest about that intersection, that's going to handle that new population of 10,000 between Jones Road and Fruitland Road to go to work. And they're going to go to work on Fruitland Road. Try to get out of the driveway or try getting to work. It never gets mentioned when you're doing your February 6th thing. You're always saying about this, some other plan that you process where you're saying you're going to put the trucks through and so forth. As was mentioned earlier, the hard right turns, the hard left turns. You don't design trucking that way. I don't care what anybody says. You don't design trucking that way. Let alone for the safety, the mentalness, It's just, health-wise, it's not right. Okay, so I think I pretty well covered my basics.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that
in closing, I'm just going to say there's a lot of dishonesty here. And the facts are on the table. And we will bring those facts forth at our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Steve Spicer, please. Steve? Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Steve Spicer. I am the development manager at Multi-Area Development since our office is at 301 Fruitland Road in Stony Creek. I'm here today to speak about the status of Fruitland Road. We're the owner of 3 of the 4 corners at Barton Street and Fruitland Road. I'm here representing not only myself, but the 22 of our tenants who own and operate businesses at our 2 neighborhood plazas. And let me repeat that, neighborhood plazas. We strongly encourage committee to stay the course and allow Fruitland Road to remain open as a local collector road. Fruitland Road is the primary link between the neighborhoods and our neighborhood centers, and vice versa from our centers into the neighborhood. We've consistently believed that the best solution is to define the road as a collector road to a residential neighborhood through the use of gateway features, by eliminating the truck traffic, by implementing other traffic calming measures, and through stronger police enforcement. Closing Fruitland Road cuts the neighbors off from the centers. It also forces traffic from through the local neighborhood roads and onto Tewitt Road, where there are 2 schools. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Now, may I have a motion to receive all the delegates? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson, all in favor, please. That is carried. Thank you. And Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. I have a letter that was sent to me by email from one John Paolini, who lives on Highway 8. Mr. Paolini is not well, and he asked if I could read this letter into the public record.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
He's a lovely gentleman, and his English isn't that good, so I'm going to try and paraphrase as I go along. My name is John Paolini. I would love to come and have my say on the Winona Fruitland development, but for health reason, I cannot attend. We have received a flyer from the Community Advisory Committee about preserving tender fruit. The charming of the area, I very irked from the ignorance and selfish aspect of these people. They buy a house lot, but they want to say on 1,000s of acres. Sorry. If there is anybody that has a say on acres, should be the acreage owner. As for the tender fruit, these people do not have a clue what it means to grow fruit. In order to qualify as a farmer, you got to own 7 acres, no less. Cannot buy fruit spray, even if you have a license to spray, you can't buy the spray by law. The very reason that E.D. Smith, with thousands of prime land irrigation and drainage, the main needs for any growth, could not make it over the years. He planted plums, apricot, strawberry, and acres of cherry, only to uproot a few years later. Competence with the weather, with minimum wages, frost, not enough rain, too much rain. The latest, I believe, was the reason for uprooting the cherry. The last year, the rain rotted it all. These people that want to save the tender fruit, 90% go to the supermarket instead to pick your own. To compete with the South is very fierce and impossible. The only true farmer in the area that I know of is, he has Paddycombe, but I think he means
Paddycombs, yes.
But he survives on winemaking, restaurant, and others. My question to the advisory committee would be, they help to pay to drain our land, help when there is frost, help when there is frost, rot, birds. If they want to save the area, they should have come and pick and save the farmer, not the farm. finally, because I cannot attend, would you please read this for me, John Paolini? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. And I'd like to leave that for Madam Clerk. Put that into the public record, please. All right, so now, Councillor Johnson, you have a couple of amendments, or do we need to put the item on the floor with a motion first? I have a question for Madam Clerk. All right, do we need to move the motion to get it on the floor first, then deal with amendments, or do we deal with amendments first?
It would be good to put it on the floor because I understand that Councillor Johnson's amendments go with the recommendation.
The report itself, and that's what I was thinking. So I need someone to move the report, Councillor Pearson, and a seconder, Councillor Collins. So the item is now on the floor. And Councillor Johnson, you have amendments?
Yes, thank you. Before I do the amendments, I just have a couple of questions that came out of the speakers that forward. You have a copy of this through you, Chair, to Alyssa. First of all, in the top left-hand corner, it says for internal CAC use only. Why is that put on there?
Alyssa?
Through the chair to the councillor, that version is a bit different than the final version. I think it was, can I see that version actually? Normally when we do our, thanks. The purpose of this plan here was for review at a CAC meeting that was, there was 3 plans that were presented, A, B, and C, and the reason it says for internal CAC use only is because it was just an option that was provided. Staff created this to provide a entirely different scenario than the 2 plans that were created by the public. This had higher densities. They had less commercial net was approved through the commercial studies, and therefore it was meant for internal use only and discussion purposes. We also did provide this plan for the public to see at a public information center, and then at that point it was updated with the legend and whatnot for review. So it was a working document that was reviewed at that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor?
One of the statements was that this pink, it corresponds with this one down here, which says mixed use, height restriction, 3 stories. You see that? But we also saw, and this is where the confusion comes in for me, I just need some clarity. We also have some light brown, or I don't know, pukey orange is what I call it, but they've got it here, and when I look at and it's faded somewhat. You've got medium density 1, 2, 3 residential, medium density 4 residential. Could you please convert that to housing? How much is that per person per hectare?
Alyssa?
Through the chair to the councillor. Typically, medium density, we have a 2, which we have in our plan right now, so that's 60 to 75 units per hectare, and that the height restrictions on medium density 2 is 4 stories. Medium density 3 is 6 stories.
Okay.
So when it says here in the yellow, medium 1, 2, 3, those are not heights; those are the density ranges. And then the medium density 4 would be in excess of 6, so typically around 8. And there is, they are correct, there is a height restriction in the mixed use, which is 3 stories.
Okay, so just to be clear, and this, I'm only taking your word at this because I was not a part of Concept C. Medium density 1, 2, 3 residential is 4 story.
Anywhere from 4 to 6.
4 to 6. And in the medium density 4 residential, it's 6 stories or more.
6
Could
to
be
8.
8.
Yeah.
So is that where the confusion is, through you, to what established the population in this?
Alyssa? To the councillor, it could be, I'm not sure it's clear on the plan, maybe assuming that they could have assumed that medium density 1, 2, and 3 meant stories, but you would never have a medium density at 1 story.
Thank you. And we heard over and over and over again that there was misinformation out there. And Mr. Paolini actually referred to one of the flyers that came out, and I've got a copy of it here. and it basically said some homes will be at risk of expropriation, meaning homeowners may be forced to vacate. Many have not been told that they are even at risk. So through you to staff, are we expropriating anyone through this plan, whatever that plan is at the end of the day? Are we expropriating anyone?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we are not expropriating anyone through the land use plan that's being presented today.
Through the land use plans. That includes roads, ma'am, that includes parks, that includes everything, correct?
Alyssa?
For the parks, no. I can't speak to the roads. That's a different process through the environmental assessment. Typically, you know, there have been cases where they've been expropriated for roadways, or schools. I can't speak to that either. The school board has the right to expropriate land for school sites.
Okay, thank you for that. And when I look at Concept C, there are parks there, there are schools there, there are roads there. Is Concept C immune to that expropriation theme that has been going around?
Alyssa?
Through the chair, no, it's not immune.
So in other words, if we put a community park there, unless we had put something in place to reassure the residents, there would always be that fear out there that there'd be expropriation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So got that.
Councillor?
Thank you. And the other, with my colleagues, that the open house that we had 239 people come out, which is probably the most we've ever had ever. And we had more comments, and we got the comments put together. I don't know how else to go out to the community without getting the majority of the people that we could who were interested at the time. 94% still did not come out. I would just like to know how we could get 94% more out. I'd be open to that. The one thing about the open house, and I want to thank staff for that, we had senior staff, we had our city solicitor there, we had members of the city manager's office there, we had over 30 staff, and plus my colleagues, Councillors Pearson and Clark came out. And I think the comment that we heard was we needed larger props, but a lot of people came up to me, and I think Joanne would agree, because I think some of them came up when you and I were talking and said, thank you very much for this format. At least I'm being able to talk to people. So I just want to make a comment on the open house.
And actually, I'm going to go to Joanne Pryle at some point in time after we're finished with this issue. She would like to make some comments.
If
so
you
go
want,
ahead, Councillor.
I'll defer to her right now.
Joanne, would you like to wait till after or now?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can speak now. That's fine.
Okay, and that's fine because we are talking about the public meeting. Go ahead.
You'll know that I was temporarily reassigned to Planning and Economic Development for a period of 6 months. The benefit to me was that I had the pleasure of working actually with staff on the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. I sat through the public meeting and the meeting, and forgive my terminology, but at the Stony Creek City Hall and today. And I can tell you that I've heard staff being accused of being deceptive, of being liars. I've heard them be swore at one meeting, and that they weren't being transparent, that they hid information. There's been things said that they didn't say. I have to tell you that, yes, the public engagement process, I think, could be much improved. Do I think that I would hope that there would be less cases also that go to the OMB, but I can tell you that the staff are willing, able, and they're fantastic public servants, and they did their best on this, and they pushed, I pushed, and they hid nothing. They're not liars. They didn't pit anybody against each other. All we have is our reputation at the end of the day, and I feel it's my place to defend their reputation and to say that they're fantastic people. They did a great piece of work on this. They may be bound by certain policies, by upper levels of government or by our own, but they did their best within those policies, and I'm here to tell you that I was privileged to having worked with them on this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joanne. I very much appreciate that. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Joanne. I concur. It has been frustrating for this councillor. It's been frustrating because we seem to be getting 2 points of view out there, and it's very difficult to be that ping pong ball, but I've done my best informing the people. I think the postcards was amazing. It got out to every single person in that area, and I think that's a practice we should continue with. Everyone who got one either emailed us and told us they couldn't make it or they were there and appreciated the notification. I have a couple of amendments in front of me right now, and before one of the ones that I want to clear up right away, do you mind please, Vanessa, we need to go to the plan that's in front of us today, please.
To the recommended plan, please, Vanessa.
Going the right way? I don't
know. Okay. There it is. Oh, thank you.
That's it?
Yeah. The first recommendation that the staff asked for, it's for the lands fronting onto Barton Street and Jones Street, right, and it's Barton's 718 to 760 Barton Street. That is this group of homes right here, to be designated residential 2. There's a secondary part of this that says that subject lands may be developed for a community park and institutional use. I would like to have that deleted in its entirety. I think that it's letting the residents know exactly what to expect, and that the community park has been a bone of contention for a lot of people as far as expropriation are concerned. It also talks about the properties here on Jones Road right here, and I've got the amendment in front of me. So amendment, and this is number 1, amendment to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan Official Plan Amendment, Ward 11, regarding lands on Barton Street to be redesignated medium density 2 to remove the policy that indicates that the subject lands may be developed for community park or institutional uses without an amendment to the secondary plan. And I believe I need to amend that to all the ones that are on Jones Street as well, and that's, sorry for the misstep, 287, 289, 291, 293, and 297 Jones Road as well. So it all is encompassing with recommendation number 1.
Councillor, just a second, please. Madam Clerk? So can I just clarify, Councillor Johnson, did you not have this in writing in front of us? I thought you did.
I did. It's right here.
So it's
Yellow
right
sheet.
there. Yeah.
Yellow sheet.
So Vanessa, she doesn't need to write it out if it's existing. Oh, she has changed
For
it.
the lands on Barton Street and Jones Street. These are this is taking recommendation 2AI and just eliminating that 2AI. That's it. So it's really just to eliminate item 2.
Okay, Councillor Clark, please.
So I think it would be prudent if we just dealt with each one to the councillor individually, and then there won't be any confusion in case some people don't want to deal with one versus the other. So realistically, you're talking about 2 motions now, one with Barton Street, deal with that, and then you're going to be dealing one with Jones. And I think I understand what you're trying to do, but it'll be easier if you do it with them one at a time.
And thank you, Councillor Clark. I agree with that. We'll just deal with them one at a time. So, Councillor Johnson, or Councillor Ferguson, then go ahead, please.
Are you finished, Councillor Johnson?
This is that recommendation to the 2A and I does not be approved.
This is the Barton Street one.
And Jones Road, yeah. Barton. Okay, we'll do Barton.
Are you splitting Barton and Jones up to you, Madam Chairman?
It doesn't have to be. It's all one. We're designating them all residential 2. So those are those properties where if you look at 2A, it says the subject lands may be developed for a community park or institutional use. I would just like that removed. So it's 2I removed.
Okay, so I have this document in front of me. And I'm clear, I can ask questions of staff on this, but how are you changing this exactly? This document right here. This is the Barton Street one.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, thank you, Councillor Ferguson, to work from existing paperwork that we've got and go through them one at a time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just dealing with this one now?
With this one right now.
There'll be a separate motion for Jones Road in a few minutes.
Yes, thank you.
If I can then to our planning staff, I'll start with Steve and he can deflect it to anybody he wants to. What's your comments on this? Are you okay with this? Or does this create the situation where we now have to hire outside planners?
Okay, Alyssa? Sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
Through the chair, just on the motion itself, the actual change that's being recommended is that recommendation B2 not be approved. That includes the properties on Barton and Jones. So what the councillor was talking about was the description, so it's not actually the motion. So the motion that's before you does what the councillor was asking us to do. It's just the description above hadn't included the Jones Road addresses, so it'll have the same effect. So it will cover off that concern. I hope that provides some assistance. Through the chair, staff are in support.
So, I want to support the word councillor, but does staff have any concerns about this? I'll ask the same question again.
Through the chair, staff are in support.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so back to you, Councillor. Actually, I do have a list of speakers. All right, so I have Councillor Clark, you've spoken. Councillor Ferguson, I have Councillor Farr next. Councillor Pearson, do you want to be on the list? On the amendment, we're speaking to the amendment right now, and we're going to do them one at a time, which is what we had all agreed to. All right, so understanding that, we're just on the amendments. We're doing them one at a time, and this is the current one. Councillor Farr, please.
Yes, and on this amendment through you to Michelle or Steve or whomever. So staff are in support is what I heard. What was my question as well? Maybe if you could just expand through the chair. What is it that you're in support of? Why are you in support?
Michelle?
Through the chair, the amendments that staff had recommended to the secondary plan with respect to those properties on Barton Street and Jones Road, it's part of changing the designation from community park and institutional to a medium density 2. In addition to that, staff had added a special policy area that indicated that in the future, if these lands became available, they could be purchased for community park or institutional purposes. And the reason for that was to provide an opportunity for community services staff and landscape architecture staff to purchase perhaps a walkway or provide some kind of linkage to Barton Street in the future. The intent was not to purchase all the properties to make them into community parks, so staff are not opposed to the motion coming forward.
Councillor Farr? Okay, that's good. All right, so Councillor Pearson, please, on this amendment, so you're good.
I'm fine with it, Madam Deputy Chair, as staff are supportive. That's fine.
Okay, so on that amendment, Councillor Collins, please. Yes.
Madam Chairman, through you, in terms of the designation, then, if it's going to the medium density 2, then we're reverting to the 4-story minimum 60 units per hectare designation on the properties that are referenced in the amendment. Is that correct?
Michelle?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're good? All right, so on the amendment, it is moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? Carried. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next one, please. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, this is the amendment to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and Official Plan Amendment, Ward 11. Recommendation 6 be amended as follows. If you want to follow the bouncing ball, this is page 3. This is the first paragraph on page 3. A scoped air drainage analyst's brief, which has been prepared by a qualified environmental engineer with additional information being provided by a climatologist and agrologist who are specialized in the field of tender fruit and grape production to the satisfaction of the city. The air drainage analyst's brief shall include the following, and the rest stays as is. So it's rewording that paragraph, and it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark.
All right, so on that amendment, do we have any speakers? Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, just to be clear, through to our staff, I really don't think much has changed other than we've clarified specifically who would be doing the study. So the intent, the agreement was that the air study was going to be done. So I'm looking for a verbal agreement that the staff are okay with the wording that is being used now in this amendment.
Michelle?
Through the chair, staff have no concerns with the change.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson and then Councillor Collins, please. All right, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. My question is on the timing of the report. Is it done in preparation of an OMB appeal, or does it happen when the areas are where submissions for development come in for the area?
Michelle?
Through the chair, it's done as part of the development approvals process. It would be required as part of a complete application.
Okay, thank you. I have no more speakers. So on the motion, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That carries.
Thank you, and this is done with the help of Mr. Sergi, actually. Amendment to the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan and Official Plan Amendment, Ward 11, regarding timing of infrastructure improvements, that the recommendation B be amended to it. Sorry? Yeah. Another yellow one. That'll just help you. I know. I'm sorry. I should have numbered them. To be amended to include that the block servicing strategy policies be amended to add a policy to require a phasing strategy for external works to ensure that the required upgrades may be brought forward as soon as possible, subject to suitable outlets and funding. It's really basically housekeeping. We do it, but it's now in print. They can't get around it.
And what number is this amendment?
This is number 3.
This is number 3. Okay, so I have Councillor Clark first, then I have Councillor Pearson, then Councillor Ferguson. All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had found it now. So this is referencing block servicing strategy. So this is dealing specifically, and I'm looking who's here from growth. Nobody's here from growth.
Sally's here.
Good afternoon, Sally. I knew you wouldn't let me down. So the block servicing strategy traditionally has dealt with the sanitary, the waters, and things along that line. This is not dealing with road infrastructure per se, or is it?
Sally, confirm, please.
To you, Madam Chairman, it will include the roads and stormwater as well.
Okay. So that the block servicing strategy policy be amended out of policy to require a phasing strategy for external works to ensure that the required upgrades may be brought forward as soon as possible, subject to suitable outlets and funding. So the intent is to prevent, no one didn't want to rhyme, but what happened on Rymel Road and those other areas where the commercialization, the development was approved and they started working on it, and we were left with a 2-lane road trying to deal with that. Is this the strongest language that the municipality can use here? When I'm looking at this, to ensure that the required upgrades may be brought forward as soon as possible, subject to suitable outlets and funding, I could use this clause to describe what transpired on Rymel. And the intent was to protect the residents and the community from having this explosion of growth and still having 2-lane roads going through their community with traffic backed up for miles. So I'm looking to staff. I know this is new ground. It's not historically been done this way, but we need some stronger language than what's written here, because I'm not even a lawyer, and I could argue that we did that already.
Sally, can you comment on that, please? Stronger language?
Do you want to think about it and come back to it after another amendment so you can have your conversation, or?
Yes, please. We'll get back to you.
Okay, so if we can just hold this for a second.
Absolutely. So next I have Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. No, I appreciate Councillor Clark raising that issue, because I think staff can come up with a little tighter process in this, and that's great. And I also wanted to just make sure that we clarify when we're saying subject to suitable outlets, we're talking storm drainage, and I'm wondering if that should be an inclusive, that is not just, I mean, somebody could look at what do you mean by outlets, outlets of funding, outlets of whatever. I understand what the good councillor is asking, but I think we need to make sure if it's in the motion that it specifically states. So let's make sure staff include that, and they might have missed my conversation. But we'll raise it when they bring this back.
All right. Well, I think what you're asking, though, is that it may be included in the motion. So, Sally, are you ready to comment? Or Michelle? Is this to count? Now, is this going to be? I think they need more time. I'd like to deal with these motions one at a time rather than getting a couple of balls up in the air. I think we need to be more efficient. Michelle, please.
Through the chair, I understand there was a question regarding what was meant by outlets. We were specifically referring to stormwater management outlets.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and that's what I was asking staff to make sure they include in the motion so that it's very specific and clear, that it doesn't just say outlets, it's storm water management outlets.
So just to tighten up the language, make it more clear, I think that's prudent.
Through the chair, we will add storm and sanitary outlets.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson, appreciate that. Sally, can you turn your mic off? Thank you. Yeah, that's great. And Councillor Ferguson, please.
The same question as Councillor Clark, so I'll wait for that answer.
Okay. Okay, Steve, I think we're back at Councillor Clark's question.
Through you, Madam Chairman, just to clarify, I think the situation what the council wants to ensure is that the road infrastructure is upgraded concurrently with development occurring. Is that correct? So that if a 4-lane road is required, that 4-lane road occur at the same time as development, as opposed to there being an infrastructure lag.
The preference for me would be prior to or concurrent, not post. We keep getting post, so I don't know how to get rid of the post and make sure that it's either prior to or concurrent with the development. And this language does not do any of that for me.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I agree with your statement that this language would not ensure that the road infrastructure, we need to do it integrated with, in the sense that the sewers are required in order to facilitate both the road upgrades and the development, but we also want to ensure that the roads are upgraded at the same time. You need an outlet to drain the stormwater management, or stormwater, and that's done through the road reconstruction works. We may need to further massage this wording then to ensure that it's integrated with the timing of development, so there's when the servicing is occurring, as opposed to it being in a post situation. So we may just need a bit more time to further elaborate on this wording.
And I appreciate that, and wordsmithing on the fly is never a good thing. So might I suggest, Madam Chair, that this amendment goes to council and our staff will come back with appropriate wording. I can meet with them, Councillor Ferguson can meet with them, and we can make sure that it's tweaked in the manner that the councillors are comfortable with. I think we all agree what we're trying to accomplish. We just don't want roads being constructed and widened after all the development is completed. That makes no sense. So how we do that, I leave it to your good judgment, Madam Chair, but I don't think we should be trying to wordsmith this now, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere.
Gary, do you want to comment on that? Not really? Oh, come on.
Okay. It's a very difficult, because it's chicken and egg. You want to provide the transportation there for the growth when it's there. But unfortunately, when all the developments are adjacent to that road, if you do all the improvements prior to that, then you're digging up all the same road to get access back to all the sewers and water services that you need. And it's very difficult. Sometimes you can dig the road up, provide those services. If you have all of the information necessary and all of the approvals from the adjacent developments in place, so you know exactly what their services are, exactly where every lateral and water service is. Generally, that's not the case. And the other problem is that not everyone's ready to come forward at the same time. So there could be one piece remaining. If those things all fell into place, it would facilitate a much easier approach in that fashion. But other than that, it is very difficult. We can do it. It just needs to be eyes wide open on all the drawbacks.
Okay, well, thank you. And so I would agree with Councillor Clark that this particular motion be dealt with between now and council with staff, so that we're not trying to wordsmith on the fly.
Just to respond.
Sure.
It's the status quo is always easy. So we have to understand, though, that with the developments that we're now approving in this municipality, opposite what used to be approved 20, 30 years ago, these developments are significant. It's huge movement of traffic, both goods and people. And so to say that we don't want to cut into the road, so we'll wait until it's completed, I can tell you on Rymel Road, if you compare the volumes of traffic prior to the development to where it is today, it is absolutely mind-numbing. Nothing moves, and lots of accidents and lots of risk for vehicle pedestrian conflict. Same with Councillor Collins down in the Centennial Parkway area. All that development has hit. The traffic is exploding down there. Councillor Ferguson has experienced out in his area. This has been a consistent theme. So since we know this is happening, the simple solution is to make sure that it's concurrent at the very least. You know, you can't do it after the fact because you're just jamming the roads up. So I just need that commitment that we can work with staff to get that wording. And I think Councillor Ferguson wants to add something.
Yeah, and I would add water down to that list too. We all know what's going on out there. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, through you to Gary. Gary, you know, we saw Upper Gage, Upper Sherman, and in my case, Southcote Road. Southcote Road is a cow path. There's a little two-lane road cross-section that the Meadowlands built all up around it. And it's still just a little two-lane road cross-section road. And, you know, when we come to your office to talk about, we need to get these projects upgraded to an urban cross-section, you hum the song In the Year 2525 to us. And so I think we need to get this done ahead of time or we can't find the funding. And you know, I want to drive you down Southcote Road. Take a look at what we're experiencing there. It developed all around it with a little two-lane road that was there when it used to be farm fields. And, you know, there's no plan to upgrade this, and even though it's DCs and you're all spent out, and it's difficult to get funding after it's done to get these projects completed. So I'd like to solve this thing too, and I think we need to think this thing through to make sure. I get it that you don't know exactly where the stubs are going to have to be installed in order to accommodate future roadways, although our master plans should be able to tell us the major roads that would branch off there where we could put stubs to put the road in. Then just leave it on base asphalt until it's built out. And then put the top asphalt on to make it look nice and new when it's all completed. So I look forward to us getting our head around this thing because it's troubling. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And it can't be fast enough, but he's coming to water down first before he goes to Ancaster. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for getting this tightened up. I really appreciate it because the intent was to make sure the infrastructure was in place prior. So I'm willing to defer this to council and get this sorted out at council. Thank you very much. So Councillor Clark has got is the seconder, so I'm assuming he's agreeing with me. Thank you. So we've deferred that. I have another motion in front of me.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I'd like to present it, and I'd like to speak to it.
And this is number 4?
This is number 4, and this is the long-winded one.
Would you like to read that out?
I will. Whereas the Planning Committee of the City of Hamilton directed the Ward Councillor and staff to work together with the public to tweak, should say amend, the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan. As a result, an open house was planned and implemented by a third-party independent consultant, which had over 239 citizens attend and to provide their input. As a result of the open house, the independent consultant's report indicated the main issue was density, height, and the amount of buildings. Whereas Winona, south of Highway 8, is in the Niagara Escarpment Plan and included into the Greenbelt Plan and is designated tender fruit lands, and also the large area from McNeely to Glover Road, Barton Street to Highway 8 is in the Greenbelt, designated tender fruit land, and the Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan abuts these sensitive land uses. And whereas air drainage is a very real concern for tender fruit areas when natural flow of air can be blocked from escaping to Lake Ontario, the Winona tender fruit area relies on air drainage to minimize the frost pockets. Buildings or structures create frost pockets which result in extending the frost line and thereby damaging the production of tender fruit. And whereas agriculture experts have stated that reducing the height of buildings and the amount of buildings will lessen the negative impact for air drainage, and whereas agriculture is a $1.2 billion industry in the City of Hamilton and the City is committed to protecting our agricultural lands, and whereas there's been a loud and clear message from residents to reduce both density and heights in this plan, and whereas the provincial average for density is 50 persons and jobs per hectare. Therefore, let it be resolved that Fruitland-Winona Secondary Plan be designated 50 persons and jobs per hectare, and that's seconded by Councillor Clark, and I'd like to speak to that.
All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you. As I said earlier, there is nothing noted in the recommendations from staff from all the comments that were made from the consultant, from all the emails, all the petitions that we received, and I can refer you to all those pages right now. You asked me to go back to the community and it was received loud and clear. No to 4-story, lower the density. The main character of this area is single-family homes and farmland. We discussed this enough. After all the effort we've put into this file, and thank you staff for sticking in there with us, why wouldn't we listen to the community? And as a previous speaker just said, the community expected much more. If you want to ignore the community, why would you ignore the $1.2 billion industry of agriculture? Agricultural lands are protected by the Ministry of Natural Resources, that's why they created the Niagara Escarpment Commission, and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and that's why they created the Greenbelt. This municipality has made a commitment to protect these lands, and we even brag that Maple Leaf and Canada Bread, both as a result of our agriculture, chose to be situated into the city that is 65% agriculture. We protect ANSIs, we protect wetlands, core, heritage. Why don't we protect farmland too? The local developers have made it very clear they don't want the heights and the density. They have no intention to build them higher. So why cause the local businessman more money for their official plan amendments? Why wouldn't we give the community a comfort level because they know what to expect? The Winona community was designated low density and the intent was single homes. 50 persons per hectare can achieve a variety of housing. Those are my comments right now, and I reserve the right to comment later. Thank you, and the motion's before you.
All right, thank you. And I have Councillor Ferguson, Clark, and Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To Steve. Steve, is this the tipping point now where you say you're dropping below 60, you're going down to 50, see you later, you have to go hire your own planners?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the issue that staff have and the issue that I have is that knowing that this motion was coming, we spent some time yesterday afternoon trying to see what would it mean, and we weren't able to reach a definitive solution as to how would you get to 50 persons and job per hectare without throwing out the secondary plan completely. So we'd have to completely eliminate the medium density designation and just allow it to develop in accordance with the low density 1 and 2 designations, or would we be ratcheting down those numbers, and then how would that play out? And that's as far as our analysis got. I mean, we're constantly going to be moving the density or the density requirement down the road, and at some point in time, we're going to have to deal with that issue. So I don't have it's hard for me to have a professional opinion on the merits of this to say that I can support this. That's the concern that I have. Michelle, myself, and Alyssa, we spent a lot of time yesterday going over the numbers, trying to see how would it play out so that we could then make that determination if we could support reducing it to an overall 50 persons and jobs per hectare. Part of it is not only on the residential side, but what would it mean on the jobs side in terms of how would that number ratchet down, so we could actually figure out then what would be the total residential population we would need to see, and then how would we achieve that through a density. My concern, or the staff's concern, is what would it mean from a unit mix and what would be the built form that we would see at the end of the day. So because we haven't been able to fully assess it, my recommendation is, or my opinion is, that I can't support this simply because I don't know what it means as we take this down the road in terms of this density issue. We supported a higher density initially as a department, the first application that came forward, and then we also supported it, the amended proposal in November, where we were recommending, with those changes that came out of the first round, the first time the secondary plan is being good land use planning. I don't know why we would be deviating from that plan based on what was presented previously to committee and what is currently presented today as representing good land use planning. This changed simply because I don't fully understand it. I cannot recommend it to committee as representing good land use planning.
Okay, did the answer I hear, was it yes, it is the tipping point, or did I hear I don't know yet?
I don't think we heard tipping point. Go ahead.
My initial reaction is that it'd be a tipping point to a point that we couldn't support it, if that's your question. Yeah. That's where we're leaning to, because it's not a simple solution that you would just say, okay, you're tweaking this or you're tweaking that. It's a fundamental policy shift that's based on the vision laid out in the Urban Hamilton official plan of planning to achieve 70, and then in terms of the way the secondary plan was structured in providing both a range of land uses and the physical arrangement of those land uses on the ground.
Okay, I think the very capable ward councillor is putting another motion up in a few minutes about 3 floors. Can you hit 60 units per 60 persons per hectare with 3 floors?
As I indicated previously, just to go back, the most recent example was Millen Road. That building there was a 3-story multiple dwelling, and it was coming in at 100 units per hectare. Based on the size of that site for 600 square foot apartments. The average PPU for an apartment is about 1.5 people. So that site there would easily, come in at a density of 150 persons per hectare on that site. So within a 3-story building, you can achieve 60 persons and jobs per hectare.
So if we defeat this amendment, it'll stay at 60. And then, but we could be supportive of the 3 floors then, because I think that's optically the most important thing to the community, at least from my experience. And you could still be supportive of it then if we get appealed to the OMB.
Staff's preference, and my preference, is that 4 stories provides a lot more design flexibility when dealing with buildings, apartments, in terms of how you're physically designing them on the site. Because if you start going, either you go up and you have more space around the building, or if you swap the building, the building becomes just bigger, its footprint increases. One of the suggestions was, from an architectural point of view, you could look at a 3.5-story building where that half-story would actually have a unit within it, but you just get a more interesting roof line, or that they actually have the first story is raised halfway out of the ground. It would still more or less provide for the same number of units as a 4-story building, but you would just be looking more into how you would creatively design the building to achieve that. At 3 stories, though, is I think where you get into a tipping point where you're actually discouraging a lot of apartments from happening, and then the concern is that you would have the preferred form of development would predominantly be just for townhouses in the area, and you would lose that opportunity to provide the apartments. And the apartments do provide an important segment within the housing market, whether it be for first-time buyers or empty nesters, or for those individuals who don't want a grade-related residential unit, but prefer an apartment form of dwelling.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chairman, to Mike, ward councillor. But I have to have everything in my mind straight before we do that. If we hit this tipping point with our planning staff where they say they can no longer support redevelopment, and you have to hire an outside planner to go before the board, this is a large, complex project we're taking on. Can you give us any indication what the outside planning cost would be to hire an external planner to get us through the OMB hearings?
Mike?
Through you, Madam Chair. Without knowing the extent of the appeals, it's difficult to do that, although the costs would be significant. I don't think it would be unreasonable to suggest the cost would be in excess of 50, 60, 70, keep going. Like it could be a significant hearing, so the cost could be very significant. In addition, there's no guarantee you would get an outside planner to support anything without them kind of looking at it. We'd have to go out and canvass planners and see whether they could support it. There's no one right now that I could suggest to you that would support it without taking a look at it. And the only other concern I have is that if you put that units put the change in, how does it change the plan? And who changes the plan? Does it come back to you from the outside planner to say, here's a new plan that you have to look at?
Okay, but the only other big one we've done like this in my recent memory would be the Airport Employment Growth District. And if we had to bring in an outside planner for the Airport Employment Growth District, I think you know how many days we spend before the board. Are we looking at, I shouldn't throw a number out. I'll let you do it. Give me an idea if it was similar to that.
Madam Chair, if I could just have a second to consult with Ms. Hickey Evans, who was working on the airport file.
That's fine with me, Madam Chair. You want to go on to the next question or then come back to me?
Okay, that's fine. We'll come back to that question. We'll give you a couple of minutes on that. And I have, other than that, you're done. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Some questions of staff. So the resolution that Councillor Johnson has put forth is 50 persons and jobs per hectare. Now, when I start crunching the numbers, and I'm not a mathematician by any extent, I use a calculator. But when I start crunching the numbers, I see, we're getting in and around 56, 57, close to 60. We're not actually at 60 on the plan that the staff put forth. It was close. So the argument that thank you.
You have the floor, Councillor.
So the argument of going to 50, and the good councillor is telling me that the goal was 70. The goal was 70. The plan says 60, and you're saying 50. That's the numbers, just so that we're all on the same page. So let me back up a little bit then. We approved the numbers for Winona twice as a goal for people and persons per hectare. One of them was in our official plan. What was that number in the official plan? It was 70, was it not?
Michelle?
Through the chair, it's 70 persons and jobs per hectare.
And that was approved by council when?
Through the chair, as part of the minister's modifications in 2011.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up.
Through the chair, it was part of the minister's modifications to the Urban Hamilton official plan done in 2011.
Correct. And what had we proposed prior to the minister's modifications? Do we recall, Joanne?
Prior to the minister's modifications, it appeared as 50 persons and jobs per hectare.
So, can someone explain, this only came to me because I was going through all my notes after I had discussions with Councillor Johnson and a few people yesterday. I don't think many people would really understand the process of an official plan being processed by the ministry. So the minister's modifications, can someone explain what that means? Because it's certainly not getting, although some would say it is getting a blessing by someone, but it's a significant, I guess we're looking at our legal staff.
So Joanne on
perfect.
this particular question, please.
For you, Madam Chair, with respect to the overall density calculations, as you know, places to grow require 50 persons and jobs per hectare.
For the
whole designated green field in the municipality, so not on a site-by-site basis.
Thank you.
However, when we did our industrial or employment lands came in at 37. So there needs to be 50 overall. So when we originally put the plan forward, we were not as clear as we could be about the overall. So that's why the minister modified and basically said 37 and the 50, and based on a series of calculations, it comes out when you use residential and non-residential together at the 50. And that's why they modify it for purposes of clarity.
They modified it for 70.
Right, and the balance was the 37 in employment, because we did make reference to the employment as 37 in the first draft.
So, and there are probably people here and that would say, well, if that's the case, then put that higher density, not going to pick on you, but in Ancaster, as opposed to in Winona. Doesn't quite work that way. Can you help me out? And how does this responsibility that we have to try to balance this work now, because we have a municipal goal, we have a significantly higher intensification goal in downtown Hamilton. It's at 225 or 250. We have one in downtown Stony Creek. It's at 110. How does this work out that, you know, we just simply can't say, okay, we're going to slide it from here to here and everyone will go away happy?
Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Clark is correct. What happens is that the growth plan has two requirements to measure density, and that's what can be confusing at times. So when we're talking about the 50 persons and jobs per hectare, that is for greenfield land, and as part of the growth plan, there's a built boundary. So basically, the ministry established a built boundary, and anything outside the built boundary has to apply the 50 persons and jobs per hectare. So for the most part, that is that at the time was in 2006 was vacant land. So that density is only applied there. So when we're talking about density within the built boundary, it's a little bit different. And we talked about our nodes, we talked about downtown, and our downtown has 225 persons and jobs per hectare. But it's measured differently. And the reason it's measured differently because they view that as redevelopment versus the greenfield, which is new development. So the whole intent was to move greenfield development in the future to higher densities.
Okay. Microphone, please.
Thank you. The provincial policy statement requires us to hit a certain percentage as a goal for redevelopment density, intensification in the urban parts of the city. What's that percentage?
Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chairman, it is 40% of all building permits that are issued post-2016 have to be within the built boundary. So the intensification rate, which people call the intensification rate, is 40% starting in 2016. And that's for lands in the built boundary.
And do we have a rough calculation of where we are now? If we were looking at 2016, what percentage are we hitting currently?
Joanne?
So, through you, Madam Chairman, in 2012, we were at 23%. Was within the built boundary based on the most recent information I have. It's sort of been trending downwards because the easy sites have already been redeveloped. So I'm not sure what the 2013 number is. We haven't reconciled that yet. But in 2012, we were at 23%, which is below the provincial target.
And that 23% is with all the development that's going on in my ward, in downtown Hamilton, all the cranes, all the development that's going on in water, all of those, we're still not hitting the 40% yet.
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. Within the built boundary, which includes some infill greenfield subdivisions and then some redevelopment like we're seeing in the downtown, that when you add it all up based on the number of units created, we're not achieving the 40% target required by the province.
Okay. Councillor?
So, and now I'm struggling because when I look back and I see the modification by the minister, I'm trying to ascertain what's the most defensible position to be in at an OMB hearing, while understanding that the residents in Winona, for the most part, the vast majority of them, would rather that we just go home and stop talking to them about it and leave the land alone. My house is here, that's someone's green yard, and it'll stay that way. They really don't want to deal with any of that. But I talked to a lot of it. I understand exactly. But the challenge is all the landowners, some retired, some not. Some families now own the land. Some have already sold them. All of those landowners have rights, and there's plans and policies in place to allow them to develop the land. So what's the potential if we say 50 persons, knowing that the minister has already modified it to 70? What happens at the OMB?
Steve?
I think, through you, Madam Chairman, it would depend on the nature of the appeal. I mean, there is a scenario, and I think who is appealing what So if someone was appealing the secondary plan as not complying with the growth plan, and therefore the whole secondary plan should be defeated, that would be a different argument than if an individual was appealing the secondary plan because they did not like the designation on their property. So without knowing what that appeal is and what that structure of that appeal is, it's difficult to say what the outcome would be. But I think one of the questions that the board chairman would ask is, would ask any planner on the stand, does the secondary plan conform with the provincial policy statement, and does the secondary plan conform with the places to grow? And there's a requirement to do that. And if the answer is no, then why not? And if that's not a satisfactory answer, then the OMB could say, well, then the whole plan should just be overturned and start from scratch.
Okay, thank you. So can I make just some quick comments, and I'm kind of going to wrap them all up into this little thing?
Absolutely, and then I'm going to come back to Mike to answer Councillor Ferguson's question.
Okay. So, thank you very much. So, I think we've made some headway today with these amendments here. For those who would like this body to defer again or table again, I personally, I'm not on for that. This has been a long exercise, and I think some of the residents earlier today described it as a roller coaster ride, and it truly has been. In some ways, it was as challenging as trying to approve the actual official plan for the city of Hamilton. It was that wild a ride. I have to say up front that I am profoundly disappointed and disturbed by some of the comments that were made by some people. You know, I was born in Hamilton, raised in Hamilton, grew up in Hamilton. We should be able to debate the merits of anything in Hamilton without making accusations of corruption, without making accusations that people are lying. Just imagine anyone that's sitting here in the audience, you're working wherever you're working, and a bunch of people come into work one day and start pointing at you and telling you and your colleagues that you're a bunch of liars, that you're all on the take. Imagine how that would feel when you're simply trying to do your job within the policies and the confines of what is before you. That is what our staff went through today. That is what our staff went through last time. Some of the emails, if they were ever FOI'd by the media, they'd be surprised at some of the things that our staff have to listen to and hear from a small group of people who are seemingly incapable of showing an iota of respect for someone who's simply doing their job. That was profoundly disappointing for me. And, you know, I'm Catholic. I'm going through Lent right now. I know lots of people up there who are Catholic, and I'm surprised that any of us would be that upset at a process that we would begin to smear the reputations of people.
Order, please.
I hear laughter from people up there.
What's religion got to do with it?
Order, please. The councillor has the floor. You had your chance. Be respectful. Councillor, go ahead, please.
You know, when people spread rumors in a community and then they say, "Oops, sorry, I didn't mean that," it's kind of like cutting open a pillow that's filled with feathers and throwing them in the air and then running around trying to pick them all back up again. You will never do that. You will never get them. And for those people who did that today, I admonish you. It wasn't necessary. If you can't come in here and simply look at what is before us and provide your positions on what is here and what your concerns are, then there's a real problem. We don't impugn your reputation. We don't impugn your motives. We're here to listen to you about a plan, not about personalities, and certainly not about allegations to our staff, who put up with enough abuse on this file, and I hope I never see it again from anybody. As well as our colleagues who smile and take it because we're supposed to be thick-skinned, whose husbands and wives
we're thick-skinned. I have news for you. I've met many politicians, their families don't have thick skin. They never do. It hurts them. And it's not necessary. So I am really disappointed with that. In terms of where we're going on this, I had talked to Councillor Johnson yesterday and her staff. We had a number of phone calls early in the morning, bright and early, I might add, prior to my coffee. And we talked about a number of these amendments, and I indicated that I would help around these. I also indicated that I didn't really see a big issue with the 50 persons and jobs per hectare. And that was me doing my calculations as I did with Melissa earlier today. But I had forgotten about the minister's intervention when we filed our official plan. And I'm human, we're all human. But it is going to be really difficult for anybody to go to the OMB and argue 50 when the minister already intervened and said 70. You'd be better off going in at 60 in unison than risking it going up to 70. And that's just my personal opinion based on everything that I now know, and I apologize to Councillor Johnson and her advisors that I had forgotten about this. And I remember it like it was yesterday because we made a lot of noise about the minister intervening in our process. That said, the minister has a lot of authority and a lot of sway at the OMB. And sometimes what you ask for could be the worst thing. So you theoretically could go in and make the request for 50, and it could get bound back up to 70 as opposed to what our staff supported at 60. So I'm asking my colleagues to consider that, and Councillor Johnson to consider that. This is a development that's going to take 20, 30 years before it's completed. This is not going to happen in 5 years. It's not. It's not going to happen in 10 years. You'll see piecemeal happening. But I think everyone in the room knew it was going to happen at some point. It's just a question of time when. And we just can't keep pushing it back and pushing it back, disenfranchising the rights of landowners. Some of them retired. Some folks I know in Winona are thinking of retirement and would love to be able to sell their property one day. But we can't simply push it back and say, well, you're going to have to wait another 20, 30 years. We have a reasonable plan. Not everyone buys into it. I understand it. It's been modified significantly here to assist. And I think we should take our best shot at it. And again, to Councillor Johnson, I would strongly suggest that the 60 persons would be the solution to resolve anything happening with the minister and her staff sticking into it. So with that said, I'll wait to hear the rest of my colleagues, and hopefully we can get it finished today.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm going to come back to Mike now. You had a legal opinion in response to, I believe it was Councillor Ferguson, and then I will go to Councillor Collins.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. And I apologize. I think my first estimate was significantly significant underestimate in respect to the costs, Madam Chair. And my discussions with Ms. Hickey Evans and Mr. Robichaud confirmed that. And it didn't take into account the scope of the work that would likely be required. We probably wouldn't be able to approach the retainer of an outside planner in this on the normal basis we do on when council doesn't necessarily agree with planning staff. And in that case, we send out a package, ask them to review it. They review it at no cost, and they come back to us whether they can support it or not. Because of the breadth of the work involved here, you just couldn't ask someone to take a look at it for free and get back to you. So changing to 50 persons and jobs per hectare, based on the discussions I've had with Mr. Robichaud, I think would result in a re-examination of the plan by any outside planner. In other words, they'd have to figure out how you accommodate those 50 persons and jobs per hectare. So And then it would depend upon the appeals that are filed too, and the subject matter of this specific appeal. So it's not unreasonable to suggest you're well in excess of $100,000 for an outside planner, and it could reach. It wouldn't be unreasonable to suggest that you could get up to $250,000 for outside consultant costs on this, just in respect of one planner.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chairman. And I think lost in much of the debate that we've had today and over the last couple of months is that this is, I think, now the third time that we've been through this in earnest. And we have made tremendous compromises already based on the public feedback that we've received. We do note that we were at 6 stories before. We compromised to 4. I certainly can't support the 3-story proposal. However, I do like what Steve said earlier in terms of the 3.5 will still accomplish the 60 units per hectare. Maybe in the spirit of goodwill, I'd certainly be willing to put that on the table if the 3 loses. That again tweaks this plan, which I think was the intent from the last meeting that we had. And to be clear, in my questions that I had asked earlier and in the questions that I had asked last year, it was made known that, again, deviating from the medium density to the low density residential, we would essentially lose the commercial operations and designations that many people were seeking when they appeared 3 times now in front of this council. So I'm very interested in keeping that commercial designation. If Steve's telling us here today that 3.5 stories will do that, and we can still meet the test, the provincial test of these 60 units per hectare, then I'd certainly be willing to live with that number and would move that at the appropriate time if the 3-story proposal loses.
All right, I'll come back to you if it's necessary. And I have no other speakers. Councillor Johnson, please.
Just a quick question through you to Joanne. You were talking about how the original official plan went to the minister with 50 persons per hectare in Winona, correct?
Joanne?
No. Through you, Madam Chair, no, it was to deal with nothing to do with Winona whatsoever. It had to do with the urban Hamilton official plan and the greenfield areas in the urban area, which includes Winona, Waterdown, and all the other greenfield areas. So it was on a citywide basis. It had nothing to do with Winona specifically. Okay, so where did I hear, was it through you or Michelle that said that it was originally at 50 and it got bumped up to 70? Through Madam Chairman, as I explained before, we were not clear. We need 50 overall, and we had a balance at 37 in employment, and the ministry wanted us to be clear to get to 50 that we put the 70 in. So it was just the way we expressed it in our policy framework was not clear to them. That's why they modified it, because they actually said to us, you have not clarified how much you're going to do on the non-residential side. I think my recollection is we said something like 37 in the employment, 50 overall, but we didn't say how we would get to the 50 on the residential side. So just to be clear, through you to Joanne, there was no specific number, is that what you're telling me, for all the greenfield development? There was no specific number originally the minister suggested or dictated it? Through you, Madam Chair, we originally did not put a specific number to non-residential. Or to residential, and they requested us to do that. So in the modification, it came out to 70. So basically, it was taking 37 plus 70 gets you to the 50. We just had one part of the formula that was not included in the policy. So to be clear, there was no number set forward by the staff. It was set by the minister, correct? For residential. Through you, Madam Chairman, we always knew it would be 70, but we did not articulate it in the policy. Okay, so I guess I misunderstood that there was a 50 out there somewhere that went through and then it got bumped up.
Joanne?
To you, Madam Chair, I didn't hear that last part, but I wanted to add one thing. After the UHOP was adopted in 2009, the modifications came forward. The modifications were discussed at committee and went on to council for approval. And that was in 2011, spring in 2011. So there was, I recall the discussion, and council did approve that 70.
Okay, but I think what the councillor was asking was specific to Winona, if I may, that there was the figure of 50 put forward specifically for Winona. Does that capture it?
Yeah, that was what the question was. Through Madam Chairman, there was never any specificity in that policy about Winona. Okay, and just to be clear, and I want this to, because I don't remember the conversation about the 70 per persons, so I have a feeling it was done prior. Was it not in 2010? I think we had this conversation yesterday. Wasn't it early 2010 this was all decided? Which dictated that, and that came to the public in June?
Madam Chairman, I don't have the modifications here with me, but if Michelle's looked into it, it was definitely in the spring, and the likelihood of it being in 2010 were slim to none because we had adopted the plan in 2009, and I recall the discussions went on for over a year, so it had to have been in 2011.
Okay. My comments still, sorry, but my comments still stand the same, that I'm going to ask my colleagues to support 50 persons per hectare. I know there's a bus that just drove through here because I went under it, but anyways, I'd still like to push that motion forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Clark for a second time as well.
Well, I'm sorry my colleague thinks that the bus drove over.
Yep.
Someone explained to me how we're going to defend it when the minister said 70. That simple. I looked to my colleague.
Okay, Joanne, please.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I'm not going to take on that one, but what I am going to do is clarify what I said. In going back, it was April 2010 that we did that. March 2011 was the actual ministerial approval of the plan. So there was a year that went by after the modifications were done.
There was a long process, much longer than that, over 2 terms of government. One dealt with actually goals in all of the former municipalities. That's how I recall the 110 in Stony Creek, and it was originally 200 for downtown Hamilton, and Councillor Bertina felt that he could do 250, and the councillors agreed with that, and that's how all of our former, including Waternet, we all have those numbers. Those numbers fed the urban official plan. Those numbers fed into that. So the question still stands, and I'd love to be able to say, yes, I'll support this 50, as I said last night. But how am I going, how do we argue this with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing when they modify it to 70, and we say after fighting with them on the first round, you know what, we're just going to do this anyways. And so when we have a staff recommending 60, is that correct, Melissa? Talking, what's the number currently on
Michelle, can you just confirm, please?
Through the chair, at 70.
70 is the total number.
70.
So, you know, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't here. And you've got nothing to fight with because it was the minister's decision. So how do you do that? And I'm sorry, I'm human. I forgot about it. I've provided you excellent advice, madam, throughout this entire process. And if I had recalled that, I would have thrown it up immediately and said, well, you're up against this. So our staff reminded me, they're correct. It did happen. I can't say it didn't happen, but I can tell you that that is a significant hurdle at an OMB. And I don't know how you're going to overcome it. So I can't support that. I cannot do that. That would be completely inconsistent with everything I've done in the past.
All right, I have no more speakers. So on this amendment, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Clark, for the density to, you're not seconding it now? Councillor Pasuta will second it. Thank you for that. And this is to change the density from 70 down to 50. All in favor, please. All right, and those opposed? All right, and so it fails. Vanessa? All right, I'll come back to Councillor Collins, please. So you're moving the 3.5-story limit, seconded by Councillor Farr. Is that separate from the density? This is totally...
Madam Chairman, it doesn't change the density, as Mr. Robichaud noted before. We'd still be able to accomplish the same density with lower roof lines and but it would deviate away from the 4-story maximum that's currently in the report, so it would need an amendment.
So it's a compromise down to 3.5. Councillor Farr, please.
I'm happy to second that. I just want to confirm through you to Steve that what's not changed is a density in the range of 60 through to 72 people and jobs per.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. We would not be changing the density. We would just be changing the maximum building height from 4 stories to 3.5 stories.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Clark, please.
So just to be clear, the maximum height of 3 stories, do we have an understanding of what the proposed density or projected density would be for that versus 3.5?
Steve, please. Michelle?
Through the chair, with respect to the 3 stories, not the 3.5 stories, it is feasible to still achieve a density of 60 to 75 units per hectare.
Can I hear that a little bit louder, please?
It is still possible to achieve the 60 to 75 units per hectare in a 3-story built form. What Steve alluded to earlier today is the fact that you do lose in terms of the variety of housing forms that can be provided. You lose some of the flexibility.
So we're talking about mixed uses that may or may not happen. And we don't know whether or not there'll be take up on it. It's a proposed plan. So at 3 stories, we could hit 60 to 75 people and persons per hectare, jobs per hectare. Just to clarify that, once again, and it's not for my colleagues, but this is for the residents, this is a secondary plan. So if it's approved at 3 or it's approved at 3.5, and someone wants to come in and put in a, I hate the term, a strip mall where you get Gino's Pizza, and I love Gino's Pizza, and it's not a plug for him, but those couple, and the wings, which Jason and I both like. I drink iced tea. I do, Jason. Right?
Councillors through the chair.
Sorry, it's been a long day and we're getting hungry.
I know.
Now, nothing stops a developer from coming in and saying, okay, although that's designated 3 stories, we're going to appeal it and change it to a commercial 4-story or 3.5 story or anything like that. It can happen all the way down this secondary plan. To be clear, Mr. Robichaud.
Through Madam Chairman, that is correct. After the secondary plan is enforced in effect, a landowner can make an application to deviate from the secondary plan. It would require an official plan amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor.
So to my colleagues, I won't support 3.5. Again, I think we're trying to help a community move from what was once a small town of Mayberry feeling where everyone knew everyone to a regular urban presence, and it's going to happen. But you don't jump to do that. You don't run to do that. You do it methodically. And if we can hit 60 to 70 persons, which meets the minister's concerns and is a 3-story, and if someone wants to come in and bring forth a plan with appropriate drawings and go through that, then the community can comment on that. I don't think we need to push all of this at the residents all at once. Each part of Hamilton is a little bit different, and I stated that before. We have to have some recognition for what is in each part of Hamilton. So I'm fine with the 3-story. It'll meet the density that the ministers agreed to, but I'll leave it to my colleagues.
I'll come back to you. Okay. I have Councillor Clark, I have Councillor Johnson, Pearson, and then Ferguson.
Thank you. And I had an amendment coming forward to make it 3 stories, so I don't know how it got from 3 to 3.5. So I will support the 3-story with the intention that this was all because of air drainage. And anyways, we'll finish that up. But
I was going to say the motion on the floor right now is for 3.5. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to amend the motion to 3-story, please, not 3.5.
And you have a seconder? Councillor Pasuta is the seconder, and that's amending the amendment from 3.5 to 3. I will come back to Councillor Collins, please, but I do have a speakers list. I have, this is to the amendment, but I do have a speakers list. Everybody relax. We're going to get through this, okay? So Councillor Collins, and then Councillor Pearson, Ferguson, and Farr.
Madam Chairman, I think what we heard earlier was that the 4-story that's currently recommended in the report and is currently the adopted position of this committee and of council, I believe. We heard at our last meeting with Mr. McCabe and Mr. Mallard, who were asked several times, if we revert to a 3-story building, we lose essentially the opportunity to build commercial on the ground floor. And it was exactly why at that time there was a request even to go to 3 stories, and there wasn't a seconder. The same committee dealt with it. So we didn't vote on it because there wasn't a seconder after we received those responses from Mr. McCabe and Mr. Mallard. We had about a 45-minute discussion on the matter. Most of us spoke to the issue. And so what I've heard today is a little bit different. We didn't entertain 3.5 stories at that point in time. What I've heard is that we could lower the height of the buildings and still accomplish that ground floor commercial that residents were looking for. Essentially moving to the 3 stories, again, we've already talked about limiting our design. I think you're basically, as was noted earlier, you're basically probably living without the commercial designations that we were hoping to continue to support on the main corridors, mainly Barton Street. So 3 stories we've heard doesn't work, and I'm trying to find a compromise that seeks to implement a plan that will be supported at the OMB when it's appealed, and we know that this is going to the board one way or the other. So that's the basis for the 3.5 stories, and I can't support the 3-story designation for the comments that were and the reasons noted by staff, past and present.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Pearson, please.
Madam Deputy Chair, thank you, and I appreciate the previous speakers' comments. We've gone around this at this table, I agree. And, you know, I stand by the 3.5 story. I'd like to have the ability to say there be some balance out and opportunity in the community to have some unique designs. And I think it's imperative if we do allow this, it may mean less applications for amendments and rezoning requests going forward. And I'm hoping that that would maybe curtail those particular issues that may come forward, and that would certainly help the ward councillor that day. I know we've had great discussions. I mean, we've gone from staff supporting 6-story now to 4, then to 4-story, and now to go down to 3. That does not allow or afford the opportunity some uniqueness in the community. I will support the 3.5 story, and that's as far as I will go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Through you to staff, probably Steve. Steve, the people in the audience probably don't understand what 3.5 floors is. Does that mean 1 floor is just for short people?
Careful.
Could you explain how to the general public how 3.5 floors work?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, it can be achieved one of 2 ways. You can either do like a raised ranch where you have a half story above grade, and then you would have 3 stories above that, or alternatively, when you think of like a Cape Cod style dwelling where you have a pitched roof, where at least 50% of the floor area has a floor to ceiling height greater than 6 feet and something in order for you to clear that. So essentially you're living what would be traditionally seen as in the roof line or in the attic area. So that's why we're a little bit more creative in terms of an architectural response to that height cap, as opposed to just doing like a 3-story box or a 4-story box. It encourages the architects to be a lot more creative, or sometimes we see it with a mansard roofs approach to dealing with the 3.5 story in height.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, Steve. You mentioned, I'm going to keep pressing you on our staff going to be able to support this at the OMB. I think I heard you say earlier staff could not support 3, but can you support 3.5?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, staff can support a maximum height of 3.5 stories.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr, I think I had you for a second time there.
And again, if staff through you can confirm that 3, less likely we'll see a commercial with 3 as opposed to 3.5, through you to Steve.
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, that's the concern that staff has with a 3-story, that we would not see the ground floor commercial with residential units above it. In addition, we'd be moving away from providing those opportunities for apartment form dwelling, and we would see a preference or a predominant land use of townhouse or masonettes at the 3-story cap.
And through you, Chair, to Steve, you know, this is a compromise. I mean, obviously, we were a party to not one but 2 other committee meetings on this very topic for a great amount of time for each, and including today. And we compromised on 4, so it's a compromise on a compromise. And just based on a community now that sees a lot of open space, remind us, because I think you did hit it a few hours ago today through the chair. Lower you go, the greater the wall, the less open space around the development. Correct? Through you, Chair?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. You know, as a designer, you're really looking at one of 2 options. You can either build tall and skinny or short and fat. By having the 4 stories, it gives you that opportunity to achieve the same number of units with a smaller footprint, which provides more opportunities for open space landscaped areas and parking areas. So that's why often the increase in height does provide a little bit more design flexibility, especially on infill or smaller parcels of land.
Thanks. So I'm going to stick on the 3.5 and appreciating the comments today. Thanks.
All right, Councillor Johnson for a second time.
Thank you. I want the 3-story at the minimum 3-story. We've got air drainage issues that we didn't know at the time, that in 2010 when all this went to the minister. So I'm confident that we could take that science forward and say to the minister that we need these down lower to preserve the tender fruit for no other reason. Again, this is my community. My community was very clear what they wanted in their community, and it was 3-story maximum. So please respect my community's wishes. I'm here to represent them. I've got the last word. They can't speak anymore. This is where I want to come in now and say, at the very least, give them three stories. 3 stories is not a lot. It's not a lot to ask for. Look at Binbrook Village. We have commercial on the bottom floor, the first floor of a 3-story building. What's the difference? So at the very least, my community deserves at least part of what they've been told and part of what they've been saying all along. Let's listen to them and give them their 3 stories.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearson, did you want to?
Madam Deputy Mayor, and I heard respect the previous councillor in her comments and wanting to have the last word. I just wanted staff to clarify with regards to the air drainage issues. We have in the recommendations that if there are issues, there would be a requirement for the studies to be done. Through you, Madam Deputy Chair, is that correct?
Steve, please.
Through Madam Chairman, that is correct, both in the policies relating to the block servicing strategies and the policies pertaining to a complete application. The city will be requiring the submission and the completion of those air drainage studies prior to bringing forward any development application for consideration at a public meeting.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So the amended motion from 3.5 stories to 3 stories is what we're voting on right now. So it is moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pasuta, all in favour of the 3-story limit. Okay, thank you. Vanessa, did you get? All right, standing recorded vote. Go ahead. Councillor Clark, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Johnson. Okay, all those opposed, please. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr, Councillor Collins, and Chair Partridge.
Well, it's a tie.
And? Madam Clerk? It fails. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, it does fail on a tie.
All right, thank you. And we will move to the next amendment, which was moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Farr, to 3.5 stories. All in favour? Anyone opposed? This is on the amendment to 3.5. So it carries. Oh, I'm sorry. I absolutely didn't hear you. All right, standing recorded vote. Those in favor of 3.5 stories.
He went twice.
No, he hasn't. It's a separate motion. Order, please. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Farr, Collins, and Chair Partridge. All those opposed, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Johnson. Madam Clerk? It carries. Would you confirm,
yes,
please?
It carries.
All right. On the main...
If that motion had failed, it would have reverted back to the 4. I think that's important to note that.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. It is important for everyone to know that. It would have ended up being 4. So on the main motion, as amended, Councillor Johnson, please.
Yep, and as I said at the beginning of this meeting, there were 4 reasons why I did not support this. The first one was that community park is in the wrong spot. That road doesn't have an out. There's no defined reason. The density is too high, and my committee was very clear on that, and the height. Nothing's changed. So my vote stays the same. I do not support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, please. Oh, I'm sorry. So I have no more speakers. So on the main motion as amended, we can do that. Madam Clerk, would you give an overview, please?
Of all of the amendments that you...
I believe that's what Councillor Pearson is asking for. No, it's just the main motion and the amendment that has been passed. Would you like to speak to it? I'm not sure. So on the staff recommendation as amended, I have no speakers. So all in favor? Carried. Anyone opposed? Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Johnson are opposed. Thank you, committee. Okay, so next we're moving on to discussion items. On 8.1, we have the permit fees for farm buildings and greenhouses. May I have a motion to receive the report, please? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pasuta. Councillor Ferguson, you want to speak on it?
I just was curious to know why other farming communities weren't picked a benchmark off of. And you pick Caledon and Burlington and Halton Hills. Halton and Norfolk are 2 neighbors that are predominantly farming communities. Can I just get an explanation why they weren't included as municipalities we get comparators with? I guess George is the person to ask that question too.
Okay, staff, can I have order, please? We have a question for George on item 8.1 from Councillor Ferguson. Did you hear the question, George?
Yep. Yes, through the chair. We haven't got that information yet. We weren't able to get it for this report. Some municipalities didn't return our call or didn't provide it to us. But it could be obtained. I have no problem giving that to the councillors.
Because it is a rural question, and you pick Burlington or Halton Hills or Milton or Niagara Falls or Niagara Lake or Oshawa, Pickering, Richmond Hill, Vaughan. They're all large urban centers and not really a large farming component there. So I just didn't understand why we picked them and not rural communities to get a true benchmark. But okay. I'm still prepared to receive the report.
Okay, so all in favor of receiving? Councillor Pasuta, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to either George or Ed, I'm not sure. I looked at this and I kind of got taken back a bit. I'm going to do the same thing as Councillor Ferguson here. I have Guelph on here. And Guelph on here for farm buildings at 420 and greenhouses at 872. I did call Guelph this morning, the city of Guelph. She referred me to either Guelph Air Moss or Pushlands. I contacted Pushlands, a Karen and Building Services Coordinator in Pushlands Township over on Wellington Road 34. They don't do it by the square meter, they do it by the dollar value. And they include institutional, commercial, industrials included in farms. And they go at $10 per $1,000 of value is how they figure theirs. So if you take an implement shed or farm building here, and let's say 60 by 100, that'd be 6,000 square feet. Convert that to square meters, and I don't have a calculator. I'm thinking it's around 660 or 70. That would be roughly, am I incorrect? It's $60 for a permit, or if we did it through Hamilton, it'd be about $1,665.
George?
Through the chair, the information that we have on the table was provided to us, to staff, when they called the municipality. For Guelph, it is, they consider it a Group F occupancy for greenhouses. The problem is trying to make them all the same. Some places charge it by the value of construction, some charge it by square foot, some charge it by square meters, and some aren't too clear on what type of occupancy they're taking it as. So whoever they spoke to, that's the information we got. But sometimes you could get differing information if you call them at a different time.
Okay,
but that's
Ed?
information we're given.
All right, thank you, George. And Councillor, I think Ed wanted to add to the conversation, if you're okay with that. Please, Ed, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. The list we provided is a list of our usual comparators. We recognize this was about greenhouses in particular, so we added to the list Grimsby, Lincoln, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and St. Catharines, because they are heavy greenhouse building areas. So we added those fees to the charge as well to give some comparators locally.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Councillor?
So thank you, Madam Chair. So through you, Ed, I know we discussed this at other times too, but we have Leamington at 22 cents a square meter, and we have our own local greenhouses around here at $1.49 now, and they're growing the same product. So there's the competition edge there. It really hurts them. Is there anything we can do to look back and review this, or look to the future, or not? And this also goes back also to the one in when we're talking in Pushlands. I mean, if somebody wants to build a greenhouse, jump across the border into Washington County and build. Is there anything we can do to look at this?
Through the chair, I think it's stated in the past is we do review our fees on an annual basis, but they are meant to be full cost recovery. So to compare apples and oranges, it's kind of difficult because we have a municipality that's smaller, their costs are lower, so their fees are going to be lower, or they may be subsidizing it through the levy. We don't do that in the city of Hamilton. We expect the permits to cover the full cost of us in doing inspections and plan review. But we are reviewing the whole bylaw, and we will be coming back at the end of the year with any new recommendations or fees. But this is one of the fees that we are going to be looking at in more detail.
Councillor?
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't want to argue this or criticize anybody, but the last statement, given that the fees are reasonable since they're below average at 20 municipalities surveyed, and it just pointed out that Guelph has such a difference in fees. It's totally, for me, it's unreasonable to accept this, what is reasonable here. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll follow up with staff offline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor. I have no other speakers on 8.1, and it is a motion to receive the report. All in favor? Carried, thank you. On 8.2, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee report. May I have a motion? Wait a minute. How are you doing? Am I receiving it or the recommendations to it? There's recommendations to it. May I have a motion to move the recommendations on the report? Councillor, I just want to get it moved first. Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee be authorized to correspond with the Ontario Heritage Trust. Is that? Can somebody explain that to me? Is that proper protocol, or would it be a staff person assigned to do this on their behalf? Just a quick question out of protocol.
Okay. Do we have anyone here who can speak to Heritage?
They're asking for their assistance. Excuse me, through you, Chair, from Infrastructure Ontario. They're asking for their assistance, and they're requesting an update and presentation. So who actually writes that? Who actually contacts? Does nobody know? I can wait until council to get that answer.
Yes, staff will provide you with an answer before council. My apologies.
Yeah, okay, so we can wait till there's Heritage staff back. Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, I was just going to state that committees do not write to Infrastructure Ontario or to Heritage. Ontario Heritage Trust. Only council can do that by directing the mayor to do that. So if it's something that the council wants to do, then that would be the appropriate time to do that.
Yes, go ahead, please, Vanessa.
It has been noted to the subcommittee members that it is advised that we do correspondence through council rather than having the subcommittee members do the correspondence. So it's actually the subcommittee members who do form those sorts of recommendations, but it would be best if we do get rid of that practice.
I think it's imperative that the committee understand, or the subcommittee understand, that the validity and the veracity of the statement that's coming out of a council resolution on that communication, as opposed to a subcommittee of a council, sends a completely different message. So it's appropriate that they would make that recommendation to us. If we agree with it, then we would make that correspondence and our staff would deal with the trust.
All right, thank you, Councillor. But now, how do we deal with that to make sure it doesn't happen again? Should that not come through the clerk's office who's attending at the committee meetings or the subcommittee meetings?
Yes, absolutely. It depends on how the members choose to vote on it, even if we do advise. But certainly here we can make an amendment that council send correspondence. So we can amend the subcommittee report if we wish to right now.
Well, I would suggest that we do that. Councillor Pearson, do you want to move that?
Madam Chair, yes, I would make that. I would move that respectfully. And I am a member on this committee, but unfortunately was not there at that meeting. We must have had a budget meeting that day. So my apologies. I would have made sure that they were aware of it. And I'm sure I will carry that concern back to the committee at the next meeting.
Thank you. But with due respect, it should be all committees and subcommittees. Councillor Clark, do you want to second that? All right. And all in favor, please, of the amendment to the report? Okay, carried. And on the main motion for the report, Councillor Ferguson.
I just want to understand this better, because once again, I came into the meeting, but after this one had been debated, I didn't hear about it. What are the concerns they want to express to the minister? It's laid out here.
And I think
outlining the concerns and limitations of the Ontario Heritage Act with respect to regulating alterations to non-designated properties. That's a pretty vague statement. What's that mean?
Yeah, and I think, Councillor, because we do not have staff here, we were going to have staff answer it at the council meeting. And
I just move this to be deferred to the next planning meeting, because it's difficult to get planning staff there to be able to do that. At a council meeting. They're here anyway for the planning meeting, and I'm not sure there's any urgency in this. I see the clerk got her hand up, though.
Yeah, Madam. Oh, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chairman. On the specific matter in response to the delegation that was at Municipal Heritage Committee, it relates to the delegated approval authority, where the approval authority to issue heritage permits for alterations to designated buildings was delegated to the general manager and then subsequently to the director of planning. As a result of a recent heritage permit that was issued for an alteration to a designated building, the Durand Neighbourhood Association has expressed concern about that, and we've had meetings with Councillor Farr, myself, and some other representatives of the Heritage Committee, just looking into that delegated permit bylaw and the process under which that bylaw is administered, and that's a specific concern that they expressed at the Municipal Heritage Committee.
So why are you writing to the minister about that? Why don't we just have an internal conversation about it if they're concerned about that delegated authority?
That would be my recommendation, that we just do a review of the current delegated bylaw, the current practices and procedures, and if any amendments are necessary, then we would proceed to come forward after consulting with the Heritage Committee and other stakeholders with changes to the current bylaw and processes.
I suspect province get this, so just turn right back to us anyways.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Pearson, do you want to speak to that, if that's okay? Councillor Ferguson, she's on the committee.
I'm on the committee, Madam.
So am I.
Yes. Oh, I am familiar, but if we're dealing with item 3 on the heritage. Yeah. Okay, we are. That is different than what Mr. Robichaud is speaking to. So just maybe if I can just put it in perspective, this particular property is on the list for designation. It is not a designated property. It is on the list. I know, I drive by it. They have now, and it was a previous homeowner that wanted it to be designated. The process is not there to do the evaluation. In the meantime, the new homeowners have applied and have built a second floor on top of this building. They have changed the whole structure. And this was the issue that I believe because I knew beforehand that this is what the committee was concerned with. So this is the request that's going to the Minister and the Ontario Heritage Trust, because the concern is how do we control when it's not designated. So if I can, that's the information that I want.
So hang on. So,
okay.
So, no, and you have the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
I would like this to come back to us clear what they're looking for, because I don't understand it. And if it's about the delegated authority, that's one issue. If it's about changing the act, how do they want to change the act? Correct. So this is clear as mud. Okay. And so I'd move this out and be referred back to staff to report back to this committee on what the issues are and how we address them.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Clark, to refer this back to staff.
Would you refer it back to the subcommittee or just staff?
Yeah.
And find out and come back and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, it needs to go to staff. I would agree. So all in favor of that motion?
Carried.
That's carried. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to 8.3, Agriculture Rural Affairs Advisory Committee Report, a motion to approve the recommendations. I want to get it on the floor first. So Councillor Pearson, your microphone's on, please. Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pasuda. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And this is really requesting the staff to come in and talk about the culverts and the road salt usage. And we've been trying to get a hold of them for the last 3 meetings, and we've had some, because Daryl Smith had health issues, and then the message didn't get sent over, so the Ag and Rural feel like they've been stood up. So we really want to make sure, and we've got a commitment from staff to be there, so this is really a formality. Thank you.
All in favor of the formality? Carried. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, moving on to motions. 9.1. This is a mover, please, to the motion for the outstanding business list. Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Or Councillor Collins, did you want to speak to it? Okay, so you've moved it. All in favor? That's carried. Anyone opposed? Okay. We have no notices of motion anywhere around the table? No? Okay. I have outstanding business list on here twice. All right. So, general information from the director. Do we have an update? Microphone, please.
Through you, Madam Chairman, no, I do not have any updates or general news.
All right, so now may I have a motion on the outstanding business list amendments, please?
I'll move 11.1 and 11.2.
All right, move.
This is to be removed and the new dates.
All right, so 11.1 and 2. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, all in favor? Carried. That is carried. Okay, private and confidential. I have a motion to approve to move into closed session.
Yep. I do have a question of staff
before we move into closed session. We don't have to move into closed session. So we're just approving the minutes. Thank you. All right, Collins, Ferguson, all in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Oh, okay. Councillor Collins, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. There have been a lot of inquiries publicly and privately about this proposed new waste incinerator on Sherman Avenue North. Right. I believe it's on port lands, and there's a public meeting, a last-minute public meeting, as I understand it, that's being held tomorrow night, or Thursday night, sorry. I have a question for staff as it relates to the public process related to Port Authority related developments, okay, and how a waste incinerator either fits or does not fit into the current zoning in the Bayfront industrial area.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Collins. 2 questions there for you, Steve.
Through you, Madam Chairman, there are no development applications submitted to the City of Hamilton associated with this proposal. They are required, because it is on federal lands, to go through a federal environmental assessment or environmental screening report. So that's my understanding what is occurring at this point in time. Based on a very preliminary review of the zoning, a private energy generating facility does not appear to be permitted under the zoning, so that they may need to change the zoning unless it is directly shipping and navigation related, at which time the Port Authority has complete jurisdiction on the matter. Our municipal zoning would not apply, and the Port Authority would then be able to permit the use as of right under their federal paramountcy provisions.
So to be clear, the Canada Marine Act allows, just to be clear, yes, there would be no rezoning and public circulation for a project on port lands that they claim falls under the umbrella of shipping and navigation.
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct.
Okay. I would just ask that in light of the fact we do not have an application in front of us, or that's been submitted, sorry, I would ask that staff investigate based on the information that's available. I don't know if we plan to have anyone in attendance from planning at the public meeting, but I think it's incumbent upon the municipality to be a little bit proactive about the proposal that's at least being floated in the community. We should clearly determine whether or not, based on the application and the information that's being disclosed publicly, whether or not we believe it should fall under the umbrella of the municipal and / provincial planning process. So I would make that request. I'm not certain I need that in the form of a motion, but maybe staff direction could help us, and if they could bring something back at the next meeting, not looking for anything elaborate.
Okay.
Just a yes or a no with some justification one way or the other.
Okay, so you would take that as direction? And the public meeting is when, Councillor?
I believe it's Thursday evening at the Steam and Technology Museum.
All right, and Steve, one last comment?
The direction is understood, and staff are currently doing some background investigation into the matter.
And report back?
And we will report back accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, all in favour.
Good job.